All right. Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? Oh my God. Look who it is. I can't believe it. I cannot believe I'm seeing Miss Priscilla in my chat right now. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. I don't know. That was weird. What was going on with my thing? I had to choose the right thing. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. Hope you guys are all doing well. I still a little bit cannot believe that I'm seeing Miss Priscilla in my chat right now. Can't believe it. How in the hell have you been? How have you been? How's everybody been, for that matter? How has everybody been? Just gonna wait just just another minute or two. Like 2 more minutes. Let some people top on here. We got 2K Gaming is here. She's like, holy crap, it's been a freaking ride. Ups and downs, yeah. For sure, for sure. As is the shit show we call life, right? It's not always a shit show. Sometimes it's a shit show. Not always, but sometimes. Sometimes it is. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I can't complain. You know, just like everybody else, you know, trying to keep up with all the things. Yes, it has. And we're just getting into it. We're just getting into it. Literally, we're just opening the can of beer that is 2025. Oh yeah, I forgot that you're out in Cali, man. How's that been affecting you? That's crazy. Is anybody else out in California, by the way? Anybody else out in the chat being affected by wildfires and insanity? Oh, wow. You guys had to shut down your work, even. Oh, wow. Okay. So, yeah, all the air. I didn't even think about that. Like the smoke and all the other crazy shit. That makes sense. I imagine that's probably being blown to other states as well. All right. Just gonna wait 1 more minute here. All right. So, hope everybody's doing well. It's good to see you guys all tonight. This was unplanned for me, just hopping on, but felt kind of divinely pushed, divinely guided to hop on tonight. Felt like the divine kind of the divine has been highlighting relationships today. So how many hours am I planning on doing that? I'm not really sure. I have to work tomorrow, so I definitely won't be on for like forever, but we got some time though. So, but I definitely won't be pulling like a 9, 10, or 12 hour one tonight. But so yeah, the divine has been highlighting relationships tonight, and so the theme of tonight, well, not the theme, I mean, the theme is whatever questions you guys have, but sorry, give me 1 second here. One track mind here. So, so this year, and obviously, I mean, relationships in general are usually pretty common in terms of the importance of what people are focused on, right? Like, it's usually when it comes down to spirituality, tarot readings, things like that, it's usually one of two things: either career or relationships. But this year is going to be different. Okay, there's an emphasis on those two categories that's going to make this year a lot different than any other year. And I talk about this. If you go to my videos, the most important videos that I will upload on my channel between now and maybe like July, there's a 2-part video, and I explain all of this. That's why it's a 2-part video. They're a little bit long, but if you give a shit and you care enough about, aligning yourself to the highest possible good for your life, and, that's the path that you want to be on, and you don't want to just be out just kind of randomly wandering through life, because we don't have to. Like, believe it or not, we don't have to just randomly wander through life. You can actually align yourself and get on a path that's designed for your highest good. And when you're on your path, your true spiritual path, the true north, right? You've set your internal guidance system to your highest path, your highest self, whatever you choose to believe in, then things will unfold to your highest good. Essentially meaning you'll find the person, you'll find the job, you'll find the money, everything that you really, really crave and desire that's for your highest good will be on that path. Now, that doesn't mean, obviously, that we're going to live a perfect life and that we're never going to experience, disappointments. I mean, we live, obviously, in a reality of paradox, but we will certainly experience a hell of a lot less on that path than if we're out here just wandering around. We don't know what the hell we're doing, what the fuck we're doing, why we're here, and, or the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result, right? And unfortunately, this year is kind of, this year is really like a filtration year. It's a 9 universal year. So when you add up 2025, it reduces to the number 9. And the number 9 is all about endings. It's closing out the last entire 9-year cycle of life. So, if you can think back where you were 9 years ago, was the beginning of this cycle. And so from, 2017, I guess? Where were you in 2017? Where are you now, entering 2025? How much have you changed? Have you changed at all? What's different? What's not different, right? you look over that period of time, right? So, but more so than even just in other past 9-year cycles that we've gone through, this one is very different, because a lot of the astrological energies have changed. Pluto has moved into Aquarius, and it's going to be there for the next 20 years. And there's other important astrological references. Now, let's talk about that for just 2 seconds, because one of the things that I find very unhelpful in the realm of spirituality is the lack of practicality. Because we can get as woo-woo as we want, but that doesn't change anything. You can talk about astrology, you can be into astrology, you can talk about tarot and crystals and all the spiritual bullshit, and your life can be exactly the same. And so, in my opinion, anything that you're involved in that doesn't have the ability or the capacity to improve or empower you or make your life better than it already is, then beyond being, a hobby or an interest, what purpose does it serve? Well, on my channel is not here to serve hobbies or interests. Everything that I do here on my channel moving forward is about intention. There's an intentionality here. So it's about, to the best of my ability, and I'm just going to admit this to you, I'm here to do my best to influence you all, convince you all that wherever you are, there's a better. There is a better than wherever you are. And obviously you've come here tonight because you have a question. And I'm assuming the question that you have is because, you're wanting something that is better. Or you want something, you have a desire or whatever. You want to understand something. You want to know the outcome of something, whatever your question is. And unfortunately, superficial spirituality or mainstream spirituality, which has nothing really to do with empowering you or making your life better, it's about making money. It's about marketing, right? So when we talk about spiritual concepts, if we're not actually connecting to something within that concept that is making an improvement to who you are and empowering you, making you better, getting you what you want, leading you onto a path of fulfillment, then it's pointless in my opinion. It serves no purpose. So when we talk about astrology, for example, and we're talking about, or even numerology, we're talking about this universal 9-year energy, right? We're not just talking about a concept, we're talking about an energetic influence. In other words, there's energies outside of us that are going to be impacting us and influencing us in our lives that are very dramatic because there are cycles in life. There are major cycles and there are minor cycles. There's major fractals and there's minor fractals, right? This is a major cycle because the purpose of all of this is not just for us to get what we want on an individualistic level. It's about us getting, yes, what we want on an individualistic level, but it's also us collectively expanding and growing and having a broader sense of awareness of who we are as a race, a spiritual race, a race of spiritual beings having a physical experience. And the divine is wanting us all to get on board with this concept and this idea. Because if we all get on board and we're all moving in the same direction, then we will all thrive and we will all flourish together. And so if we can do that, then, this could be a golden age, a golden period for humanity. And if we can't, then we're essentially in resistance to where the divine is taking us. And unfortunately, that just creates circumstances, pain, and situations and outcomes that are not going to serve us. And so basically, we're creating more pain for ourselves than it needs to be. We're making it more difficult than it has to be because we're holding on to old paradigms. We're holding on to old ways of doing things. We're holding on to old conditioning programs and all the things. So all that being said, if you haven't watched the 2 videos on my playlist, it's called the Universal Year 9 Part 1 and Part 2. Those 2 videos are the most important videos I will post until like July. And when we get about mid-year, or when we get to June or July, then obviously I'll do an update and we'll see what the rest of the year has. Because this year is going to have a very dramatic and extreme effect. And so for some of you, this could potentially be the best year of your life. And for others of you, depending on how you align yourself, this could be potentially the worst year of your life. And that's not me being apocalyptic and doomsday and negative. That's just me telling you guys the truth. So it's something to keep in mind. Now, how does this relate to tonight? Well, it relates to tonight because everything that we do at some point is going to circle back around to relationships. And yes, you know, that has to do with our romantic relationships, but also has to do with any relationship. The relationship you have to yourself, the relationship you have to your family, your coworkers, whatever. The relationship you have to other human beings, right? Now, of course, I know that most of us are consumed and preoccupied with our romantic interests because it just is what it is. And there is, if we just take that part and we look at it separately, there is a component, an element of the importance or an emphasis that's being put on romantic relationships this year, because that's one of the things that needs to transform in our society. The way that we've been doing relationships needs to change. So, so that's something that I want to talk about briefly tonight, because it's something that the divine put on my heart. And any time that I feel led to share something with you all, it's not because I've got nothing better to do and I need to hear myself talk to myself into this tiny little black hole of a camera that I'm looking at right now. I already, I know this. So it doesn't serve me to talk out loud to myself about things that I already know. I'm here to hopefully influence and inspire and provide something to you all that if you can value it, even though it's free, and unfortunately as human beings, we typically don't value things that are free. We take them for granted. But if you can value this and you can take this information in, then it has the potential to help many of you who have come here tonight with relationship-based questions. And it doesn't matter whether you're single or whether you're in a relationship. It can change your life. So before I get into that, I just want to give a couple of quick reminders here. The first reminder is, if I get my buttons correct, for those of you that are interested in taking your personal development and your spiritual growth seriously this year, you can come join the Conscious Collective group, which will probably be kicking off in, like a week from now in February. So if you don't know what the group is, go to my videos. I did a full presentation. You can find the video. It's called the Conscious Collective Presentation. You can watch the video there. I explain what the group is. I explain how you can join. If you have any questions, the information is in the description box. You can email me. I will answer your questions, or you can watch the presentation. You can learn more there. Okay, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time with that. Secondly, as we go through the night, I'm going to be frequently reminding you guys as you ask your questions tonight, where are you? What are you focused on? Are you being a powerful person? Are you stepping into your power, or what we know as a magician? Are you focused on what you can control? Or are you focused on what you can't control? Are you looking inside of yourself for the answers? Are you looking outside of yourself for the answers? We all have something we think we need. We all have things that we crave. We all have wants, and we all have desires. So the question is, if you're focused outside of yourself for those things and you're looking outside of yourself for those things, you're in a powerless position. That's what most people do. It's learned helplessness. I'm wishing, I'm hoping, I'm waiting, I'm praying, I'm crossing my fingers, and maybe the psychic and the tarot person will give me a good reading tonight and I'll get the answer that I want, and the person or the thing will just be coming to me and it'll just all magically happen. That's not how it works. The magician is about us co-creating with the divine to get the thing. And so if you're not experiencing the fulfillment that you desire out of life, you're not experiencing the reality that you desire, you're not getting the thing, you're not getting the job, you're not getting the money, then don't shoot the messenger for keeping it real on the channel. But the reality is this: it's kind of our fault. We all get what we tolerate. So if you don't like the life that you're living and you're not experiencing the things that you desire, it's on you. It's on us. So when you understand this and you learn this and you take responsibility and accountability for the power that the divine has given you, because the divine is you, essentially, everything changes. Okay? So now tonight, specifically, I'm going to be talking about something that can potentially change your relationships here. All right. So, and it's called the drama triangle. All right. So, just really quick, we're gonna look at this really quick, because what I've noticed in a lot of the, I don't know, maybe every live tarot reading that I've ever done, where people come in and they're having a relationship problem. So, you know, maybe you're somebody, you saw me like, hey, it's a free live tarot reading. I'm going to go into the tarot reading and I'm going to ask this guy, meaning me, your question tonight is about somebody that you're dealing with, whether you're in a relationship with this person or whether you're in separation from this person. So whatever that looks like for you. Well, we have to understand, like, where we're giving our power away and how we can change that when it comes to relationships. So there's all kinds of methodologies, all kinds of things out there that basically, you know, I'm just choosing one that's very simple and very practical that we could all relate to here, myself included. So this is called the Karpman drama triangle. All right. And essentially what this system is that it identifies 3 roles that every single person could potentially play in a relationship. So we're all essentially potentially playing one of these 3 roles. And there's obviously the powerless side of it, which we're looking at here. So this is like when we're not in our power. And then in a second, I'll show us what it looks like when we are in our power. But we're going to start here because this is where most people are. So the first role that we can all potentially take is, and this can change, by the way. It doesn't always have to be a static role. Sometimes we flip-flop. So, you know, maybe one minute you play one role. Maybe in a different relationship you play a different role. Maybe with people in your family you play a certain role. Maybe when you're with your kids you play a different role. When you're with your lover you play a different role. Like, so you don't necessarily have to play, you know, the same role depending on who you're with. So we're going to start here with the persecutor. Okay, so in this mode, and again, we're talking about when we are not in our power. We're being powerless in our relationships here. The persecutor. In this mode, the person doesn't value other people's views and integrity. Typically angry, opening, I guess that says opening and passively. So yeah, it's just like, you know, whether you're angry or passively aggressive anger, I think it's the same. So you're angry, you're aggressive, you're judgmental, you're bullying, you're demanding, you're spiteful, and scornful. So this is like what typical society calls a narcissist. This is the super pissed off. It's all about me. They're the fight person. Fight, flight, or freeze. This is the fight person, right? And they're the person who's going to blame you. They're going to persecute you. They go into anger. They go into rage. That's how they handle being triggered in relationships. The second role is the rescuer. So in this mode, the person doesn't value other people's capacity to help themselves. So you're the savior, basically. So appear self-sacrificing. You're over-helpful and facilitative. You like to be needed, prone to meddling unnecessarily, and you're engulfing. So these are the people that are like the anxious attachment styles, the saviors, the rescuers. You find the broken person and you want to save them, you want to rescue them. And you know, in my past relationships, this would have been me. You know, like, oh my God, you know, the damsel in distress, I'm going to save you, I'm going to rescue you. I see your potential. You can be a better person. And da 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 da. That's the rescuer type, right? And then you have the victim. In this mode, the person doesn't value self and defers to others. This person is manipulative, poor me syndrome, helpless and needy, complaining and whining, fretful, downtrodden, and blaming others. So yeah, this is the Eeyore. This is a person who's always got somebody else to blame for their problems. Well, this happened to me and this happened to me. They're entitled. They think the world owes them. Woe is me. Like, that's this person. Now, depending on the type of person that you're with, right, and that you're attracting based on the role that you're playing, you have different outcomes, right? So if you're the rescuer and you're dealing with a victim, that's going to have one type of experience, right? If you're the rescuer and you're dealing with the persecutor, that's going to be a different type of experience. If you're the persecutor dealing with the victim, that's going to be a certain type of experience, right? And so you can kind of see how each role contributes to the existence of the other role. For example, the persecutor affects the victim. So now the victim's like, yeah, you know, it's all the persecutor's fault. That woe is me, the narcissist. The narcissist, it's all their fault. I was abused and I was this and I was that and it was all their fault and they were so evil and so angry and blah, 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 blah. So the victim blames the persecutor. Well, then the rescuer comes around and finds the victim and is like, oh my God, the persecutor, the narcissist beat you up and hurt you and did all these bad things. The victim, yeah, they did all these things and it's why I can't do this and I can't do that, blah, blah, blah. And then the rescuer wants to jump in and save the victim. So each one of these roles essentially perpetuates the powerlessness of the other role, but no role is good. None of these roles are beneficial. Okay? Now, I want to show you something else that we do. This is like the surface level portion of it. So then we go into a very common pattern, which is called a crazy 8 pattern. And I'm going to have to flip back over here and show you guys because I don't have a slide for this. So, got to whip out the old drawing board here. So a crazy 8 pattern is essentially looks like kind of like an infinity symbol. Now, what happens is anytime we are experiencing something in our lives or our relationships where we feel like we no longer have control over a situation, right? Like we feel powerless to control the outcome of something. What we want, our desire, we cannot reach our desire. For some reason, for some way, shape, or form, we cannot get to our desire. We feel powerless. And so, as a result of not feeling in control, of not feeling like we can get to this desire, or whatever that desire is, we typically alternate and go through a pattern of emotions. And they're extremes. So like on one side, we might experience sadness or depression. And then we vacillate and we go over to maybe anger and rage. Two very common, if not maybe perhaps the most common pattern. Because our nervous system cannot stay in one emotion forever. Like if you've ever cried, you've ever been depressed and you've been sad and you were crying, did you cry forever and ever and ever? No, eventually you stop crying because your nervous system can't cry forever. Just like if you've ever been pissed off and angry, you can't stay angry forever. Eventually, your emotional state will change. Now, the problem with this, though, is we get stuck in a cycle because we don't feel like we can control our life. We can't control the outcome. We can't get, we can't acquire the thing. And anytime we feel stuck and powerless to control the outcome of something, then we can get stuck in this crazy 8 pattern of alternating emotions. So maybe you start at sad and depressed. Maybe you start at angry and, whatever, rage, anger or rage, whatever that looks like for you. Well, you'll start here in sadness and depression, and then eventually you'll go to anger. But then when you're tired of being angry, you'll go back to sadness and depression. And then when you're tired of being sad and depressed, you'll go back to angry. And you'll just continue that pattern, essentially. Now, there's obviously going to be consequences, but there's also benefits. Well, what are the benefits to going through a negative pattern like this? Well, the benefits are in the way that we get our needs met. And I won't go into all of this now. You can go back onto my videos, and I did a very long presentation. It's called the 6 human needs. We all have 6 human needs that we have to meet, and we're meeting these needs all the time. They're not wants, they're not ifs. Right here, right now, every single one of you is getting your 6 needs met in some way, shape, or form. Now, when we're going through a pattern like this, we're still getting our needs met. And so I'll just quickly I'll recite the 6 needs so you guys know what they are. If this is your first time hearing it, it's fine. I won't go into a whole diatribe about it, but the 6 needs are certainty. We all have a need for certainty. And certainty is our need for comfort, security, the ability to avoid pain, and to protect ourselves. It's our comfort zone. The second need is variety or uncertainty, because we can't have certainty. We can't be certain about everything in life, because then life would be boring. There needs to be variety. There needs to be an element of surprise. There needs to be uncertainty. The third need is for significance. We all have a need to feel special, unique, desired, worthy, good enough, etc. And then the fourth need we have is for connection/love. Most people want love, but they settle for connection because connection requires less risk. You can get a connection from anything, right? You can get a connection from a pet. You can get a connection from anything, a pet, a hobby. You can get a connection with yourself. You can get a connection from food, connection from a drug, an addiction, alcohol, cigarettes. You get connection from watching TV, social media. There's no emotional investment required in connection. It's superficial. Whereas love requires a risk, because love can actually hurt you. So most people want love, but they settle for connection because connection is more easily obtainable. Those are the first 4 needs, which are our survival needs. The last 2 needs are what we call the needs of spiritual growth or spiritual development, which the 5th need is growth. We all either grow or we die. And then the 6th need is contribution. We either contribute to something beyond ourselves, or, or let me put it to you this way: anything that doesn't contribute beyond itself is eliminated through the process of evolution, right? And so just like whenever, a piece of wood or a tree that's no longer, if a tree falls down, right, it's going to die, it's going to decay. Just like our bodies. When we die, our body decays, right? Because it's not contributing anymore. So it's eliminated. So when we're going through one of these crazy 8 cycles, we're getting our needs met, because we can get certainty by being depressed. We can get certainty by being angry. We can experience variety by the alternating emotions of going from depression to anger. We can feel significant by having problems. In fact, significance is probably the number 1 issue that I see in the world right now. People are driven by significance. Everybody wants to feel special, unique, desirable. Social media, I mean, it's literally the virus of social media. Everybody wants to feel significant. Everybody wants to feel number 1. Everybody wants to feel unique and desired, special and good enough, right? Well, the more problems that you have, the more significant that you become. So this is why people stay stuck, and they don't want to grow. They don't want to fix their problems, because their problems are actually meeting their needs. So the number one addiction that people have is addiction to their problems, because their problems are meeting their needs. Which, by the way, anything in your life that meets at least 3 of your 6 needs will become an addiction. Anything that meets all 6 of your needs will become an obsession. So can you get connection from alternating emotions? Well, you can if you're around the right environment. When you have a problem, right, and people are empathizing because you're sad, when you feel sad, what do people want to do? They want to come and they want to empathize with you. Oh, you're sad. They want to try to cheer you up. Well, you're getting your needs met for connection. If you're angry, then in some cases, you can force people, because if you're really pissed off and you're demanding, and some people are like, well, I don't want to be around your pissed off, angry energy anymore. And so you kind of, people that are more timid, they cave into angry people. because angry people could be very demanding. And so you're a peacekeeper. Right? I'm just here to keep the peace. And so now you cave into the desires of the angry person. So the angry person gets connection because it's like, yeah, I'm in control, motherfucker. I'm the boss here. You're going to do what I say. And you're like, yeah, okay, you're the boss. I'm going to do what you say. And they're like, that's right. Well, they just got their need for certainty and connection, significance. They're the most significant person, right? Somebody comes to you and sticks a gun to your head, right? All of a sudden, they're the most significant person in the world. Someone's punching holes in the wall and you're afraid that they're going to punch a hole in your face, then they're the most significant person, and they're getting connection that way too. Is it healthy connection? No, it's forced connection, but it's still connection nonetheless, right? So there's a benefit to this pattern, even though it's very disempowering. So how does this relate to the drama triangle? Well, so let's take a look at that real quick. Let me switch back over to this. So when the persecutor doesn't get what they want, if they go into this crazy 8 pattern, and they're vacillating between one emotion or another, then, they're going to stay stuck in that persecutor's pattern, essentially. Now, they may spend more time in anger than they do depression, but eventually that anger is going to have to vacillate to essentially depression. So let's say you're a persecutor you're a rescuer dealing with a persecutor. It's like, well, when they're pissed off and angry, you move away from that person. But then when they're very sad and they're apologetic, they're like, oh man, I shouldn't have said that. I was an asshole. Well, the rescuer empathizes with the fact that the persecutor has moved into depression because they're sad, they're remorseful. And then the rescuer wants to go and like, oh my God, I want to come in and save you from your sadness. But if you try to rescue them from their sadness, they're going to get pissed off again. Or let's look at, the victim. The victim is sad and depressed because they think the persecutor is an asshole. They've been persecuted by the asshole, right? And it's like, well, I've been bullied my whole life by the persecutor, so I'm sad and depressed. And so the rescuer wants to come and save the victim, but the victim doesn't want to be saved because that's why they're a victim. So, that creates sadness and anger in the rescuer because the rescuer is sad for the victim. Like, oh my God, if you just knew, if you could just pull yourself out of being the victim mode, right? But when the victim doesn't respond to being rescued, then the rescuer gets pissed off and it's like, what's your problem? How can you not see? How can you not see that you're being a victim right now? How can you not see that if you just change and if you just did this and if you just did what I thought you would do and become the person I thought you would be, then everything would be just fine, right? So each one of these, and I'm going through this very quickly, by the way, okay? I'm moving through this very quickly, and I'm doing it on purpose. I'm just planting some seeds in your mind, okay? Because we're going to talk about this. It's going to come out tonight in a reading. I guarantee you, some of you guys come here, you have relationship questions, and the reason I'm sharing this with you is because you're going to ask me a question about your relationship, and I'm going to defer you back to this thing. That's how the divine works. It's like, we have to bring awareness to things for something to change. If we're not consciously aware that there's a problem, how are we going to change it? Well, we need to become aware of our patterns so we can stop going around and around and around in a circle and going through our vicious cycles. Because you coming in and wanting a magical free psychic tarot reading isn't going to change your life, right? It might give you information, might scratch an itch, but it's not going to change your life. That I can assure you. So, where's the way out of it? The way out is here. Okay. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit here. So we have the creator. Well, the creator owns their power, owns the power to choose and respond, focuses on outcomes. What can you do? What can you control? Right? Going back to the other slide that I shared a second ago, being a powerful person. Are you focused on what you can control? Or are you focused on what you can't control? Right? And again, I know a lot of this stuff sounds like common sense, but if it was common sense, everybody would be doing it. And unfortunately, most people aren't doing it. So, and that's not me being judgmental. That's just me keeping it real. So, we have the coach. The coach is, somebody who supports and assists, facilitates clarity by asking questions. So the coach is not an enabler. The coach is somebody who instead asks questions to the person. Doesn't matter whether you're the persecutor, whether you're the rescuer, or whether you're the victim. It doesn't matter. You ask empowering questions like, well, what can you do about that? Oh, you have that problem. Where is your power? It's a lot what I'm doing right now. I'm here presenting questions, right? Where is your power in this? What can you do about it? You're not powerless. You're not a victim. And you certainly don't have to be a narcissistic asshole, right? And then we have the challenger. Calls forth learning and growth, provokes or evokes action, curious, constructive, unconscious, and deconstructive. Basically, someone who challenges powerlessness and says, well, I can't do it. And it's like, can you really not do it? Have you tried? How do you know you can't do it? Right? And so these are the three archetypal responses to the three disempowering archetypes that most people fall into in relationships. Now, the reason, again, that I chose this model to share with you is because it's very simple. There's only three archetypes, and there's essentially three categories of solutions. And again, I'm moving through this quickly. This is oversimplification, but it's called the Cartman drama triangle, and you can look it up if you want to, dive into it more yourself. And then, like I said, understanding how we all do this at some point in our lives. We all fall into this deadly crazy eight pattern when we feel that we cannot control our circumstances, when we feel powerless. I cannot get what I want. I cannot reach my desire. I can't get the thing. Our nervous system basically goes haywire. It's like, I can't, I don't have the power. I can't do it. I'm not in control. Because your ego is driven by one thing and one thing alone: certainty. Certainty and significance. Of the 6 human needs, your brain, your ego, is concerned with primarily 2 of those needs more than others, which is why most people, their primary needs are driven by those 2 needs: certainty and significance, or significance and certainty. And if your life is defined by certainty and significance, or significance and certainty, the order does matter, then you're going to have a very, very difficult experience in your life, because at some point you're going to fall into a pattern of powerlessness. And so moving forward through this year, you're going to be confronted with this. So you can either confront it now consciously with your free will and saying, okay, I need to start looking at myself and the way that I'm showing up in my life. I need to confront my own powerlessness, which is going to be a hell of a lot easier than having to be forced to confront it, because the divine gets involved. And that's exactly what's going to happen for a lot of people this year. And so that's how this all circles back around to what I was saying about watching that 2-part video on my channel called the Universal 9-Year Part 1 and Part 2. Because if you, again, 2 groups of people, this is either going to be one of the best years of your life, or this is going to be one of the worst years of your life. And it's all based upon whether or not you decide you're going to be a powerful person this year, or you're going to be a powerless person this year. And so tonight, I was just addressing the relationship side of things, because most people have issues or questions in regards to their intimate relationships, right? And I want to help you guys, untangle all the bullshit in your relationships, so that, one, you can actually have fulfillment in your relationships, or attract the right type of person in your life, stop the crazy toxic cycles or whatever patterns you're going through. And then 2, you don't have to have some crazy disastrous thing happen to you this year to teach you something that you've been unwilling to learn up to this point. Because this year is going to teach you, come hell or high water, you're going to learn. You can learn the easy way, you can learn the hard way. And that's not me being doom and gloom or apocalyptic here, okay? So, so that's that. And I may be referring to this as we get into the reads tonight. Now, lastly, and again, I know that was a very quick hit and run. Lastly, as we get into the reads tonight, I want to show you guys one other thing. In the description box, there is a free download, 100% free. It's called Questions to Ask Yourself When a Major Arcana Appears in Your Reading. Just go to the description box of this reading, of this channel, with a video, whatever the hell you want to call it, and you'll see it. It'll take you to my Google Drive, and you can download a copy of this. This is for all of you. Anytime a major arcana card comes out in your reading, I highly recommend you download this guide, and it doesn't matter how many majors come out in your reading. If it's 3, 4, 1, doesn't matter. And look at the questions for that specific card. And this will help you to start retraining your brain to think as a powerful person. And it doesn't matter what your reading is about, by the way. It doesn't matter if it's career, doesn't matter if it's love, doesn't matter if it's purpose in life. These are empowering questions you can ask yourself. And, I will be updating this guide as time goes on when I feel that there is a new question that's worth, if I think of a new question that I haven't thought of. So there's all of that. I hope that all makes sense for you guys. And like I said, I will be referring back to that as needed. But with that being said, we will dive into all the things now. So who is up first? Jean is here, everybody. My mod is here. Jean is here. Nicolette is here, everybody. Look at everybody who's come in to the chat. All right. Hopefully that's all made sense to you guys. Appreciate your patience. Oh, man, there's all kind of stuff to go into the chat. Tori is here. Okay. So hello. Hello, you are up first, my friend. What is your question? And then Mariana, you can be ready with yours. Hello from the other side. General for next month. For February. God, I feel like I need to listen to that song now. Yeah, that's weird. You just made me think about that song. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Next month. Well, it looks like you could have something to do with love and romance coming your way. I don't know what your relationship status is, but we have the man holding a heart here, so I'm getting relationship vibes here. But I think there is an opportunity here potentially for you to self-sabotage. Yeah, and just as soon as I said that, we have the thinking woman in reverse, so that's you. Yeah, there's a self-sabotage energy here for you. So Now, interesting at the bottom of the deck, we see the story of essentially... Oh, man, my God. I forgot how good this song is. So here's kind of like the underlying story here. First of all, are you single? Are you single right now? Oh, man, this song is so good. I got to share it. Are you single? Are you single or dating or married or... I don't know. Are you... Cheers. Cheers to my mod. Both my mods. Past and present and future. Miss Priscilla and Jean, everybody. Cheers to all of you. Cheers to hello from the other side. Are you single? Hello? 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 Okay, well, single or not, I don't know. Whatever. We have some problems here. Whether you're in a relationship or you're not in a relationship. I don't think you're in a relationship. I feel like you're single. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can correct me in the chat. But we have some issues here. We have the second chakra issue. So you have an imbalance there, which is, what is? That's the sexual chakra, right? Sexual chocolate. Coming to America. Reminds me of Coming to America. Emotions, feelings, pleasure. Yeah, it's sexuality. So there could be some sexual blocks here with this card in reverse. Now, if it's not you, it could be whoever this person is that's coming towards you. We do have the fifth chakra, which is the throat chakra. So there could be some communication hurdles here, either between you and this person. Obviously, we got this dude here. We got Fabio, except for he's got brown hair. Brown hair Fabio. This could even be like a Valentine's Day thing, and I'm not just saying that, but like, you know, I'm getting Valentine's Day vibes here. I mean, if there's a dude who shows up who looks like this and asks you out for Valentine's Day and you say no, like, what's your problem? I mean, look at this guy. I think he's got a mustache too. Is that? Oh, yeah. I mean, this dude is like mustache ride central. Just saying. And maybe that would fix the second chakra imbalances here. A few mustache rides would turn that card upright, but that's up to you. Now, your problem, hello, is you're not answering the phone. We're calling. Hello. You're not answering the phone. You're overthinking here. You have an issue and a pattern of overthinking that will potentially cause you some issues here coming up with whatever this situation is with this guy, this man. Now, this is like the equivalent of the King of Cups, so take it for what it's worth. Could be a Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, doesn't have to be. Now, here's the other part of the problem for you is this. You're wanting to play it safe. The garden and the gate is about our comfort zone. We're afraid to step out of our comfort zone. So, you know, I don't know where you are in your personal growth, your personal development, and I'm certainly not here to judge anybody, but we all have our problems. Every single one of us, myself included, we all have issues. This is giving me a little bit of emotional avoidant. I'm getting like avoidant attachment stuff. Like, you want love, but you're kind of afraid of it at the same time. And I feel that that is due to whatever this is tied to, this hostilities energy. Maybe you've had some bad experiences, some scary experiences, some unsafe experiences in your past when it came to love. Now, the challenge, continuing on with the challenge, but also the solution is the fifth chakra, the heart chakra, right? And so what the divine is really wanting you to do is to recalibrate and go from overthinking and this thinking woman energy in reverse. It's like a Queen of Swords energy in reverse here. Getting out of the overthinking and learning how to heal and get into this Queen of Cups energy, because now you have a divine, or not, wait, that wasn't a Queen of Cups. That was a slip, but it's implied here. Okay. So it says a woman holding a coin, but I was looking back here at this red behind her shoulder, and it kind of looks like a heart. I know it's like almost like if you took a heart and it's like you hid it behind her shoulder. That's what I was focused on, behind this woman, more than the title of the card here. And so essentially it's like you're presenting yourself in such a way to where it's like people can't really connect to who you really are. And it's because of this. You're playing it safe and you're guarded. And so the divine is like, hey, instead of focusing on your security and your certainty and making safety a priority, which I'm not saying to be completely foolish or dumb or ridiculous. Like we need to be practical and logical. We need to be sensible. We need to do, but when there's an imbalance and we're overly focused on certainty, going back to the needs I was just explaining, we're certainty driven, that can become a problem. Because there's an opportunity here for you to be victorious in a relationship with somebody. Again, I don't know whether you're with this person or whether you're not with this person. It's relationship vibes here. So, but there's also challenges. And so I feel that most of the challenges have to do with you overcoming whatever your fears are around emotional intimacy. And instead of hiding behind your gate, the walls here, the garden and the gate, where it feels safe, where I can't be hurt back here. And that's true. That's true. You can't be hurt back there. We all build fortresses. And if your job, whether you were consciously aware or not, is to live in the fortress, you're Rapunzel in the tower, so to speak, you will be safe, 100%. But you can have fear, you can have love, but you can't have both. So if safety is what you really want, you can have it, but you will miss out on love. And that's where the paradox is for most people. Most people want love, but they don't let themselves have it. And so the divine is basically saying, hey, I feel, this is my paraphrase, but the divine's like, hey, she's wanted love for quite a while, but she's not realizing that, I can only do so much, meaning the divine. The divine can only send you your desires. It's up to you to take control of yourself, to be in a position to accept whatever that is the divine brings you. Because we're always making requests all the time. We're always sending out vibrational frequencies, which is our desires, or the things that we want in life. It's like, what do you want? We're vibrationally emitting our desires out to the universe all the time. And the divine is like, okay, well, I only have 2 non-negotiables. And my first non-negotiable is I'll never violate your free will. And my second non-negotiable is I won't give you anything that's not in your highest good. And so, the divine's like, hey, I'll send you somebody that's in your highest good. And when they show up, you might be like, no, fuck that, reject it, I don't want it. Because it's too scary. Right? Hence why I feel like there's some degree of emotional avoidance here. Now, if I'm completely wrong about that, and that's not you, then it's somebody that you're interested in that's tied to you. And maybe they're the emotional avoidant one, but I don't sense that off of this person. Because he wouldn't be the man holding the heart, and you wouldn't be the female, the thinking woman in reverse, which indicates overthinking. And so you can overthink yourself into, right out of your blessings. We all can, we all have the capacity to do that. Okay. And we've all done it. We've all been guilty of it. So what else does she need to know about this? Obviously you have somebody coming towards you. And I don't think that you're with this person. I could be wrong, but I don't think you're with this person. I think this is somebody that is potentially near future. Yeah, can't make this shit up. There it is, love. You definitely have love coming towards you, but you need to do some work, recovery. And the reason that I know that it's you and not them is because the divine wouldn't have me talking about him when he's not the one who's here. The divine only deals with us because we're the only thing that we can control. Going back to the whole powerful person situation here. And this card wanted to flip. I'm just going to show you. It wanted to flip, and there it is right there, the overthinking card. It didn't completely come out, but it wanted to. So I'm going to acknowledge it. There it is. There's the overthinking card. And put it back in now. There's one more card that wants to come out. Secrets in reverse. There's trust issues here. Something's happened to you in the past. I don't know what it is. There's some type of trust issues, though. I don't know if you were lied to, you were cheated on, you were betrayed. There's something here to do with vulnerability, secrets. I mean, there's all kind of energies attached to that, by the way. And then, yeah, sickness at the bottom of the deck essentially just means that anytime that we allow what we'll just call broad spectrum a negative vibrational, pattern, because everything is energy. Just like if you get a cut and you don't address it, it can get infected. Well, a lot of us are infected with lifelong patterns or an experience that we had, right? Like if you just take the whole concept of attachment theory, anxious attachment, avoidant, all that kind of stuff. It's like, for the most part, attachment theory is based on the idea that as children, we did not receive love the way that we needed it. And for some people, that created the avoidant attachment style. For other people, it created an anxious attachment style. But we might even remember what happened to us when we were children, but yet we have that pattern that we've been living our entire lives, which is, affecting us or having a negative impact on our current experiences. So we could you could be 40, 50, 60, 70 years old and being affected by something that happened to you when you were 3 years old. And your whole life, you've had this negative thing inside of you, this experience inside of your nervous system that is, again, similar to an infection that needed to be cured. It was never cured. So this sickness card is a metaphor for the pattern that exists within you that needs to be healed so that you can have the love that you desire. And it's tied to this lack of trust or a betrayal or something here with the secrets here, the secrets energy. And it's caused a dilemma within you of overthinking, because there's a part of you that wants love and you can feel it. It's almost like someone who's afraid to jump off a diving board, right? And you get right to the edge of the diving board and you're like, I'm going to do it. But then you cop out and you're like, oh, I can't do it. And so you try to ramp yourself up again. You get to the edge of the diving board, like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to dive. But then you back away. And so it's like, there's that part of you that keeps getting close and it wants to be vulnerable. You want to step out of your comfort zone. You want to come out of the tower, Rapunzel's tower. Because this is where she is. This card, the garden and the gate, basically it's saying, yeah, inside the gate, inside the garden, you feel safe. You feel at home. You feel in control. But your experience is limited to what's inside the gate. Well, the love is out there in the unknown. And you're going to have to go out. You're going to have to leave your comfort zone and leave your security and go out and embrace the unknown to find it. And there's a part of you, the part of you that desires love has been pushing you. It's like, hey, Come on, go for it. Have courage, go for it. Take the leap. But then your ego gets involved and goes, I can't do it. Nope, we're not going to do it. I have to protect you. I have to keep you safe. It's not in our best interest to do that. And so you have this push-pull going on inside of you, where 1 minute you really want love and you think you're actually going to go for it, but then your ego gets involved and you self-sabotage. So you have love coming towards you, and you can't make this up. Underneath the sickness card, there it is, the unknown. Love is courage. Love is the most courageous thing you'll ever do. And going back to what I was saying earlier about the 6 human needs, our 4th human need is for connection/love. Connection is super easy. You can get superficial connection from anything because connection does not require risk. You don't have to be emotionally invested to get connection. But it's not the same thing as true love. Love requires this: uncertainty, the unknown. You have to be willing to step out in faith and take the risk. That's what makes love what it is. That's what makes passion what it is, right? So you do have somebody coming towards you. You have love coming towards you. You have a relationship. Something here, and the divine is wanting you to have the fulfillment that you're seeking in terms of love and relationships. However, there's some challenges, and those challenges can only become overcome by ourselves, all of us, right? Being a powerful person, stepping back into that magician energy, essentially. So I hope that makes sense for you. Yeah, and I understand that. Like, I've been hurt, I've been lied to, I've been betrayed. Just to give you, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this. I've said this before, but just to be vulnerable with you. When I was 16 years old, I met my very first girlfriend. And I wasn't 16 at the time, I was 15. I turned 16. This was back in 1997, many years ago. And her and her older sister were like my best friends. And we were inseparable. And so we spent all of that year, just going to, I was very involved in church back then. So it was just, we spent all our time in youth group and going to the beach. And I was in hog heaven. It was one of the best years of my life, but it also was one of the most tragic years of my life because we were going to church one day and we got hit by a drunk driver, and my girlfriend died and her sister died, and I ended up on life support, And so then fast forward years later, when I got married to my ex-wife, we were married for 10 years. And then she ended up leaving me for my best friend of 17 years. And so then after my divorce, when I got into the next serious relationship, that girl left me for her dead husband's best friend. And I could tell you maybe 3 or 4 more other stories of betrayals that I've had. And so I've had a series of betrayals in my life. And in 2017, I was confronted by the divine in my own way. I was completely lost. 2017, like, I was miserable, and I had sabotaged 2 relationships with 2 amazing women at that point. I had met a girl in Michigan. I sabotaged that relationship. And then after sabotaging that, I'm originally from Northwest Florida. And so then I go to South Florida, and I dated a girl there for about 2 months. I sabotaged that relationship because the minute there was a challenge, the minute the relationship started to get difficult, which all relationships, when you're emotionally invested and involved, they will become difficult at some point. But the minute that there was a challenge in the relationship, my mind went to, well, they'll cheat on me. They'll leave me for somebody else. That was my belief, because that was what I knew. That was my experience. They'll either die or they'll leave me or they'll cheat on me. And so I started having this pattern of, well, I got to protect myself. And I wasn't aware of it at the time, but I was sabotaging the relationship before they could hurt me. Because if I leave first and I'm the one in control and I push them away, that's a form of me protecting myself. But the problem with that is I was miserable. And so then I did something because I wasn't aware of the pattern and I had this deep void of misery going on inside of me. I thought it was geographical. I didn't even think it was a relationship problem. I was like, oh, I'm miserable. I know what it is. I need to go somewhere. I need to move. So I randomly drive 15 hours from Florida to fucking Iowa. I go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa for no reason. Just, I chose a random place I'd never been before. I grew up in Pensacola, Florida, drive 15 hours to Iowa. And this is after, leaving South Florida, leaving essentially Naples and going back to my hometown for about a month, losing my mind. And I'm going crazy. I got to get out of here. All my problems are because I just need to go to a different place. If I go to a different place and I find the right city, I'll find the right people and I'll be happy. Or so I thought. So I go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and I'm renting a room inside of a house with this huge 3-story house, and there's 5 people in this house, and myself included. And so I'm renting this room, no fucking clue what I'm doing. And I go down to downtown Cedar Rapids, and I'm sitting in this parking lot. And I'm miserable, completely lost, completely miserable, completely confused. And I had driven 15 hours, and I was expecting a certain result. Well, surely I'll be happy now. I've moved, I've done all this stuff. It's a new place. I'll be able to start over, blah, 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 blah. All the things I was telling myself. And yet I was more miserable than ever. So I'm sitting in this parking lot going, I am just fucking miserable. And the divine came to me. Basically, I'm having this internal conversation in my mind with the divine. And it says, if you're not willing to go through 1,000 divorces, 1,000 losses, 1,000 betrayals, or 1,000 deaths of the person that you love, you'll never be ready for love. And in that moment, it's like my brain, it was like I had this awakening experience, because the divine had basically called me out and saying the problem isn't where you live. The problem wasn't with these other women that you were with. The problem wasn't all these external factors. The problem is you. You're the problem. You're being affected by your fear. And you've allowed your fear to hypnotize you into protecting yourself. And you're so hypnotized by it, you can't even see it. And so, the divine being the divine and knowing the right way to say things in a way that you'll understand, I got called out. It's like, look, this is the reality, man. You want love? If you want love, you're going to have to be willing to go through maybe 1,000 of these things that have hurt you, really hurt you. Doesn't matter if it's a loss. Doesn't matter if it's betrayal. Doesn't matter if it's someone dying on you. Yeah, that's courage, man. Love is courage. If you're not willing to go through 1,000 of the worst possible case scenarios, you'll never be ready for love. And it wasn't that the divine was telling me that I needed to prepare myself for all this loss. That wasn't the message. The message is love is courage. Love is fucking courage. It's the most courageous thing that you or anybody will ever do. If you want true love, it's courage. There's a risk, but the risk is worth the reward. And the times when it doesn't go the way that we want, well, if you're being a powerful person and you're connected to the divine, then you can alchemize that experience and you can find the treasure in the pile of shit and you can grow and you can evolve. Because some relationships that we get emotionally invested in are not meant to be the forever love that we thought that they were. Sometimes those relationships are there to do nothing more than help us learn, grow, and evolve into a better version of ourselves so that eventually we will be right for the right person when they come along. And it's just the process of spiritual maturity and spiritual growth that it takes to get there. But if we're living in fear, then neither one of those things can occur. If we're living in fear, we're not going to grow, we're not going to evolve, we're not going to learn. And if we're living in fear, we're certainly not going to ever find the person that is truly in our highest good. So when we live in fear, we're just fucking ourselves on both ends. We're burning the candle at both ends, and there's no progress. And that sucks, because now we're just living in a self-made hell of our own fear doings. And so then the divine shows up and can only do a limited amount because it won't violate our free will. And so it'll send a synchronicity. It'll send a messenger. It'll send whatever it is that we need to help guide us along the path of understanding of what we need to do to change that. And if we listen and we play full out and we apply that to our lives, then things can change. And it doesn't have to be this forever long process. It'll take as long as it takes as long as it needs for us to do the work. And the sooner that we're willing to do the work, the sooner that we're willing to confront it, the sooner that we're willing to have courage, the sooner that we're willing to start reprioritizing the things in our life and changing our value system instead of focusing on what we don't have and what we can't control and just reaching out for band-aids and superficial things that we think are going to, fulfill us in the short term because we're failing to address the thing that would benefit us in the long term. It doesn't have to take a long time. It's just, what are you willing to do, right? And that's for all of us. And so, going back to my story, in 2017, I realized in that moment, in that parking lot, when the divine said, if you're not willing to go through 1,000 losses, divorces, deaths, and whatever, you're not going to be ready for love. In that minute, I knew. I was like, man, wow. I was like, shit. I've been fucking myself. I've got no one to blame but me. Because I'm the only thing that I can control. And so, I don't know, that might have been like a Wednesday or a Thursday. And so, I don't know, that Saturday, that same week, packed my stuff up and I left Iowa because I realized I have no reason being here. And the reason that I thought that I came all the way out here wasn't, I was delusional. It had nothing to do with geography and moving and all that. And then I had to take accountability. And so I had to go back to those two, I didn't have to, but I chose to. And basically I wrote, two apologies, two different emails that I sent to both of those relationships that I self-sabotaged because I wanted to take accountability and I wanted to tell those two girls that I dated that it wasn't them, it was me. And because I didn't want them to create a pattern similar to mine. I didn't want the fact that I hurt them to become the reason that they became afraid of love. At least for as much that I could help, like obviously if they become fearful of relationships, I can't control what they do, but I at least wanted them to know, hey, look, the reason that the relationship ended was because I self-sabotaged. I blew it. I fucked up here. There was nothing wrong with you. You're an amazing person. I was scared of love. I was scared of intimacy. I was scared of being hurt because I have so much hurt and loss in my past that I didn't realize the effect that it was having on me. And the minute that our relationship really, really, really started to get real, and there was an opportunity here where I knew I was getting really close to being emotionally invested to the extent it could really, really hurt me, I bailed. So I was kind of in my emotionally avoidant phase. And I chose to take responsibility for that and accountability for that. And I reached out to both of them. I emailed them both and I explained it all in depth, not just a cheesy, superficial apology. And I didn't want anything from them. I didn't need an apology from them. It was just me. It was the groundwork, right? The beginning phases of me taking accountability for my life and the damage that I've caused because they didn't deserve that. And I didn't want them to relate to love negatively based on the experience they had with me. Because some of you guys out there are having experiences with people who were kind of like I was. They're treating you a certain way, and the reason that they're treating you a certain way has nothing to do with you. It has to do with them. But because they're still treating you that way, you're internalizing it, and you're allowing it to affect your ability to move forward courageously towards the love that you desire. Now, it's unfortunate that not everybody is going to go and take responsibility and accountability for the way that they've hurt you and the shit that they do to you. Not everybody can do that, right? And it was difficult for me to do it. I'm going to be honest with you. It's really hard. It's really hard to know that you've hurt somebody and you were basically a shit stain. Not intentionally. I wasn't trying to be a shit stain. And when I was with them, I loved them. But, it's just when it got scary, I hit the abort button, which is very hurtful for them. They didn't really understand. But, I took accountability because something inside of me said, this is the best thing to do. This is the right thing to do. Not because it's the easy thing to do. And that's not me tooting my horn, but do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. Right? So I hope that story makes sense for you, if that makes sense for you guys. Just me sharing a little bit from my own life, just so that you guys know that when I come out here and I'm sharing all this stuff with you guys, and I sound very intense and very direct, and I get off on these big rants and these tangents, and I'm sharing all this information with you, and maybe some of you could give two shits less, and that's fine. You don't have to, but understand where it's coming from. It's coming from somebody who's fucked up a lot in their life, and they've been hurt a lot in their life. I'm just as human as you guys are, by the way. I'm just as human as all of you. And that's why I'm so passionate about these things and why I want to share them with you. Because I want you guys to find love. I want you to be happy. I want you to be fulfilled. And not come out here to fucking tarot land and just keep getting random readings and breadcrumbing yourself and dangling the carrot and going, well, and I've used this analogy many times, but it's kind of like, this is what a tarot reading is for most people. Here's the carrot. And it's like, the thing that you want is the carrot. And every time you reach for it, it's like, oh, I can't get it. Out of my reach. Oh, I can't get it. Oh, I can't get it. Oh, I can't get it. Every time you reach for it, it's just out of reach, right? And that's what a tarot reading essentially is for many people. It's just like this hope that you get, like, well, what's going to happen? And you're breadcrumbing yourself because you're hoping that the cards will tell you that something that you desire is going to come to you. Everybody wants a positive reading. Everybody wants a good reading. Everybody wants to hear that some good thing is going to come their way and something good's going to happen. And even if the cards do, even if you do get a positive, good reading, it doesn't guarantee that that's what's going to happen. It's just essentially forecasting potentials and possibilities, not necessarily realities. And the only certainty about anything that we can give is a certainty of the things that we give ourselves when we step into our power. And I don't see this lightly. I'm just saying it from experience as someone, like I said, who's been through a lot of shit, like most of us, maybe most of you have. So I'm no different. I'm no better. I'm just somebody that made a commitment to doing my work, personal development, spiritual growth. And part of my call and mission in life is to share that knowledge and that information with whoever is willing to listen. So anyways, I hope that was helpful for you. And yeah. So Mariana, you're up next. And thank you, for being our initiator tonight, for setting the tone, if you will. And cheers, everybody. Also, just want to say, for everybody that's new to the channel, welcome. I am Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. This is Human Innovation Tarot. If you are impatient and you do not want to wait in line, there are links in the description for donations. My payment information is there. You can skip the queue if you desire. You certainly do not have to. General, please, for Mariana. Okay. Mariana. Okay, so we have the harmony card, which essentially this is temperance energy. And then we have temptation, which is basically the devil energy. Interesting. Okay. So Mariana, you may want to, I hope I'm saying that name correctly. I'm assuming that's how we pronounce it. So I'm going to go with it, but authority. Okay. So you have a lot of major energies coming out here. Each one of these cards so far is the equivalent of a major arcana. So as I mentioned, you may want to go into the description box and download the free guide. And so far, you've got the Emperor, you've got the Devil, and you have temperance energy here. So you can go down this, you can go down this list, and you can use these questions, which will be beneficial for you, potentially. So just a reminder there. And that's for everybody. It's a free download. It may give you more insights. What does Mariana need to know, please? Wow, you have another one. Okay, this is crazy. Every card that's coming out is a major. Every single one. So now you have the Wheel of Fortune energy, and then you have the Moon. So you're going through some major shit. Now at the bottom of the deck, we have Deception and Envy. Underneath that, we have another major, which is essentially the Fool. And then we have the Crown Chakra underneath that. Rejoice and Celebration underneath that. And then the Throat Chakra. So yeah, you're going through essentially like a recalibration potentially here. There's two major energies here. No, I'm sorry, there's three. So the first energy that this is applying to is you, which is the most important because, it doesn't matter what's coming up in your life or what's going on in your life. What matters more than all of that is who we are and who we're becoming as we continue forward in our journey, right? So whatever the experience of life that we're having, who we are within that experience is more important than the experience itself. Because again, if we're in a powerless position, then it doesn't matter if the experiences is good or bad. If it's good, then chances are we're not going to really experience the fullness of the goodness of that experience because we're powerless. If it's a bad experience and we're powerless in the bad experience, then we're basically 10xing the badness of that experience. I know that's not a word, but you get the point. We're just going to make a bad experience even worse because we're powerless within the bad experience. So that's the first thing. It's about your spiritual development. That's the first energy that this has to do with. And I'm going to break all this down so it makes sense. The second thing has something to do with, well, I'm going to get clarity because I'm not exactly sure if it's tied to you internally or something outside of you. But you got the essentially, quite literally, you have the angel on one side of your shoulder and you got the devil on the other side of the shoulder. That kind of analogy here, which is why you have deception and envy here. Are you listening to the angel or are you listening to the devil? Because you're being pulled in two directions here. And it has something to do with something going on in your life here. And I'll have to try to get clarity about what that is. Now, the emperor energy here in the middle has to do with how you choose to show up. Being the leader of your own life, the emperor. Are you in charge or are you not in charge? Are you being a powerful person or are you not being a powerful person? Destiny is essentially saying, hey, this is something that was fated essentially to happen. Like it's one of the cycles and seasons of life. So you've arrived at this point in your life where this was inevitable. You were going to go through this experience one way or the other. And then we have the shadow, which is the moon card, which could be lots of different things. The obvious thing is fears, deception, illusion. It's tied to the deception energy. So we'll have to figure out, I'm going to have to figure out what specifically this is in relationship to. But underneath that, we have new beginnings, which is the Fool card. So it's essentially saying there's lots of possibilities here, depending on what you choose to do, depending on whatever this reading is about, which, we're kind of doing it backwards because I don't know what it's about yet, but I'm going to find out in just a second. One thing that I do know that it's about is your connection to the divine, because you have the crown chakra here. So it's again, it goes back to everything that I was saying way back at the beginning of this reading. And this is probably going to be a similar reading for many people, potentially. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this, something similar doesn't come out for many of you, because of everything I said about us being in the 9 universal year. For some people, this year is going to be one of the best years of your life. For others of you, it's going to be one of the worst years of your life. Why? Because of this one card right here. Are you spiritually awakened? Right? And that's essentially what the divine is doing. When Pluto moved into Aquarius, first of all, let's talk about Pluto for 2 seconds. What is Pluto? Pluto is the death card. That's essentially what Pluto is. It's all about transformation, bringing up shit to be dealt with. It's a difficult energy potentially, and so Aquarius is depending on how you look at it, has to do with social norms, fitting in, right? Groupthink. I mean, it's more complex than that, but I'm just giving you like a very, very summarized nutshell version here. So when Pluto moved into Aquarius, which is going to be here for the next 20 years, and then we're starting this year off, this whole new cycle off, we're starting in a 9 energy, which is again about endings, death, transformation, clearing the decks, and preparing for 2026, which will be a 1 universal year, which starts a whole new 9-year cycle. So what the divine is trying to accomplish here within all of us is a great awakening. The divine wants as many of us as possible to get on our spiritual path and stop prioritizing superficial things. I did a reading. I did a reading on my channel. Let me find the name of the video. So it's like the last one that I just updated or uploaded. It's called no, I'm sorry, that's not it. It's called Manifest Anything Part 1 and Manifest Anything Part 2. I'm sorry, so that's not the most recent video, but it's like the 3rd most recent video that is updated. And in the Part 2 video, Manifest Anything Part 2, at the end of that reading, I basically look at where we are collectively with our energy. And, it's essentially, it was like the star pattern that I was laying the cards out in. If you guys haven't watched that, you can just go, I mean, obviously recommend watching both videos, but you can go to Part 2 and you can skip towards the end where you're seeing me pulling the cards. It won't make a whole lot of sense to you if you don't watch the video, because you won't know what I'm talking about. But basically, I'm looking at how we need to all balance our energy to be in alignment with the things that we desire, right? And so when you look at the star, basically you have the 4 elements that our world is made of, which is, the wands, the cups, the swords, and the pentacles. And each one of those things represents earth, fire, air, water, your emotions, the mind, the tangible, and all that kind of stuff, right? But then you have the 5th element, which is spirit, which is at the top of the star. So in the reading, basically, when I got down to the pentacles, I saw that basically unfortunately where the collective is out of balance is everyone is tangibly focused, superficially focused. We're focused way too much on tangible shit, whether it's money, whether it's looks, just anything tangible, because the devil card was out on the table. That was the imbalance. And so collectively, the divine is like, hey, you guys are out of balance here. You're too worried about your money. You're too consumed with money, looks, and superficial material shit, right? It's out of balance. You're not focused enough on spiritual things. That's why most of the world is declining right now, and why we lose our shit the minute things become materially uncertain, whether it's politically or whatever happens, right? We had COVID, we had government shit. It's like all these things, inflation, and it's created so much fear because we have been overly focused and overly consumed with the tangible. And then you have social media and all the negative effects of basically, pushing this ideal of like what we're supposed to look like and having the perfect body and superficial and all this kind of shit, right? It's too superficial. It's too consumed with devil, which is, the devil card is about disconnection from spirit. That's why you have the upside down pentagram. The star is pointing down to the earth, which means disconnection from spirit and an obsession with material things. So this energy that we're in for this year is like, we're going to deal with this shit, whether you want to or not. So for those that are not willing to release all of that shit, it's going to be a very tough year. For those of you that are on board with like, hey, you know what? Cool. I'm going to focus on my connection to the divine. It's going to be a very great year. So that's why this card is here for you, Mariana, is because essentially the divine is working that process out in you and it's trying to show you. And that's why this wrestling energy is here. Essentially, it's like, okay, well, there's a tug of war inside of you right now. Essentially, where the divine is like, hey, I'm calling you to a higher place. I'm calling you out of your fears, your doubts, your insecurities, and your struggles, and all this shit. Being overly consumed with the troubles of the 3D physical world. Right? It's like we can only be hypnotized so long in the illusion of the illusion of the shit that we think is so real when it's just not. And I'm not saying that there aren't effects, so to speak, but the effects are only as profound and powerful or effective as the amount of power that we give them. Where your focus goes, energy follows. So if you're going to pour gasoline on the fire of your problems and the superficial shit because that's what you're focused on, then yeah, you're going to have a fucking forest fire of problems. Well, when you connect to the divine, that's where, as the good book says, the peace that surpasses all understanding, because you're connected to the divine. And all of a sudden, you start to see through the illusion, you start to see through the bullshit, and you get access to all the resources that you need for any type of problem that you could have. It's like you have a financial dilemma, no problem. The divine has an answer. You have a relationship dilemma, no problem. The divine has an answer. Oh, you need something? Cool. The divine will provide. Ask, seek, knock. It's spirituality 101. It's all the same shit that all the great spiritualists have been saying all along. But again, the divine has two non-negotiables. It will not violate our free will, and it will not give us anything that's not in our highest good. And so if our free will, our conscious awareness, the ability to choose where we're focusing our free will is on problems and on material things or, the chaos in our life, then the divine has to essentially, accept that. It's like, hey, that's what you're choosing to be focused on. I can't force my involvement because that's your choice, right? It doesn't mean that the divine won't try to, get your attention and throw out, some synchronicities there to help us get on our path. But when those messages and those opportunities come, we have to take them. And then we have a choice. It's a fork in the road. It's like, well, I can choose my highest path. I can get on the path of, my highest calling and purpose and mission and all the things and all the good shit that comes on that path. Or I can stay focused out here on the 3D material world, my problems, the chaos and the illusion and the matrix and all the shit. So what is this about for Mariana here? Because there's a potential here for some really good shit, by the way, for you. I don't know exactly what, but there's a potential opportunity for something profound. The most profound thing that I see for you, though, is you changing the person that you are. So this reading for you is mostly about your personal growth, your personal development. And most people would think that that's boring. It sounds boring, and I understand why it sounds boring. Because it's not highlighting something that maybe is a specific desire that we have. Like, so if you're really, if you came here and you're like, man, I was really hoping that the divine would highlight love because that's the thing I really want inside. It's like, well, okay, it might seem kind of boring that the divine is like, yeah, we're going to talk about personal development, personal growth. And you're like, man, I was hoping that this would be a reading about love. It's like, well, but you transforming and you focusing on your personal development, personal growth is the thing that's going to get you to the love that you want, right? And so it's not putting the cart before the horse. In other words, the divine knows exactly what it's doing because it's always got your highest good in mind. And when we surrender to the thing that's in our highest good, we get the thing that is in our highest good. You want the perfect spouse, you want the perfect job, you want the more money, you want whatever, what do you want? Well, the divine's like, I'm going to give it to you, right? So you've been stuck. We have the stuck card out here, which, I'm not surprised to see that because those two cards are there. I knew that, with the devil on one side and the angel on the other. Then we have secrets here, which is interesting energy. Something in your life has felt deceptive. I don't know what it is. You will know. We got the moon card, we have secrets, and we have deception and envy. It could be a relationship. Now, technically, this is Sagittarius energy. Technically, this is Capricorn energy. Technically, this is Aries energy. Technically, this is Cancer, Pisces energy. So, I don't know. You could be dealing with one or more or multiple people. I don't know. We have influence here. So the influence energy is basically, it's talking about the impact that this situation is having on you, which right now it seems to be having a more negative impact than probably not. But tell me more though. Give me the point here. Like what is this really about here? Okay, yeah, not a line. So I feel that this has to do with a relationship. We have the divine masculine at the bottom of the deck, which is Aries energy as well. So I feel like this is having to do with you and somebody. It feels like a relationship to me. And I feel like maybe you're hung up on this person, you're stuck. There could have been lies, there could have been deception here. Obviously, we got this masculine figure at the bottom of the deck. We have the calling card. The calling is about you, the divine, getting your attention and saying, hey, I know that this thing that you're going through, you think is like the thing that needs all your time, energy, and resources. But the divine is saying, hey, I'm trying to get your attention, crown chakra, to redirect you and say, hey, this thing that's not actually not in alignment for you, I'm trying to show you, I'm trying to teach you, I'm trying to show you why this person isn't in alignment for you, and how you can find the treasure in the pile of shit and apply it to yourself and get on the path so that I can bring the thing to you that would actually be in your highest good. You're going through some type of loss right now, but then you have Genesis here. So you have new beginnings twice here. The divine wants to help you get on the path of overcoming whatever this loss is, this deception, this misalignment here, so that you can have a new start here. And the new start that the divine wants to take you on has been a long time coming. I sense that intuitively. And so, but there's a choice here. So your reading is all about Mariana. Your reading is all about a choice, basically. It's not in a card, but it's implied. Will you answer the call? This is the most important card right here. Will you answer the call? And answering the call essentially means turning away once and for all from the life as you've known it, basically. Focused on the 3D, focus on the matrix, focus on the non-spiritual life. This is about you answering the call of your soul, your highest path, the meaning and purpose of your life, prioritizing the divine, the connection to the divine inside of you. It's you turning inward to find your power. And when you get connected to the divine inside you, you're going to get connected to the call and the purpose, the mission of your life, the meaning of your life, and lots of other things that you probably didn't know existed within you. Gifts, talents, creativity, abilities, all kinds of cool shit. And as you get connected to those things, those resources, and you begin to transform and evolve, the love and the man and the relationship that's right for you, all of that's going to begin to take shape and take form. Also, there's something that's not, it's not a card, it's just an intuitive thing that I get for you. You're meant to actually go out and do something. You have a creative ability that you're not aware of right now. There's probably foreshadows somewhere in your life where this has shown up for you, but there's some type of creative thing that you're good at that you probably wouldn't know what it is because it's probably been forever. And even if you did think of it, you probably wouldn't think much of it. It will have a profound impact and potentially play a profound role in your future when it's connected to the divine power source inside of you. And I think it's something that would actually be very lucrative for you. And it's also potentially within a specific genre or ballpark where the person that you're meant to be with, that's where that person is. They're in that same type of creative field. They're involved in that kind of thing. Like, something like that. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's almost kind of like saying, like, if you went through like a spiritual awakening and then you discovered that you were meant to be an artist or something, right? Like you're really good at painting or something. And then you're like, well, cool. I'm going to go out and I'm going to go to like a painting expo or a painting class, or I'm going to go somewhere, right? And you're just going there because you're genuinely like, I'm just here to like get my paint on. And you go to this class and unassumingly, boom, there's your soulmate. You meet them. You have no clue that was going to happen. It was a divine appointment, hence the destiny card. So the divine is like literally all around you, trying to help you, like nudge you onto a path right now. It's like trying to like really push you and detour you onto the path that's on your highest good. But I feel like right now you're kind of confused because you're stuck. You're stuck between two worlds because of whatever happened to you in your past. And you're human. We're all human. So I'm not saying that to be insensitive, like no one does anything perfectly, but I'm just pointing it out because it's here in your reading. So what's coming up for you, potential opportunity for transformation, and whether or not you answer the call will kind of determine what unfolds for you. So it's really a decision that's being left in your hands in terms of where you're gonna, where you're gonna focus. What are you gonna focus on? You can focus on this thing it's not aligned for you, or you can focus on your connection to the divine and your spiritual growth, and that will lead you into everything moving forward through this year. And in doing so, you'll be one of the people that's in the good group of people. And what I mean by that is, like I've said a few times now, this year, for most people, this year is going to be one of the best years of your life. For most people, or for other people, it's going to be one of the worst years of their lives. And so you can be in the group of people where this potentially is the best year of your life because you've made the connection to the divine your priority. And that's how all of us get into the good group. Like, hey, I want this year to be the best year of my life. Get connected to the divine. Make the divine your focus, your connection to your source, whatever that means for you. When you prioritize that, then you're going to be moving to be in that group of people. If you're not, you're focused on the chaos, you're focused on the matrix, you're focused on the bullshit, you're focused on materialism, you're focused on all the same shit, then this year could potentially be one of the worst years of your life. It's just a black and white deal. I don't make the rules. I'm just the messenger. But that's what's coming up for you, Mariana. I hope that makes sense. Roberto, ladies and gentlemen. Roberto is here. Roberto, you may ask your question, my friend. You're so welcome. What kind of year does the card say 25 will be for me? He's like, 21 through 20. Yeah. It was a shit show for a lot of people, man. What do I want to use? Cheers. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. So, Roberto, for you, the theme of the year for you really, hold on, let me put this up here. There's a side story underneath this underneath the deck here, which I'm going to talk about in just a second. But let me get through the major part of the reading for you first, and then I'll touch on this really quick. So the theme of the year for you is all about your spiritual and personal development here. So the travel card is about progress, essentially. This is what this is. It's a metaphor of progress, making leaps and bounds in your personal and spiritual transformation. I'll just give you an example from my own life really quick. So 2 years ago, the beginning of 2023, yeah, that's 2 years ago. My math is still bad. I had just got out of a serious relationship, an unfortunate set of circumstances, and I had gotten a reading from my dear friend. A lot of you guys know her, Trudy over at Soul Tribe Tarot. She's basically the reason I'm even out here, essentially doing tarot, which is another story for another time. But I got a reading from her back in February of 2023. And essentially, she told me something that, if I'm being honest, I didn't want to hear it. You know, it's like, I really feel like this year you're supposed to basically just like focus on your personal growth and this, that. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, that's all I ever do. Like, that's all I'm doing is like constantly just focusing. But I had this resistance to it because I didn't understand that even when you're involved in something that you do frequently, we always have blind spots, right? So the best of the best of the best of the best at anything have blind spots, right? So I'll just use a generic, a generic analogy. So whether you're Michael Jordan, the GOAT of the NBA, or whether you're Tom Brady, the GOAT of NFL football, like whatever, pick your person. The person who's supposed to be like the best of the best at the thing that they do. Well, even the people that are the best at a certain thing, they still have blind spots. So, Michael Jordan had to rely upon Phil Jackson, his coach, to basically, see where he could improve, even though he's essentially the best at the game. Same thing with Tom Brady. He had whatever, Pat Belichick or whatever that guy's name was. And so I was in a similar place. It's like, man, I focus on my personal development, my spiritual growth all the time. But yet the divine was telling me, this was, back in 2023, this year, really, you need to focus on your spiritual growth. And I was resistant to it because that's not what I wanted. What I wanted was other things. I didn't want to just focus on personal and spiritual growth because I was like, man, I've been focusing on this shit for like the last 11 years. But I didn't understand why until I submitted myself to the process, because as I submitted myself to the process, first of all, I tried something that I had never tried before. And so I get a different result. And so the divine was like, you see, you were resisting this, but because you thought that you knew where I was going to take you. You were resisting it because you made an assumption about something that I was wanting to do within you that was for your highest good. And so I learned a lesson in that. It's like, well, when the divine comes to me and says, hey, I think this is what you should do, instead of resisting it, I should listen to it. Because the divine always knows what's in my highest good. It sees all my blind spots. It knows the path of least resistance. It knows how to get me to the things that I desire. And it's just, life is so much fucking easier when we're in this state of collaboration and surrender, so to speak, to the fact that the divine's got our back, the universe has our back, and knows what we need to get us to where it is that we really want to go, right? But we're human, and we have resistance. We get impatient and all the different things. So for me, I submitted myself. I surrendered. I chose. I didn't want to. In fact, I remember thinking to myself, I was like, there's no way that I'm going to do this for a whole year. I said, because this was a reading that I got in February, again, 2 years ago. I was like, I'll do it for 30 days. I'll submit myself to this process for 30 days, and then I'm going to go do whatever the fuck I want. And the divine's like, cool, you can do whatever you want right now. And I'm like, I know. So I'm going to 30 days. And then 30 days turned into 2 years. 30 days turned into 2 years, because once I got on board and I got moving, and then I started to see the results of where the divine was taking me, I got it. And I was like, oh my God, like, I don't want to get off the ride. Now that I'm on the ride, I don't want to get off it. And so I've been in that place now ever since. And I'm in this place now for the first time in my life where I'm just in the same place that I was 2 years ago when I started. I'm in surrender. And I'm like, I realized that this is the place I've always needed to be. And the divine's like, exactly. This is the beauty of the spiritual journey. So much less stressful, so much more empowering, so much more freedom. And then you step into the person that you're truly meant to become all along. And in my opinion, that's the greatest gift and the greatest blessing of all, because you're so happy, you're so fulfilled within yourself. You don't need anything outside of you anymore. It doesn't mean that you don't want something outside of you. You just don't need it anymore. And there's a huge, huge difference. Huge difference in feeling like you need something outside of you to fulfill you, versus fulfillment just being who you are and going, man, it'd be cool if I had that. It'd be cool if I had that. It'd be cool if I had that. And boom, maybe I want that. Maybe I'll go create that. Maybe I'll go over here and do that. Or maybe I'll just come out here on YouTube land and connect with people who are humans just like I am. And I can just come out here and I can be a messenger of the divine, and I can share my wisdom, my experience, and the things that I've gone through. And maybe, hopefully, it'll resonate and help somebody. You know, and for me, that's why I've come out here in the past, and I'll sit here in this chair for 11, 12 hours straight until my body can't do it anymore. Because time doesn't exist anymore. I'm in the pinnacle of my fulfillment. I can sit here forever. And if I didn't need to go to sleep, if my body wouldn't betray me, I could sit here and just melt until my computer melts, until the internet melts, until YouTube is like, all right, well, you've been on way too long. You broke the internet. I could do it. That's the power. When you get connected to the thing that you're supposed to do, it's endless. It's infinite energy. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, but you're definitely satisfied. You're definitely fulfilled. And that's the journey that you're being asked to go on, Roberto. And so the travel is representing the journey. Recovery is representing the genre. Basically, it's talking about your spiritual and personal development. And paradigms has to do with the reprogramming of your beliefs and your mentality, the way that you perceive life, your values, your beliefs, the things that have shaped what you think and believe reality to be, your patterns, all of it is what the paradigm is here. And so the divine is wanting to literally transform you into a version of you that you can't even imagine. You've never been that version of you. And there's not really there's not an archetype for it, so that it can't even be compared. I can't say, okay, well, this is what you're going to become, Roberto. It's like the divine is like, no, there's no comparison, because there's nothing out there that it can be compared to. He's just going to have to become he's going to have to become it. And then when he becomes it, he'll experience it, right? So that brings us down here to these cards. So this year for you, the theme of this year is really all about learning, wisdom, knowledge, and really pouring yourself into and investing yourself into your spiritual development here. As a result of that, you're going to continue to experience a more and more peace, inner peace. It's the same thing that I was just conveying to you from my own story. It's like there's a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction where it's not that you don't have desires. It's not that you don't want something more out of life, or that, okay, this is it. This is all that I need. I don't have a greater vision for my life. It's like, no, you have a greater vision for your life, but you're not pulled. Those things are not the things that you look for satisfaction anymore. You're a satisfied being moving forward in your life, just going, well, it'd be cool to have that. It'd be cool to maybe, like you're just led by the divine inside of you. You're not consumed by anything. You don't feel like there's anything missing. There is a sense of fulfillment and abundance and satisfaction now, not later, right? And this is you, this pleasure card. This year is going to be very, very, this is going to be, like I said, this is going to continue to be a theme, so I might as well keep repeating myself and be the broken record. Two groups of people this year. This year is going to be the worst year of people's lives, potentially. This year is going to be the best year for some people's lives. And I'm talking like the entirety of your life. Some people are going to look back on 2025 and they're going to go, that was the worst year of my entire fucking life. The other group of people is going to go look back on 2025 and go, this was the best year of my entire life. Everything changed in 2025 for me. And that's you, Roberto. That's what this card is saying. This year potentially has the opportunity for you to be one of the absolute best years of your life. You will look back on 2025 and go, man, 2025 was the year that it all changed. I'm literally getting tingles right now. And as a result of you applying yourself and diving into this is you emerging. In other words, the you that you will have become by submitting yourself to the process, just like I mentioned in my own journey back in 2023. And there was resistance at the beginning, but I submitted. I submitted myself to the process, and I thought it was going to be for 30 days. But once I got my feet wet and I started to realize the changes, I was like, I want this. I want this now. I don't resist any of it. I want it. This is where I want to be. I don't want to ever come out of this place. Wherever this place is that I'm immersed in, this is where I want to be moving forward in my life. This is how I want my life to be defined. By whatever this force is that's transforming me, this is everything. I've lived my entire life to reach this point where I could experience this. And now, on the other side of it, this is the emergence of me. So you guys are all getting a version of me that I was not 2 years ago. And I will stay in this place. And so for you, Roberto, it's similar. The you that you're going to be as a result of you, surrendering to the work that the divine wants to do in you this year, as this year continues forward, I really feel that you're going to find yourself in a similar place. This transformative energy is going to create a version of you that you've known you've always wanted to be. And there's going to be a deep sense within you where you're like, I've waited my whole fucking life for this. This is that feeling that I've been waiting for my whole fucking life. I didn't have words for it. I didn't know how to pinpoint it. All I knew was the absence of it. That's it. That's all I know. Somewhere inside of me, there was something that was been missing my entire life. And now I found it. The thing that's been missing my entire life, I found it. And when you get connected to it, everything changes. And here's you in your freedom. Forget the word acceptance. This is you. This is you experiencing freedom. And I know it's kind of cheesy. It's kind of like the Titanic, right? This kind of reminds me of. But this is essentially you experiencing the freedom. It's just like nothing holding you back anymore. And you're so alive, you're so happy, and you're so free. It's just you and the divine. And then underneath that, you can't make this shit up. New beginnings. And this is very interesting because look at these two cards. They're both, this person's riding a bike like a little kid, happy, excited, out through the cosmos. And then we have another figure here that's just on this boat sailing through the cosmos. So it's just this ease and flow and effortlessness here. So that's the theme of the year for you. If you submit yourself to it, you have a choice. You know, like I've mentioned, the divine only has 2 non-negotiables. It's not going to violate your free will. It's not going to give you anything that's not in your highest good. So it's up to you to decide what you want to do. Now, really quick, the thing at the bottom of the deck, there's something in your life that potentially may come around. It could be a relationship. It could be something, I feel like potentially a relationship. I don't know. There's a second chances here. There's destruction here. And then we have pause. And then we have the matrix. So I could be wrong, but I feel like this is a relationship related thing. So somebody potentially from your life may come back around. This person is not good for you. Okay. They're going to come back. They are not spiritually awakened. That's what the matrix is saying. So you're going in a direction potentially. If you choose, you answer the call, you get on the path, you're focused on your spiritual growth. This person is not. This person completely just plugged into the matrix, not spiritual, not on that same path at all. And so this pause energy is the divine saying, if and when, and there's always the if, because that person has free will too, but the possibility or the potential of it is strong enough for it to show up in the reading. Whatever this thing is, whether it's a person, situation, I don't know, I feel like it's a person, they come back, just know that they will cause you destruction. That's why the destruction card is here. The divine wants you to take a pause to really think about whether or not you want to go there. So there's really 2 energies attached to this matrix card. It's up to you. You know, do you want to take the blue pill or the red pill? Do you want to let this person back into your life, or do you want to not let this person back into your life? So you're going to have a decision to make with whoever this person is. And the divine really wants you to think about if you want to take that back or not because of this. Because this is exactly what it's going to lead to. And I'm just here to tell you right off the bat. Right? So, you know, this person, and I'm not saying that this is I'm not implying that this is a bad person. And a lot of times that's the implication that comes through in a lot of readings for people. A tarot reader will go, oh, look, this person is toxic. They're the devil, this, that, and the other. It's like, well, no. It doesn't mean that the person themselves is a terrible person. It just means that the effect that that person has on your life might be destructive. You know, that person is just as human as the rest of us. It's just sometimes, you know, certain people are not meant to come together. We're not aligned. And trying to force, you know, square peg in a round hole can have a destructive effect. So there's just a warning here is the best way I know to say it. Okay. And again, it's not 100%, but I'm going to put it like 70%. There's a 70% chance that something from your past is going to come back, and you need to think long and hard about allowing it to come into your life again. Otherwise, it might blow up on you. And that'll set you back. You know, it'll set you back hard. So the divine doesn't want you to lose the progress that you're making, or to lose this momentum, right? Like, I feel that there's some momentum behind you right now. And if you ride the wave, that momentum is going to pick up for you, and you could accelerate your spiritual growth this year. But whatever this past thing is, the second chance energy is attached to, that's a distraction, and it'll set you back. And not only set you back, if you let it into your life, potentially it'll blow some shit up. So hopefully that makes sense for you. All right. Where are we at? Oh, is it Miss Priscilla? Am I doing a reading for Miss Priscilla? General for the next 3 months. Okay. What does Miss Priscilla need to know for the next 3 months, please? Interesting. Okay. So right out of the gate, my friend, the divine right out of the gate, it's sort of implied in the cards, but not. Well, as soon as I say it sort of is and it's not, there it is at the bottom of the deck. So now it is implied in the cards. The divine is saying, the divine is wanting you to get back on track. Like, I feel like you, and again, you know, we're all guilty of this, myself included, but I feel like you got distracted for a hot minute. And that distraction kind of got you off the path. And the divine is like, hey, let's get you back on the path. But then, like, let's 10x it. So let's not just get you back on the path, but let's get you on the path, like, for good, basically. And that's really what this timing card in reverse is telling me, is basically, and it's a really bizarre way of explaining the energy, at least in terms of the you know, the title on the card and even the imagery of the card. But it's almost kind of like, you see how when we look at this imagery in reverse, it's like the sand has gone from the top into the bottom, but then it's kind of bottlenecked here. And it's like suspended, like it's not obeying the laws of physics here. It's all just built up here at the bottom. And so it's like stuck. And so now it's like, you know, and then I think, yeah, and there's still a little bit at the top too. So there's sand up here and it's not moving either. So the sand that's at the top isn't falling and the sand that's at the bottom isn't falling either. So it's like things are suspended, if you will. And so like it's kind of like you have been in a suspension mode, basically. Like you got detoured, you got off track a little bit in terms of your spiritual development and being on the path, and it's kind of like, you know, now you might be experiencing or starting to feel some of that suspendedness here. It's like, okay, something inside of me is calling to me, or I sense a longing in me. I'm starting to sense that void, or that thing inside of me that's saying, hey, you know, there's something missing, basically. This card is very interesting. There's so many energies attached to this, because I feel like there's something you've been avoiding. But there's other energies attached to this too. There's a lot. There's a lot of energies attached to this. But there's something that you've been avoiding. And I'm getting a lot of people pleasing. A lot of people pleasing energies coming through right now. Like, I think, and I have to just keep it real with you, my friend, because I always do, but I feel a big part of your energy and a big part of your focus has gotten out of balance because you've been trying so hard to please somebody else that you've forgotten yourself. And there's a part of you that's afraid, and I'm not sure that you're consciously aware of this, by the way, but there's a part of you that's afraid that if you're not constantly focused on making somebody happy, then you could lose them. They're going to be unhappy with you, or it's going to turn into chaos. It's like, so essentially you're neglecting yourself is what I'm sensing. You're really, really, really focused, and it's not for the wrong intention, by the way. I just want you to understand that it's not for the wrong motives or intention. It's coming from a genuine, sincere place in your heart that you genuinely are just trying to love and play full out, you know, in prioritizing somebody, but it becomes imbalanced when it's at the expense of yourself. When you start to neglect yourself, or you lose yourself in the process of pleasing other people. And if we were going to go back to, to the slide from earlier, it would be this. It would be the rescuer, right? It's like when all of your time, energy, and resources are basically centered around, sacrificing yourself to please somebody else. It's that type of energy, right? And so the reason I think that it's coming out in this courage card is because there's a fear attached to, maybe it's not a fear. Maybe fear is the wrong word. I mean, there's a fear. It's definitely in the realm of fear, but maybe fear is the wrong word. It's more like there's a concern. No, that's not the right word either. Okay, I got it. There's a limiting belief. You have a limiting belief that somewhere in your unconscious, there's a belief that, well, if I don't sacrifice myself and I don't give and I don't do, it's like, then I'm not going to be loved. Or it's not this, someone's got to hold the ship together. It's like, whatever that belief is for you, it's in that ballpark. And I think that it's unconscious. Most of our patterns are unconscious and they've been there a long time. But the divine is wanting to bring it into awareness so that it can be dealt with. Because essentially what's happening is, not only is it leaving you in a state of suspension, but if you continue to go, like if you go, this year in this suspended energy, you're going to bottom out. And so the divine is wanting to kind of intercept the worst case scenario from happening, basically. It's like let's intercept it now. Let's deal with it now before it turns into, the worst case scenario here. Right. And so the divine wants you to get back on your spiritual path and start to prioritize yourself in your spiritual growth and trust that you having what I call good selfish. There's good selfish and there's bad selfish. We all know what bad selfish is. Self-centered assholes who don't give a shit about other people, right? But knowing how to take care of ourselves, because we can't give away what we don't have. We can't give from an empty cup. And then the more that we keep trying to give from empty cup, then we're just harming ourselves. But eventually we're going to become bitter, resentful. And if that goes and goes and goes and goes, then eventually we're probably going to change from the rescuer. We're going to stop being the rescuer. And then we're probably going to become the victim. And it's like, well, I gave and 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 I gave, and nobody's giving to me. Why am I always the one giving and giving and giving and giving and giving? Nobody's fucking giving to me. And so then we go into the victim. We're sad, because we don't feel like people are sacrificing themselves and martyring themselves for us the same that we're doing for them. And then after we hang out down in the victim mode for long enough, we realize, well, I'm still not getting my needs met. And so eventually, after however long, then we become this asshole, the persecutor. And then it's like, all right, I'm sick and tired of being walked on. I'm sick and tired of people taking advantage of me. So now we become angry and become pissed. And so now we're the demanding narcissistic assholes where it's like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about anybody but myself. Now we are the bad, selfish person. And so for everybody out there who judges people for being selfish, right? Hurt people. And so just we all understand, if somebody who's ever hurt you and you're like, yeah, they were a narcissistic asshole and this, that, and the other. And I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm not saying that the version, and I'm speaking collectively here, by the way. I'm not just speaking to Miss Priscilla. I'm speaking collectively here. Anybody who's had an experience, I'm not saying that the person who treated you like shit wasn't in their shittiest version or their shittiest self. But judging them without understanding how they got there is pointless. That person didn't just come out of their mother's womb a shitty, horrible human being that wanted to hurt other people. They went through shit. And they kept going through it, and they remained in their powerlessness. And because they stayed in their powerlessness for an extended period of time, the infection inside of them grew and grew and grew and grew and grew and grew and grew until finally they became the very thing that they never wanted to happen to them. So this is how people who get cheated on become cheaters. People who were abused become the abusers. And not a single person that I'm talking to that's in the sound of my voice is impervious to this. Every single one of us potentially could become guilty of this. We're all capable of it. Every single one of us is capable of it. So when you're judging somebody because unfortunately they allowed it to get to that point, and again, I'm not co-signing their bullshit, nor would I ever co-sign bad behavior, and I'm not giving a free pass on bad behavior. Bad behavior is bad behavior. Hurt is hurt. Harm is harm. So I'm not here to justify shitty behavior or shitty people. But I'm saying that if we just simply judge people based on their behavior, then we're lacking spiritual understanding. We need to understand how somebody becomes that way. If for no other reason, so that we don't become that person ourselves. Because we're subject to the same possibilities. If you get abused and hurt and fucked over enough, every time that abuse and you more and more pain and trauma, every time you experience that, if you're not somebody who has prioritized your personal and spiritual development, your spiritual growth, if you're not standing in your power, every time something negative happens to you, you're one step closer to becoming this. You're one step closer to being the thing that hurt you. This person cheated, and they cheated, and they cheated, and they cheated, and they cheated. So eventually you get sick and tired of being the person that gets cheated on, and you're like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to be the one that cheats this time. I'm going to be the person that hurts, to be the one that I'm sick of being punched and kicked and beat down. I'm going to be the one that's doing the ass kicking from now going forward. I'm not going to get my ass kicked anymore. I'm going to be the one kicking ass, because that's what essentially pain and trauma does. It creates more and more and more fear. And then when you reach a threshold, then essentially you're living in self-preservation all the time, which is fight, flight, or freeze, right? And so my point in saying all of this is we have to become aware of our own cycle, wherever you are in this, right? Because if we don't want to become the things that hurt us, it's up to us to stop it. So we are our greatest intervention. No one's coming to save us. We have to participate in our own rescue. So with that being said, going back to you, Miss Priscilla, the divine is wanting to kind of paint a picture of potentially the possibility of a future that you don't want to be a part of because that's not who you are, right? And so the amount of self-sacrificing that you've done, if you don't address this pattern within yourself, then it's going to eventually at some point it's going to turn into resentment. And then as you go into the victim phase, that resentment's going to build until eventually you're done being a victim, because that's even a worse place for you to be in the pattern. And then if that goes for a long time, well, then eventually you just might become, the resentful persecutor. It's like, well, now fuck people. I don't give a shit about people anymore. I tried to care for people once upon a time. No one gave a shit. So now I don't give a fuck about anybody. It's about me, myself, and I. And everybody else can go fuck themselves. That's how people get there. And so the divine is just kind of showing, like painting, like how all this works here, right? Now, transition. This is where the divine wants you to be. The divine wants you to get back on your path. Get back onto the path of where you were in your spiritual journey here, right? And to get out of the illusions, the fantasies, and all the other things. Anything that basically, this is a distraction energy. Anything that's distracting you from getting back on your spiritual path here with the spiritual awakening, right? So the divine is basically like, hey, I want to call you in, to, it was the same analogy that I gave Roberto a second ago, where I said 2 years ago, the divine was like, hey, essentially, this was my reading 2 years ago, not from me. It was from Trudy, but essentially it's the same thing. The divine was basically saying the same thing to me. It was like, hey, look, I need you to get back on your path. I need you to stop focusing on these distractions. And I want to take you through this process of awakening because this is who you're meant to become. There's a renewal here. There's a new you that's waiting to be birthed here. And if you surrender to the process of who it is that the divine is trying to transform you into, your whole life, everything is about to change. But you're going to have to tolerate some degree of discomfort, meaning you're going to have to give up control. And that's very hard for people. It's very, very, very hard for some people to let go, release control, and allow the divine to operate, because that's the spiritual journey. It's one of the things that very few people in spirituality talk about. Every one of us, every single one of us, and I can say this with certainty, it's just like gravity. Gravity is here whether you like it or not. It's a fact. Well, in spirituality, when you're dealing with the divine and your spiritual path and your spiritual development and your spiritual growth, there is a level of uncertainty, which is why they call it faith, right? And faith is essentially just a fancy word for tolerating uncertainty, tolerating things that you can't see, things that you can't control, tolerating the unknown, tolerating, just all of it. Just like, well, I don't know, because we're so fixated on the how and the why. Like, well, how do I do it? How do I do it? We want to micromanage things because if we can have our hands in it and we can control it, then it gives us a sense of certainty. We feel safer. We feel more safe when we can put our hands on things, control things, and be in the driver's seat, basically. When this is all about kind of, Jesus take the wheel. Now, I'm paraphrasing. It doesn't have to be Jesus, obviously, the divine. It's like, I'm going to allow the divine, I'm going to hold the steering wheel. And when the divine takes the steering wheel, I'm going to let go, and I'm going to see what happens. But the steering wheel is still right here. I mean, all I have to do is just basically close my hands, and I've got the steering wheel again. And that's all that the divine is really asking us to do, is saying, hey, just open your hands and see what happens. Or, I don't know, for those of you who have the courage, when you maybe, if you ever rode a bike and you try to learn how to ride a bike with no hands, well, how did you start? Well, you're holding on to the handlebars and you're riding your bike, and you slowly open your hands, and then when you feel something, you grab it again, right? You're like, oh shit. And you grab the handlebar again. And you're like, well, hold on. And then you get a courage to let go, and you just try to do it for as long as you could. You'd see how long you could pedal the bike without holding onto the handlebars. And then if you got scared, you grab the handlebars again. But then you'd start to get more and more courageous. The more you would do it, the more courageous you become. Right? It's like, kind of like a trust fall. And then next thing you know, you're like, wow, I'm going for a long time now. You're just going straight. And you're like, The next thing you know, you're comfortable and you can ride with no hands, right? So there's an element of trust that's always involved in the spiritual journey, because you're dealing with something that it's not natural to the human element, right? You're dealing with something you can't see necessarily, but deep down inside, there's a pull to trust it, though it defies our egotistical logic. So for you, Miss Priscilla, the divine is wanting to take you higher, which is the building is here. So there's something. There's a pattern that's been a long time coming for you. The divine is wanting to break a long time pattern that you'll never have to repeat again. By the way, it wants to just break this pattern, and you'll be done with free of it. Because underneath that, we have lessons here. It's something that you keep having to revisit in your life, and the divine's like, look, let's not do it anymore. Let's just be done with this. And the new you that you're going to become as a result of submitting yourself to this process, this transformation, is going to be. It's going to be like kind of like with me. I can't really put into words. Like, you know, I come out here and you guys see like 1/1,000,000th of who I am as a whole. You're seeing one side of me, the side of me that comes out here and does tarot readings, right? But if you could, you know, if it was like a reality TV show where you were following me around 24/7, there was just a camera everywhere I was going, you could see my thoughts, you could just constantly 24/7 be in my head, be in my heart, be in my emotions, see, you know, you would have a totally different understanding of my experience, right? And so it's hard to explain and describe something that it's hard to explain a transformation that you go through on a spiritual level when I can't give you guys a comparison. I can't go back and say, okay, here's Eddie 5 years ago, and give you all an experience of Eddie 5 years ago. I'm gonna go, but here I am now, so you can see the contrast. And why am I saying this? Because then you would understand why it's beneficial and desirable to go through this transformation. So it's just one of those things where, unfortunately, I lack the words to say it's worth it if you do it. And all I can tell you from my own experience is it's just fucking worth it. And who you are and who you will become on the other end of this experience it's the greatest gift that you'll ever give yourself. Hands down. Hands down. You can't buy this. There's no amount of money. Somebody can't give it to you. It's a gift that only you can give to yourself. And it's, you know, and it's a divine gift. And that experience is different for all of us, even though technically it all leads us to the same place. And that's the paradox. So for you, Ms. Priscilla, the next 3 months, and really I think this year, but you asked the next 3 months, for you, the divine is really wanting you to get back on your spiritual path and focus on your spiritual development, to get out of, you know, the, you know, self-sacrificing, you know, martyrdom, you know, serving other people, doing everything for everybody else but myself, putting myself last, putting other people first, all that kind of stuff. And really, really getting back into your spiritual growth. And something I would say damn near miraculous, and I don't see this lightly, but there's like almost a borderline miraculous breakthrough that you're going to experience. I'm talking like some lifelong shit, deep lifelong shit that right now you would think is impossible. You would think is absolutely impossible for you to be free of this pattern. And you're going to be freed from it. And it's literally going to feel like a miracle has happened for you. So, that's the most important. I mean, that's the major, that's the major thing that the divine is wanting, to do for you. Like the most important thing, I guess I'm trying to say here. Let's see. You're so welcome, my friend. I'm so glad that you came on. I was wondering what you were up to. Lisa's popped in a few times, and I was asking about you. But I lost my social media account, so I lost everything last year, like last September. So I was like, I kept losing all my stuff. I lost my YouTube channel and I lost my social media. I'm like, well, fuck. I just whatever. All right, I gotta go take a leak real quick. My bladder is like the wine's kicking in, but yeah, when I get back, 2K gaming, you are up. And I will leave you guys with this. You guys can think about this while I go to the restroom. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Maria, you're up. I'm glad it's you because I was about to call on you. Divine has been wanting to talk to you for a hot minute. I think the last couple of times you're on here, I was calling for you, and I guess you were asleep or something. But somehow I knew that maybe tonight was going to be the night. See any kids on me? Do I see any kids on you? What do you want to have kids on you? Now, Maria, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. But I have to call something out. I have to call something out. Having a child is not going to help your relationship. A lot of people make that mistake of thinking that, well, if I have a baby with this person, then that's going to fix things. Having a baby with your partner is not going to fix things. No, come out. No. Yeah, that would have been bad. That would have been really bad. What is happening right now? God damn it. Yeah. All right, let's try that again. She's like, skip the child. Well, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's rewind. Let's back up for 2 seconds. It's okay to want to have kids if the reason that you want to have kids is for the right reason. But if there's any part of you at all where the intention for wanting to have the child any part of you that has an intention about having the child is tied to saving or keeping you connected to your partner, then we would need to be honest about that. We would need to be honest about that. Because the truth is what sets us free. And I know that might be kind of like, holy shit, you know, that's intense. It can be intense to have to acknowledge things and admit things sometimes. But if you want a positive result or the best result, we have to be willing to confront hard truths at times. Now, I'm not saying that you know, okay, well, that's okay. No. It's fine. It's okay to ask the question, but I do sense that there's something, you know, we'll let the cards answer, but I was just picking up something there. Hold on 1 second. I apologize, guys. I just had something mind-blowing just happen. Wow. Okay. Okay. This is huh. Okay. This is correct. This is wild. Hold on one sec. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, for Maria. Okay, yeah, this makes perfect sense. Okay, got it. I feel like I got 2 or 3 in here, and then I mean the message is super clear for you. Okay, you can't make this shit up. Whoa. So yeah, you have this building energy here, and then you have this building energy here. So twice. Can't make that shit up. All right. Now technically, this card kind of fell out in reverse, but that's neither here nor there. One more. There's one more in here for you. Come on. There's one more that wants to come out for you. Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't make me do this. Don't make me shuffle forever. Thank you. All right. Here and now. And go the distance. Okay. The message is super clear, and Maria, so the first part of the message, I have to be honest with you. I just keep it real here. So don't shoot the messenger. I don't feel like this is going to be easy for you to hear, because you're very, very, very hard on yourself, extremely hard on yourself. You're very critical to like an ungodly level, like an inhuman level of critical on yourself. And it's a pattern of when things are not going the way that you expect. It's there's actually two patterns, but neither of them are obviously good. One, you self-sabotage. And so there is essentially, you project the expectation. Hold on, let me rephrase that. You project your unfulfilled expectations onto the people and the situations around you, but then consequently you go and then you beat yourself up at it at the same time. So it's like, it's almost kind of like you're, and I don't think that you're consciously aware that you're doing this, by the way. So again, I'm saying this to be as sensitive as I can while also telling you the truth. Okay? So I'm not entirely sure that you're fully aware that you do this. But essentially, it's like you're cursing your reality for not living up to your expectations, but then you're cursing yourself at the same time. So the external world is damned, and then you damn yourself. But the way that you damn yourself is 10 times worse than the way that you're damning the external reality. And so and I can feel your energy. Like you beat the ever-living fuck out of yourself. Like to an ungodly level. Like I don't know if I've ever connected to an energy more where I've felt somebody beat themselves up quite this bad. And I don't say that lightly. Okay? So that's the first thing. And that's all presented here. So here you are in this energy, and this card represents your self-worth, the way that you're relating to yourself. Conversely, next door you have this. There's two energies attached to this. So this essentially is what you're doing to yourself. You crucify yourself, you burn yourself at the stake when essentially things in your life aren't going the way that you expect them to go. But then there's also the external lessons of essentially what you keep going through as a result of this pattern that's going on within you. So, the divine wants to help you basically end a toxic cycle here once and for all. And it has nothing to do with your partner. I know what you're thinking about. Oh, but it does. No, it does have to do with my partner. It has everything to do with my partner. No, it doesn't. You can't control what your partner does. You can't control shit. Only thing you can control is you, yourself. Every single one of us. We are the only thing that we can control. Anything that's outside of your control, at best, maybe we can influence it, but we certainly can't control it. And so when we put the expectation and the burden on things that are outside of our control to be the source of our fulfillment, then we fuck ourselves. We're like this dude burning on fire right here. Because we need to be the source of our fulfillment first. That's us taking our power back. Okay? So, and I've got more to say. We're just kind of dipping our toe in the pond. Okay? But essentially this card right here has everything to do with a vast amount of beating yourself up to an ungodly level, which you don't deserve to do, by the way, and also an extreme amount of self-loathing. And it's ironic because, I don't know, and this is just my observation as a man. In my experience as a man, the more attractive a woman is, the less she believes it herself. Like the most attractive women that I've ever been around or that I've ever been with, they're the ones who struggle to believe their own, like, and I'm not just talking about just the physical attraction, even though that's part of it, but it's just an irony. Like the more beautiful a woman is, it's like the less beautiful she actually feels. It's like a paradox. And then on the other end, it's like, you know, the women who are average or maybe not so beautiful, it's like they're the ones who typically have all the confidence. It's this weird paradox. And I understand it, and I'm not going to go into deciphering and deconstructing that whole pattern because of the way that society and the world works and all that superficial shit. But this paradigm, okay, let's just get to the point here. The paradigm in reverse. This is your beliefs. This card represents all of your current beliefs. And the reason that it's upside down is saying that there's beliefs that you have about yourself, about your life, about your circumstances, about relationships that are not serving you. They're not in your highest good. That's what this energy is saying. And essentially, as a result of having those beliefs, it's also been contributing to this. The negative experiences that you've been having in your life that have not been beneficial for you. The pain of having to, not just the lesson. Lessons are lessons. We're gonna experience lessons no matter what. It's the pain of having to walk through unnecessary fires. You feel like you're burning alive. And a lot of this is self-induced. In fact, most of it is. It's a self-imposed hell. So basically, you put yourself in this purgatory of your own doing without consciously being aware that you've done it. But that's how your beliefs are right now. So the best way I know to describe it, Maria, is right now you have a set of beliefs where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. This is what's called a double bind. A double bind is when we essentially, it's like, I mean, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't energy, but it's essentially when we feel out of control and we feel helpless, but yet we're essentially the ones that are in control. It's a paradox, essentially. So it's a paradox of negatives that are colliding. So it's like instead of, you know, the best of both worlds as the analogy is, it's like the worst of both worlds. So you have this negative and you have another negative and they're collapsing in on you. And so part of it, we believe, the perception is this is happening to me. When the reality is we're the ones who are creating it. We're perpetuating it. But then if we acknowledge that, or if there's any moment where we notice that we're at fault, you demonize, right? So it's almost kind of like, and this is what's profound, Maria, is like you're actually very intelligent. Like your brain works very different than most people. Like you can see things. You have a spiritual perception. You can notice things, and you can sense things, and you can see things, and you're actually very empathic and highly intuitive. The problem is that because your intuition has been misaligned, you've calibrated your intuition towards pain and suffering and self-loathing instead of calibrating your intuition to the divine. It's like, you know, you see everything that's wrong instead of seeing the things that are right. And because you see everything that's wrong, it's like, that's the world that you live in. It's just, I look at and all I see is what's wrong. Well, what's wrong is always available, but so is what's right. And so the divine wants you to learn how to change your beliefs based on a shift in not only your focus but your intuition, because this is probably one of your superpowers. Actually, you have a very, very, very strong intuition. You may not feel that way because right now you don't trust yourself for shit. And when you don't trust yourself for shit, then you're not going to trust your intuition. But that doesn't mean that your intuition actually isn't very strong. It's very strong. It's just, it's tuned in and it's calibrated to very, very limiting patterns and very limiting beliefs. Whereas if you can get your intuition connected back to your divine truth, then it can begin to show you, and where all the tingles are. So almost like if you look at this picture, it's almost like if you take a bunch of yarn or rope or something and it balls up and it gets tangled into a big knot, right? And so then you have to untangle it. Well, your intuition would show you how to untangle a lot of this stuff, or how to prevent it all to begin with. But it has to be connected to the right source. Now, this is where you're at right now in your energy. You're certainty driven, the fortress card. You're focused on protecting yourself at all costs. And it would make sense. The reason that you're focused on protecting yourself at all costs is because you crucified yourself and you burned yourself alive like your whole fucking life. When you burn yourself alive your whole fucking life and you're a highly sensitive person and you have, you've been extremely vicious to yourself, and nobody knows this, by the way, because you don't, you're really good at wearing a mask, and most people have no idea just how hard you are on yourself, but you're extremely hard on yourself. And so, you're trying to protect yourself from all this pain that you go through constantly. And I would say 90% of it is completely fucking unnecessary. There's no reason for you to have to go through the amount of pain that you go through. And most of it, again, is self-inflicted. And it's not, and I'm not saying that there aren't things that happen outside of you. We all go through things outside of us that we can't control, whether it's a spouse, whether it's a job, whether it's a health condition, whether it's the economy, whether it's the world, the government, whatever the fuck. Obviously there are lots of things that we can't control. But in your case, 90% of the hell and misery that you're going through, that you're trying to protect yourself from, is self-induced. And it all ties back to what's going on in your mind. So the investments here, this just has to do with the fact that you're, your mind is looking for a place to point and direct the problem, because you can't take any more self-harm. So essentially this is the pattern. You criticize yourself and you criticize yourself and you beat yourself and you criticize yourself and you beat yourself up. And so then basically when your nervous system has had enough of you beating yourself up, it goes, hey, let's blame something else. You've lashed me to death. 99 lashes, like you beat the shit out of me. Let's blame something else. And so your mind looks for something else to project the problem onto. And so the investments is essentially a metaphor of your life, your relationship, your environment, your family life and all the things. And so now you project the problem onto this to give yourself a break from having to beat yourself up. Therein lies the double bind. Because eventually, when your projection of the problem on this doesn't ease the pain, what inevitably ends up happening is you go back to beating yourself up again. And then after you beat the shit out of yourself and beat the shit out of yourself, beat the shit out of yourself, beat the shit out of yourself, you can't take it anymore. So then you go back to blaming something outside of yourself. And then you blame this, but that doesn't relieve any stress. That doesn't solve any problems. That doesn't get you the result that you're looking for. So you go back to beating yourself and beating yourself. So it's a cycle. This is the pattern. I beat the shit out of myself until I can't take it anymore. So then I go and project my problems on something outside of me to give myself a break. But that's unhappy and that's unfulfilling. So then I go back to beating myself up because, obviously I'm the fuck up. I'm the problem. So you beat the shit out of yourself. So that's the pattern, essentially. Now, this is the hard part, okay? And I'm just going to be honest with you. It's not easy or fun for me to deliver these types of messages. But, you know, I have to be true to my call. I have to be true to my truth. And nothing changes until we're willing to change. And so sometimes the truth, well, not sometimes, the truth is what sets us free. And sometimes we just have to be willing to embrace the hard truth if we want our freedom. If we don't want our freedom, then all right, whatever, fuck the truth. You know, we have free will. We do whatever the fuck we want. But I'm committed to the truth because I'm committed to the call of the divine call of my life. And I'm not here to perpetuate more powerlessness. I'm here to help people find their freedom, to heal, to transcend, you know, to find happiness and fulfillment, peace, love, joy, laughter, all the things. So this building energy, which has shown up twice for you, is actually where the silver lining is. It's like there's so much, like you are, how do I explain this to you? You're like if I took I don't know, shit. Fuck it. I'll just use a card. You're literally you're this far away. Like, and I know this is terrible, but if you look at this card, how thin this card is, maybe I can, nope. Hold on. There we go. How thin this card is. You're this far away. If you look how thin this card is, that's how far away you are from a massive change and a massive shift. So what might feel like for you that it's this huge, massive, intense, crazy, scary thing that's going to require all this work and all these things. And I'm not here to bullshit you and tell you that it doesn't require effort and doesn't require work. I'd be lying to you. But sometimes a 2 millimeter shift changes the trajectory of everything. So for example, if you're on a plane, when a plane takes off, it has an automatic, programming system. So the plane knows that it's supposed to fly from here to wherever it's going. And it locks in to the location of where it's flying to. So essentially the pilots aren't sitting there driving it like a car. They're just monitoring the fact that the plane is basically on autopilot, right? It knows that it's going to fly in this direction. But if planes, didn't have that system and it was up to the pilots to drive it, let's say that the plane was just 10 feet off course, but it has to fly 1,000 miles. Well, that 10 feet differential when the plane takes off is minimal. It's not going to do anything. But over the course of time, that 10 foot of distance being off course 10 feet is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So by the time it's supposed the plane is supposed to arrive at its destination, it might be 500 miles off course, because over time, that tiny little differential, that 10 feet of being off course, which at the beginning wasn't a big deal, over time it compounded and it became a big deal, right? So while it feels like for you, so what does this have to do with you? It feels like the problems that you have are insurmountable. It feels like you're way off course. But the reverse is true. You're actually only a little off course. And there's just minor adjustments, believe it or not, that would have radical effects. If you make a minor adjustment here, you make a minor adjustment here, you make a minor adjustment here, it has the reverse effect. It will compound over time. It's like, it doesn't seem like this is a big deal right now. Like I made a tiny adjustment and it's only giving me this much, it's only making this much of an effect right now. right here, right now, I don't see this huge, massive, whopping change. But a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, 60 days from now, at the end of the year, that's going to compound. And who you are over the course of time of doing something again and again and again is a compounded effect. And so underneath this card, I'm just going to kind of skip forward here. We have this chopped wood, and that's what this is saying. It's saying this building and this building energy is about you realizing that with just a little bit of effort, applying a little bit of effort consistently will lead you into massive, massive, massive change. Because there's a reason why you beat yourself up so bad. And it's another pattern that you're unaware of. The reason that you're so hard on yourself is because you feel powerless to do anything about it. That's the number one lie. If you didn't feel powerless to change that part about you, then you could change that part about you and you get a totally different result. And so the lie that you're believing about yourself is that you don't have the power to change. And that makes you feel powerless to change anything outside of you. If you don't feel like you have the power to change what's going on inside of you, you're sure the fuck not going to feel like you have the power to change anything outside of you. And this is a very common pattern that a lot of people have. And so then what do most people do? They look outside of themselves to be the savior or the fix for the thing that's going on inside of them that only they can fix. That's spiritual responsibility 101. We are all responsible for the shit going on inside of us. But we don't know that because we grew up in a world that teaches us that's not how it works. No. My savior, the love of my life, and this and that, and all the other things are outside of me, and I'm reliant. I'm powerless, and I'm reliant upon something outside of me to tell me how good enough I am, how much I'm worthy, and how lovable I am, and all this and all of that. And and then you can complicate it by having a bunch of children and saying, oh, okay, well, maybe if I have kids, if I pop out a baby, then this baby will depend on me. This baby will need me. This baby will love me no matter what. And it's like, well, maybe not. Some people have kids and their kids hate their fucking guts and they hate their kids' guts. Or wait till your kids becomes a teenager. Wait till they don't want to be around you anymore because they're a teenager. Like, hey, look, yeah, I don't want to, I want to live my own life. And now all of a sudden, they don't need you anymore. It's not the same. So, you might get a little bit of a few years where you can project your need onto something outside of you in the form of a child, right? But the answer, regardless of the situation, the answer is always the same. The answer is we have to participate in rescue. We are our saviors, essentially. No one's coming to rescue you. Nothing outside of you is going to meet your needs, fulfill you, give you the thing, make you the thing, all the things. You have to give yourself that gift. And that's every single one of us. And it's a very, very difficult lesson to learn, depending on what form it takes and where we're at in our spiritual growth and our spiritual journeys. But these two cards here, nevertheless, are very positive because they're saying you don't understand how easy this can be because you've made it so hard because you've been so hard on yourself. So if you could get out of this self-loathing and beating the ever-living fuck out of yourself and you actually eased up on yourself, then you would free up all the resources that you're using to beat the shit out of yourself, and you'd be able to use those resources and utilize those resources for something else. And because you actually are way more fucking powerful than you know, which you just haven't experienced it at the level that you could be, but when you do, you'll realize, oh my God, like, I was this powerful all along? Yeah, you were that powerful all along. Wait, I could have done this my entire, yeah, you could have done this your entire life. Like, wow, holy shit. Like, I'm actually kind of a badass. And that's not egotistical or like, look at me, but it's like, yeah, you're kind of a badass. And when you can be a badass for you, then you get to show up and be a badass for other people. And that's where the name of the game changes. And this is this is the art of becoming love. Because there's no amount of beating yourself up that will ever get you love. You just can't. You can't bully yourself enough to get love, and you certainly can't bully yourself enough to get love outside of you either. Which brings us to the truth be told. What is the truth? What is the truth that needs to be told? It's the truth that needs to be told that you're in denial about. And what do I mean by that? Sometimes we have to be willing to look at the skeletons in our closet because we can't change anything that we're unwilling to look at. We can't change things that we're unaware of. And the things that we choose to be in denial of, the things that we choose to take responsibility and accountability for, then okay, we're going to continue to get what we get, right? It's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing and expecting a different result because, we feel like we're stuck in something that we can't get out of, but yet, we're the one that's got the key. You want to get out of the jail, use the fucking key. Or actually, there is no door. You're inside of a prison that has no door. There's no door in the prison. You walk out any fucking time you want. Right? It's just, do we want to give ourselves permission to walk out of the prison? Or there's another saying, the treasure you seek is in the cave you fear to enter. What are we so afraid of? What's so scary about looking at the parts of ourselves that would give us the freedom that we all deserve? It's our God-given, it's our divine birthright. And really, what it is that we're looking at is just lies and bullshit anyways. It's the fact that it's the fear of believing that the thing that we're looking at, that we're in denial of, is actually true. Because we're afraid that if we look at it and we acknowledge it, that it will be true. It's like, well, what if I am a piece of shit? What if I don't deserve love? What if I'm unlovable? What if I am broken? What if I am ugly? What if I am fat? What if I am stupid? What if I am fill in the blank? And until we're willing to look courageously at the thing that we're afraid of looking at, we'll never have power over it. We can never conquer it. We can't fix something that we're not willing to look at. And that's just a simple black and white thing, right? And so that's the truth that needs to be told, is the thing that we're in denial of. Is like, we have to stop bullshitting ourselves. Stop fucking lying to ourselves and pretending, that somehow things are magically going to get better one day. Or that somehow, somebody or something is going to rescue us, or somebody's going to swoop in one day and love you just the right way and provide for you just the right way and give you just everything the way that you want it, so that eventually you can feel happy and you can feel fulfilled, when it was our job all along to give ourselves that fulfillment. But the beauty is we don't have to do it by ourselves, because we have the infinite power of the divine, what we all could be connected to, which is there to assist us. But, again, the divine will not violate. It's got two non-negotiables. It won't violate. It won't violate our free will, and it won't give us anything that's not in our highest good. And so most of us are using our free will in such a way where the divine can't help us, because it's like, hey, you're choosing this. And the divine's like, I have to let you choose that. That's your free will. I have to let you choose to create a life of misery and suffering for yourself, even though that's not what I want for you. And deep down inside, that's not what you want for you. But as long as you're choosing it, that's the reality that you've chosen. And so that's the experience that you're going to have. And so if you're willing to embrace the truth, then this truth can set you free. But you have to be willing to embrace this truth. And when would be a good time? Here and now. Now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time to look into the scary closet where all the skeletons are, of all the things that you haven't wanted to look at because you're afraid that they're going to be true. I'm a piece of shit. I'm ugly. I'm not lovable. I'm this. I'm not good enough. Blah, 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 all the things. And am I going to tell you that your nervous system is going to be, really excited to go do this? Hell no. It's going to scare the shit out of you. And the reason it scares the shit out of you is because there's a part of you that actually believes, paradigm, actually believes it's true. And when you actually believe that it's really, 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 really true, you're going to experience it in your body like it's really, really, really true. But the only way to see that it's not really, really true is to actually go and look at it. It's the Wizard of Oz. If you've ever seen the Wizard of Oz, you know, Dorothy gets to the end. She goes through the whole story and finally gets to the end. The big badass, scary wizard. And what ends up happening? Her little dog Toto runs up behind the curtain and moves the curtain, and there's a skinny little fat midget back there. That's it. There's this tiny little fat guy that was projecting himself to be the all-powerful, scary Oz. And that's essentially what you're doing. Your job is to just go look behind the curtain and go, oh, there's nothing scary back here. And then once you realize there's nothing scary, your nervous system's going to get on board and you're like, holy shit, there was nothing scary. It's like, yeah, I know, there's nothing scary. And then all of a sudden, it's like the house of cards crumbles, right? Like when you pull out, you set the domino effect, right? It's like you knock over the first domino, the rest are going to collapse. It's like all the other fears that are connected to the core fear, they all start to disintegrate too. That's why I said earlier, it's a 2 millimeter distinction. Because you only have a couple of fears that you've been invested in, where when you realize that those fears are not really real, they're not as real as you've made them out to be. I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but you believe these fears to be real. The minute you realize they're not real, it's like all the other fears that are attached to them are going to be wiped out. So it's like you literally just killed like 100 birds with one stone. You confront one fear and you killed 1,000. Then we have go the distance. And the go the distance is about your willingness to just basically have courage and faith in to take action. Scary action. Like doing it scared, basically. That's what courage is. It's not the absence of fear, it's doing the thing scared shitless sometimes. And there's a part of you that's going to resist this. I'm going to tell you. Because you have habituated yourself to this pattern of beating yourself up for so long that there's a part of you that doesn't know who you will be without it. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's just how this shit works. When you have habituated a certain type of pattern your whole life, and this is, I'll give you an example. People who stay in toxic relationships. I mean, really toxic relationships. I'm talking about there was somebody who beats their face in. Domestic violence, right? Punches their person, knocks their teeth out, throws them down the stairs, drags them by the hair across the house, smashes their face into the wall, beats the ever-living shit out of them all the time. And people are like, well, why would you stay in a relationship with that person? Because they're more afraid of what the unknown is than they are of leaving their abusive environment, toxic environment. In other words, they're so used to the violence that it's predictable. And if they can predict it, they feel safe. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I know it's bad. I know they beat the living shit out of me. And I know that, they could basically kill me. And I know it's extremely violent, but it's predictable and I'm used to it. It's way more scary for me to leave the abusive relationship and venture out into the unknown than it is for me to stay here, even though it's completely violent. Right? That's kind of an extreme example, but that's how that shit works. We get habituated to our patterns, and so we don't know who we are without them. And so when it's time to confront them, it makes it very difficult. It's very, very difficult for some people to confront these patterns. It's very scary because we've been a certain way for so long. Our nervous system going, oh, I don't know. It's like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? And so this is literally a trust exercise. But all of the things, Maria, all of the things in your life right now that you perceive as the problems are not the problems. The problem is in here. It's not your relationship. Nothing out here. The biggest problem, I'm not saying that you don't have any problems out there, that there's no problems, but it's not the important problem. The number one problem is a problem going on in here. And when you take control of this and you work on this, these other issues out here will change as well. And they certainly won't be as impactful or, as they are right now. Because everything is 10x because of this pattern. So the divine is wanting you to heal something that you've been, it's a pattern you've had for a very long time. And this the reason I've stayed with you this long, because, the divine has wanted to bring this message to you for a while. Because you're long overdue for your freedom, my friend. You're long overdue for your freedom. And this is your moment. This is your opportunity. This is your chance to experience freedom. And it's not just going to be handed to you. You have to participate in facing your fears. And only in you taking your power and being willing to do so can you prove to yourself the things that you need to experience as part of your growth and your evolution and the woman that you're meant to become. And this is what it really means to step into your power. And it's not about, controlling and getting what you want out here in the external world. It's about you identifying with the true nature of who you really are, not the fearful version of you that's basically been, putting you through hell pretty much your whole life. This has been something that's gone on with you for a really long time. And so you don't need to be in hell anymore, my friend. You don't need to be in hell anymore. And I say this sincerely because I can sense you're very empathic. And deep down inside, Maria, like, you're a lover at heart. I can feel it. That's why you're so sensitive. It's like you have all this love inside of you that you want to give and you want to experience. And it's just been contracted. It's like the fear inside of you has been choking the life out of this major heart. I mean, you have a heart that could swallow the world. And that makes it even that much more painful when you feel like you have all this love to give and, it's not going anywhere. It's like grief, right? My definition of grief is just love with nowhere to go. That's my definition of grief. And so there's this part of your spirit that's grieving because you have all this love and you feel like it has nowhere to go. And the reason it doesn't have anywhere to go is because, one, you haven't been giving it to yourself. And we can't give away what we don't have. If you're not giving yourself that love, you certainly can't give it away to somebody else. But then the negative side effect is you attract things to you based on the energy that you are. That's just a law. And so you attract things into your life that aren't giving you any love either because you're not giving yourself love. This is the law of attraction, Spirituality 101. So, you're a powerful person, and you've been so fucking hard on yourself. So hard on yourself. And I can feel it. I can feel that energy. And you don't have to be. There's no reason to beat yourself up anymore. And so just like my dear friend Brandy in here is saying, it's baby steps, 100%. 100%. And I know that it feels, hear me very clearly. I know that it feels that this problem is insurmountable. I know that it feels so huge because you're so sensitive. But I promise you it's not. Right? You can blow up a balloon, right? You can blow a balloon up and it gets big and big and big and big and it looks really big. All the tiniest little thing will pop that big old balloon. That's what a fear is. It's like blowing up this huge balloon. It's like, oh my God, it's so big, it's so scary. It's like, yeah, but watch this. Pop. So don't mistake the intensity of what you feel don't mistake that for being the reality of what's really presented in front of you. Just because it feels huge doesn't mean it is huge. Right? So, I know that's kind of a lot to swallow, a lot to ingest. Cheers. But it's a starting point. And so step by step, that's why we have the building here, building blocks, right? It's one step at a time. And it's exactly what Brandy said in the chat. Just one step at a time. It's not, we have to conquer the whole thing all at once. You just one step, one foot in front of the other, right? And like I said, just that 2 millimeters, right? Or 2 inches. Well, if you just take 2 inches, eventually those inches will become a foot. And then eventually feet will become miles, right? It's compound. It's a compound effect. And you're not going to do it perfect. Nobody does anything perfect. This life and the spiritual journey isn't about perfection. It's just about progress. But I hope that makes sense for you. And I do feel that just one last thing I want to say to you, as you start to focus more on your connection to the divine and less on the fear, you're going to start to understand things, and the divine is going to speak to you. You're going to start to get information. You're going to start to get feedback. You're going to start to get answers. Things are going to start to come to you. The answers will come. But the answers can only come when you get your focus off of the fear and off of the beating yourself up. And you have to put your focus, and I know that can be hard, put your focus on your connection to the divine. So hopefully that makes sense. Brandy, did you donate? Is that what I saw? Is that what I just saw? What am I seeing here? Oh, okay, so she donated. My question is, anything I need to know from Spirit? Being doing also awesome was going to get... Wait, what? Oh, we thought we were going to get in trouble on Trudy's channel. Yeah. I always like to troll her lives every once in a while. She gets very serious sometimes, and so I have to go in there and like kind of fuck it up a little bit. Just what I do. If you don't have a dirty mind, you ain't got a mind at all, right? I don't know. The comments. Well, you are spiritual. You're extremely spiritual, Maria. And as you start to unravel the things going on with you, I'm telling you, there's a you that you're about to become that's going to blow your mind. Well, Gene, I say what I want to say. I say what I want to say. I don't say anything that bad. I mean, she usually calls me out for things that I don't say half the time. She'll say something fucked up, and I'll be like, well, and then she'll be like, don't say it. And I'm like, I'm not the one that said it. You said it. Anyway. Okay, Brandy. Brandy, Brandy. I have a friend's energy pulling on me right now. And all I can say is I wish she was in the chat so I could deliver her messages to her, but she's not. For Brandy, for Brandy, for Brandy. Not surprised to see that. Not surprised to see that. Brandy the Badass. Okay, hold on one second. Sorry, guys. Give me just 1 second here. I apologize. Okay, sorry about that. So, Brandy. So first start out, just first of all, I don't know if you can see, we got ancestors, we have unity, we have mastery, we have leadership, and we have heal here. Oh, what the hell's going on there? Oh, I clicked something. I don't know what I clicked. Okay. So yeah, you're on your path. You're definitely on your path here. And so I think the major message for you, despite what the other elements are that are out here for you, is really, it's not so much even about the message anymore. It's just kind of like about the doing. It's like you kind of have all the wisdom, all the knowledge. It's like everything you need to know, you kind of already know for right now. So it's not really a lack of knowledge. It's more of just taking what you know, and putting it into practice, like using what you know. And I'm guilty of this myself. I have a tendency to feel like, if I can just learn a little bit more, if I can just get a little bit more knowledge, then I'll feel ready. But really, it's just a crutch. Like, there comes a point in time where sometimes you just have to step out and do something without the knowing of what you're doing. And that doesn't mean to be foolish or dumb or illogical or impractical. It just means that when you've done all that you can do to know all you can know, the next thing is to just go do the thing, right? It's like, someone can tell you, okay, like A, B, C, X, Y, Z, here are the steps to go. You want to start a business, right? Like, well, this is what you need to do. You need to do this, 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 and this. And you're like, okay, so you got the checklist. And then you're like, but wait, maybe I need to go like do some more research about what to do. And it's like, well, no, you just need to follow the checklist of things you've already gotten. So, and that's not really in a card. It's just a channel message of what I'm getting for you in terms of like just the divine wanting to say, hey, you kind of know all the things. You already know all the things. You know the things. So not to be, I don't know, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Let me just put it to you this way. I don't think there's anything that I'm going to tell you that you don't already know. So some of the things that might come through, I don't know, obviously, because I don't remember when I do readings. The minute I do a reading and I move on to the next one, it's all gone. I literally, like sometimes I'll remember something that was profound and I'll be like, okay, that was profound. Then I'll go back, later and I'll watch it again or something. But for the most part, I don't remember any of it. And so whatever comes through, I don't think it's necessarily going to be anything that's new or revelatory for you, but maybe I'm wrong. But the most important message that I sense for you, and it's not on the cards, it's just coming to me. The most important message is trust. The divine just keeps saying, she has to trust me. 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 It's the trust fall, right? Where, you close your eyes and you're supposed to stand still and you're supposed to just fall backwards. And if your friends are there, they're supposed to catch you. It's scary as shit. You're like, I don't know. What if they don't catch me? I'm going to bust my head open on the ground, right? So this is definitely a spiritual trust fall. And the divine just keeps saying, trust me. You're going to have to 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 trust me. That's kind of the major message here. Everybody say hello to Trudy. She's just popping in and saying hi. Okay, so I think this has come up before in one of your past readings, and as I just got done saying, I don't really remember, and I don't remember the specifics, but you have this ancestors energy here. So it's basically like you essentially, it's not just like your guides and those things. It's like you're connecting to other people's, because you're kind of like a you're like an ambassador. You're like a go-between. So it's kind of like, yes, we all have our own, our guides or whatever you want to call it. We all have our own spiritual, I don't know, whatever. We have I have our own little spiritual, people and things that are attached to us. And then, it's like you have your guys, I have my guys. Everybody got their little invisible spiritual clan that's your little spiritual team, right? And so, but one of the things that you have the ability to do, and whether you know it or not, is you'll be able to access and basically communicate with other people's spiritual teams when they are not tapped in and they are not able to connect themselves. Ideally, eventually, what you'll be able to do is actually help people learn to do it themselves, right? So we want to teach people how to fish, essentially, right? Like, we don't want to do it for them, so then they become dependent on us, right? Just like the whole tarot thing. If people come to tarot readers because now, it's like, and then they become dependent on the tarot readers. Like, oh my God, I got to get a tarot reading. I got to get a tarot reading. Got a tarot reading. And then it's like, it's this codependency thing where people get addicted to getting tarot readings, but their life doesn't fucking change, which is why I don't do that shit anymore. I'm not here for you to become codependent on me because I'm just going to give here and breadcrumb your ass with tarot cards. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to empower you, ideally. So I want you to have your power. I want you to take your power back. I want you to be in control of your life and your destiny and learn how to do it for yourself. And that's what the divine wants for all of us, right? So you're essentially going to teach people how to fish, and that doesn't mean that there won't be times where, you don't assist them like I do here, like they don't know what they don't know, then we're here to help them. But we're not here to be their spiritual crutch. Like, if we're creating codependency, we're doing it wrong. We should not be creating codependency with the people that we're meant to help, right? And we see this in religion, by the way, right? The people in religion, that's how that shit works. Same thing in politics. The people in power create a reliance upon their followers. So now the followers put all their spiritual eggs or all their political eggs in one person's basket. And it's like, that's why you have people that idealize certain figures in life. It doesn't matter if it's the pastor of the church, whether it's the Pope, whether it's the president, whether it's a political party. People put all their eggs, essentially their identity, into the hands of something outside of themselves. And that's very disempowering, because anything that you're giving your identity away to is the force that's going to control your destiny. Because influence is the most powerful force in the universe. And so if I'm not reserving my power for myself, then I'm not the most powerful person in my life. I'm not the strongest force of influence over my destiny, which growing up, it was the church. It was religious stuff. And so I put my identity and my power in the hands of people that I was taught knew better than me. You need to trust these people. These people know better than you do. So you need to believe them. Whatever they say is what goes. And that didn't turn out so good for me. But, it's part of my journey, part of my evolution. And when I finally figured out that wasn't good for me, I pivoted, I changed, and, I took my power back. And that goes for anything. It goes for relationships, goes for children. Doesn't matter. It could go for money, it could go for status. Anything that you give your power away to, because you're identifying, you're projecting your identity onto that thing, then you're a slave to whatever that thing is, right? And so we have to be careful, those of us that have a call on our lives to assist and help people, we have to be careful, because with great power comes great responsibility. And we have to, become aware of when people, begin to attach their identity to, the service that we're here to provide them. And so it's just an awareness thing. It's like the minute that I start to notice, like, hey, you're you know, you're relying upon me to be your source of power, and that's unhealthy. So I'm gonna have to call it out. It needs to stop, because I'm not here to be your source of power. I'm here to point you to your power. That's the difference, right? So that's just an awareness thing. But yeah, you have a gift here, and I think it's, whether you're connected to it or not, you're going to begin to see the effects of it. But there is that thing of like, you're going to have to trust. And so your whole reading, again, is based around the trusting part of like, she just needs to trust, she needs to trust, she needs to trust, she needs to trust. And the next thing is we have unity. And there's a few energies attached to this for you, Brandy. So there's the unity, obviously, of the trust, the obvious part of what I've been talking about. You trusting the divine and understanding that as long as you're trusting in the divine, that even when it's very difficult to do the trust fall, if you do the trust fall enough times, then you're going to train yourself that, okay, every time I've done one of these trust fall things, it's actually turned out for my good. Like the universe has actually had my back. And so you're just going to have to trust fall your way into a trust relationship with the divine until you get to the point to where you just know that the divine has your back, no matter how crazy or how scary it seems. It's like, I know that this thing that I'm being called to do, or this thing inside of me I'm being led to, is scaring the ever-living shit out of me. But based on all of my history with the divine and all the time that the divine has had my back, every time I've done a trust fall, the divine has always had me. And so once you get to that place where you have full trust in the divine, then you have access to all possibilities, because now the divine can say, hey, we can do anything now. And you'll be like, yeah, I'm on board. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Whatever. I trust the divine, because I've done it enough times to prove to myself, because you're still human, by the way. You're just as human as I am. And just like anything, we have to train our nervous system, right? You're still a human with a nervous system that goes, I don't like this. I don't like this airy-fairy woo-woo trust spiritual bullshit. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's fucking scary. It's not logical. It's not practical. I can't interact with it. I can't control it. I can't micromanage it. All the things your ego wants to do, it can't do, because it's a spiritual thing. And so you have to use your spiritual awareness. You have to force yourself to do things that your nervous system and your ego doesn't want you to do. But over time, as you subject the ego to the will of the spirit, then the ego becomes tamed by the spirit. Or you live by the ego, and the ego basically puts the spirit in a prison. It's one or the other. So we can either, subject the ego to the will of the spirit, or we subject the spirit to the will of the ego. It's going to be one or the other. Obviously, we know what most people do. And so, but there's a process. Just like anything, the more you do it, the more comfortable you will get. So that's the first energy that's connected to the unity. The second energy connected to unity has to do with the unity in your environment. And this is really hard, Brandy. Like I'm just gonna be honest with you. This is a really hard message, because it's gonna make me sound, again, it's gonna make me sound like I'm presenting something that's inhuman, but it's not. And it's not me, it's the divine. But there's still something about your environment that is overly influential to your spiritual path. Let me say it a different way. You're allowing your environment to have too much influence on your spiritual journey. And so the divine is just gently wanting you to become aware of it so that you can reverse it. So instead of your environment having more influence on your capacity to step into who you really know that you're meant to become, the divine wants you to kind of take power back over that part of your life as well and say, hey, you know what? I have to prioritize. I'm going to have to prioritize me. And not in a selfish way, not in an asshole kind of way, but you're just like, look, I have to if I'm going to answer the call, I have to answer the call, and I have to trust that by me answering the call and the destiny of my life, that's actually going to improve the environment around me. Somehow, even if I don't understand how it's going to improve my environment, somehow it's actually going to improve my environment. And again, that's hard for the ego to swallow because the ego wants facts. The ego's like, well, I need an explanation here. I need facts here. I don't deal with all this airy-fairy woo-woo, leave it up to whatever, the ethereal. It's like, well, but unfortunately, that's how this spiritual shit works sometimes. We don't always get the divine blueprint handed to us ahead of time. We don't get the plan. We don't get the 10 commandments, and then we go, oh my God, here's the 10 commandments. Do I like it or don't I like it? Like, no, send it back. Return to sender. I don't like these 10 commandments. Give me a new 10 commandments. Right? That's not how it works. Oftentimes we receive the miracle in the moment. And I talked about this before in some of my other lives. It's in the moment. If you want to walk on water, you get out of the boat. You don't walk on water while you're in the boat. You walk on water when you get out of the boat, which means you have to actually put your foot on the water. And you go, this doesn't make sense because you're asking me to get into the water. And if I get in the water, I'm going to sink. Well, if you listen to the ego, you're right. You will sink. But the miracle happens when you put your foot on the water. Not just one foot, both feet. You put one foot on the water. It's like, yeah, look, see, I'm proving it. Put one foot on the water. I've got one foot on the water. I've got one foot in the boat. The first foot that's in the water, it sinks. You're like, see, not walking on water. No miracles here. And yet you want me to put the other foot in the water too? And your brain goes, see, this is bullshit. This is ludicrous. It's asinine. But the divine is going, put your other foot in the fucking water and see what happens. And for those that can do it, just like the old school Indiana Jones movie, right? I forget which one. Indiana Jones, I think it's like, I don't know. It's one of the Indiana Jones movies. But he's going through, this cave and all these things. He gets through all the traps and the obstacles and shit. And there's this big divide. And there's this chasm. And essentially, he has to just walk off the edge of a cliff, and a magical bridge, an invisible bridge, appears underneath him. And he just had to basically step off the edge of the cliff and hope that bridge, that invisible bridge was really there. And so until we get comfortable conquering these steps of faith in the spiritual journey, those of us who have a spiritual calling on our lives, we can't progress because we're always limited to the fact that we need reassurance before the faith of the thing that we're supposed to do is acquired. And what I mean by that, it's like, well, until we take the step of faith and have the experience that will help us have more faith, we can't progress. It's like you have to do the thing to have the experience that doing the thing is actually going to save your ass. Like you can't know what it's like to walk on water until you just go for it and go, well, sink or swim, here the fuck I go. I'm going to put both feet in the water and I'm either going to walk on water or I'm not. Right? It's forcing the ego into the back seat and forcing ourselves courageously into the front seat and saying, I'm going to do this, come hell or high water, sink or swim. And that's the level of faith that is required. And as you take those steps of faith and you start to trust the divine, then your environment will begin to improve. Instead of allowing your environment to influence you, you're now influencing your environment. Because not only are you influencing your environment, but there's a power and a force greater inside of you that's influencing your environment. And so, and again, it won't make sense to you, and you'll think your ego's going, this is all a bunch of bullshit until you experience it. And then we get to mastery. This is something that you're going to have to do for the rest of your life if you answer this spiritual call. So if you're going to do this spiritual woo-woo work shit, then basically, this is something, it's not just a one and done thing. It's like, okay, I got to ramp myself up to go walk on water. It's like, no, you're going to walk on water the rest of your life. And when you get comfortable walking on water, that's just one miracle. You're going to have to get comfortable doing a lot of uncomfortable miracles. It's just the first one that you experience, will give you confidence to do the next one. And then when you do the next one, you get confidence to do the next one. But every time you grow in your spiritual, you evolve in your spiritual development, your spiritual mastery, there's always going to be the next scary thing that you're going to have to believe for or contend for, or, but every time that you conquer the level below, it will give you more confidence that you can do the next thing that comes to you. It's like this challenge actually isn't as hard as the first challenge. Like, even though this first challenge isn't as big of a deal as this challenge is actually easier because I actually have built so much confidence and so much faith in my ability of what I do and the divine working through me that it just isn't that big of a deal anymore. Because this is you. You've been called to be a leader, a spiritual leader. And leadership is not what we think it is. Leadership isn't about status, not about titles, it's not about authority, it's not of that. All a leader is living life in such a way that inspires people to want to follow you. That's it. That's all a leader is you're doing things that inspire people to want the things that you're doing. They're inspired to follow you. That's all a leader is. And part of your job as a leader is to help people heal. And this is a very generic term because I think we often associate healing with, like getting better after we're sick, that kind of thing. But healing is so much, it's like anything. There's layers of complexity to what healing actually is. And wherever we are in our spiritual growth while we're in these human avatars, there's always a part of us that's going to need to be healed because we never reach perfection in the avatar. We live in a dualistic world of imperfection. There's always going to be something to heal. But that also means there's always an experience in the healing that we're meant to experience. So there's a beauty there. There's a treasure there. And that's why we incarnated. We incarnated here to have those experiences or to find the treasures in those healing moments. And as we go into those healing moments, we have miracles, great and small. But those miracles are not meant for just us. They're meant to be shared with other people. So essentially your job is to become a miracle worker. And I mean that in a very basic way, but I mean that in a very extreme way. Because a miracle can be anything. It doesn't have to be raising the dead. It doesn't have to be laying hands on somebody and curing them from cancer. A miracle can simply be guiding somebody through a process of change to accomplish something that they perceive was impossible. Because if you can help somebody conquer something that they thought was impossible, that's a miracle. I thought this was impossible. Whatever that thing is. Well, and you guided them through the impossible. That is a miracle because they thought it was impossible and you proved that it was not. So we need to, maybe it's like broadening our definitions and horizons of what we perceive as being miraculous, right? So we have trust in science here. So this is just the practicality. This energy touches this card is just the practicality of spirituality, because what we need to stop doing is we need to get out of the woo-woo, airy-fairy bullshit realm of cheap mainstream spirituality, which does nothing but promote more powerlessness. Like, spirituality needs to be something accessible and practical. Now, there's a lot about spirituality that isn't logical. It isn't practical. But to the best of our abilities, we need to make it into something bigger than just generic thing that it is, right? Crystals and tarot cards and astrology and yoga and incense burning and tattoos and all the bullshit. Like, it needs to be something that's accessible, that will actually promote change in someone's life. Because if it's not helping you, if it's not empowering you, not changing anything in your life, then what the fuck good is it for, besides just being like an interest, right? Like playing golf or playing a video game or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just a thing that you can be interested in, but true spirituality versus generic spirituality, right? Like true spirituality is something that changes your life. So this energy is here for you because it's essentially saying, hey, you're meant to be the down to earth person. And that's what's going to make you relatable. And it's actually what's going to make it more accessible is the fact they're so down to earth about it. It's not like, Brandy, when they look you up and it's like, there's Brandy and she's out in the woods naked. She's glued a bunch of bird feathers and she's howling at the moon. And she's got these moon have sex with the nature tree spirit ritual where we go out into the woods and we're making love to the tree moon spirit goddess of whatever the fuck. And, we're burning incense and we're doing all this. It's like, it's not that, it's not that person. It's like, no, I'm fucking down to earth. I'm just as human as you are. I'm just as real as you are. And let me tell you about this spiritual thing that, you thought was probably that. You thought it was about going out into the woods and dressing up and gluing a bunch of feathers and screaming at the moon and crystals and incense and tarot cards and astrology and all that shit. That's not what this is. And so, the divine wants you to get comfortable in just being a real human being and allowing that spiritual part of you to be expressed as a real human being, just a normal human being. It's just normal, down to earth fucking human being. Where when you can sit with anybody of any race, any background, any religion, any demographic, any age, and you can relate to them and you can share things with them that are very spiritual and very empowering and very life-changing. And you don't have to get into any of the spiritual lingo. You don't have to get into all the mystical and blah, 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 blah. You don't have to do all that shit. It's not necessary. Right? The next energy was we have this hush, listen energy. And this is actually tied. There's two energies attached to this. One is learning how to silence your brain, because your brain is constantly like just intercepting, like the divine wants to speak to you, but your brain's like, no. It's all this white noise in your mind. Just learning how to calm your mind down so you can actually hear what the divine is trying to say to you. But the second energy has to do with you learning how to, that sometimes silence is the most powerful position to be in. And it doesn't mean that you don't care, and it doesn't mean that you're not being loving. But sometimes silence is powerful. And so, for example, in like your relationship, your intimate relationship, sometimes the most powerful position to have is to just hold your tongue. It's like, I'm just here to be a student of life. I'm just here to listen. I don't have to share my opinion. I don't have to be right. I don't have to butt heads. I don't have to have a back and forth. I don't have to argue. I don't have to, I don't have to get involved into any of that. You get to be 100% you, and I get to be 100% me. And I'm just here. I'm just going to accept what is. And sometimes, and I'm not saying that there's not a time that we shouldn't speak up for ourselves and have boundaries. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm saying that there is a time to do the opposite. That you don't have to lower your standards. You don't have to not have a boundary to know when to just remain quiet and let your silence be the answer to the situation at hand. Because in a sense, that's you protecting your peace, right? And when you protect your peace, you protect your power. Mic drop. Advice from a cat. I always forget what this card is. What is this? I'm going to have to look at the book on this one because I really have no idea what this... I usually remember, but... So this is about being careful. This is about being careful with what you share. And I guess and I don't know how the creator of this, I guess they're relating to the fact that cats are mysterious and, they're kind of evasive or kind of elusive, I guess what they're trying to say. So there's something here. The point of this energy is for you to not basically, it's to not share certain things. And there's lots of reasons maybe. So for example, maybe you have a great idea and maybe you, and I don't know, I'm just making up an example. Okay. I'm not saying that this is what it is. I'm just making up an example. But let's say you have a great idea and you want to go share it to your partner. And so you start sharing it to your partner and your partner's like, that's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard in my life. That's stupid. That's impractical. That's illogical. Why would you do something like that? That's insane. It's asinine. It's dumb. And so now you're like, well, shit, I guess it is dumb. It makes you question yourself, right? And so now, you've allowed that energy, the negativity of that person's energy, to affect the thing that maybe you're supposed to be doing. And now you may not go do the thing because you've allowed their perception of the thing that you were meant to do to affect your ability to go do that thing. So, there's lots of reasons why sometimes we need to just keep things to ourselves. And it's not like, I'm not talking about deceptive things, right? I'm not talking about keeping secrets in a manipulative, deceptive way. I'm talking about protecting our treasure. I'm not subjecting myself to negativity of people who have no fucking clue about my purpose and my mission, my destiny in life. Why would I do that? Why would I go out and subject myself to critics that have no fucking idea about what I'm here to do? That would make no sense. And I know better. So, there's things that I do that I don't share, right? Like, only you guys would know that I do certain things, because I don't go out and I don't blast this shit to everybody, because not everybody needs to know that I do this. It's not for them. And I don't want their fucking energy attached to me. So enjoy the moment. This is just learning how to have more fun doing the spiritual things and actually giving yourself permission to have fun doing it. And again, getting out of energy of the criticism and the critics and thinking that, and I know it can be hard because, we all want to be able to share the things that we're excited about and the things going on in our life. We want to be able to share those things. And it's very difficult sometimes, especially if you're, connected with somebody intimately or romantically or friends or family. You're connected with people and they're like, that's not really my thing, man. Like, that's not my thing. And so then you're like, well, you're learning and you're growing, you're having these crazy experiences, but you feel like you don't really have anybody to share it with. You don't have a tribe, a community, right? And so it can be hard, but you just have to find the right people. And it may not be the people that you want, which is unfortunate. Sometimes we want that person, these people, to be the ones. And maybe one day they will, maybe they won't. We can't control that. But the divine is like, hey, look, this should be fun. This should be exciting. You should be like thrilled and enjoying this. Like, it shouldn't be a chore. And, have fun with this. Let there be that excitement and find people that are excited with you. Find your community, find your soul tribe, right? And then we have this, the undeserving villains, which again is all about the criticism. It's all about the mental chatter, the white noise and all the things. And also about overcoming that last little bit of unbelief that you have in yourself. Brandy. All about overcoming that last little bit of self-doubt. Letting the little mind bastards have their way. The limiting, self-defeating thoughts. We are all at some point our own worst enemies. Every single fucking one of us. Every single one of us is our own worst enemy at some point. And the more aware that we become of the devil that's in between our two ears, that's when we really get our power back. So, like I said, I don't really feel that there's anything here. Like, I don't really feel like I'm telling you anything that's new, per se. Like, anything you don't know. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. But I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't know. I assume that I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. If that makes sense. Give it up for Christina Aguilera and Ricky Martin, everybody. I hope that made sense to you, though, my friend. That's awesome, Brandy. You got this, man. You got this, my friend. You got this. All right. Izzy. Izzy. It is Izzy. What's coming in for love? X, new, or thank you? All right, let's take a look. While I pull Izzy's cards, who all is here? I'm just going to do a quick check-in. Who all is here? Who is still here in the chat? Who still wants a reading? Obviously, my mod is here. Jean is here. Who else is here? Izzy is here. Who else is here? If you want a reading, let me know in the chat. You're welcome, Brandy. All right. Izzy. Okay, well, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on in just the few cards that are out here on the table. You've definitely not had the best. Let's just start here. And I'm gonna actually take a look at. I'm gonna pull a few tarot cards as well for you, just to see. But we're gonna start here at conflict. So this conflict energy that's attached to you. This has to do with I feel like conflicts that obviously you've had in recent relationships. But it also has a lot to do with mental conflict here. And I know that because we have the overthinking energy here. And so your whatever's happened to you, and this isn't just the past relationship. This has to do with a life, like it's like a lifelong pattern. And so as we go through life, and the more negative experiences we have, the more negative memory is stored in our nervous system. And that creates overthinking because our ego gets involved with our desires. And the more that our ego gets involved with our desires, the harder it is for us to acquire those desires because we're at war with ourselves. Our ego, our mind and our brain, whatever you want to call it, its number one objective is to keep you safe at all costs. Your brain doesn't give two shits if you're happy, doesn't give two shits if you're fulfilled, doesn't give two shits if you fall in love. It doesn't give two shits about any of that. The number one driving force of the ego is to keep you safe at all costs. And so overthinking is essentially the dilemma of what we experience when we have a desire and we want to obviously have the experience of the fulfillment of that desire, but our ego gets involved and makes us question ourselves or creates challenges or obstacles. It's all kind of it's all the the self-imposed bullshit that goes on in our inside of ourselves. And so we create, or our ego creates, all of these challenges because it's like, hey, no, you don't want love. You're like, no, but I do want love. And it's like, no, you don't. And the reason that you don't want love is because love will hurt you. Love will betray you. It'll hurt you. It's not going to do this because remember that happened to you, and that happened to you, and that happened to you, and then that happened to you, and that happened to you. And so, your ego is just constantly there trying to protect you at all costs. But, your spirit, your soul, your heart, it's like, no, but we want love. We want freedom. We want expansion. We want creation. We want all those things. So overthinking is when we are so imbalanced in the sense that we've given so much power away to our ego that we become paralyzed. And so the minute that something inside of us is like, hey, I want this, but you don't trust yourself, or you fear the worst, or whatever. There's lots of different ways that the ego gets involved. And so basically it's when we give our power away. We allow the ego to run the show instead of us going, no, motherfucker, you're going to do what the fuck I say. You're not going to dictate my life through fear, illusions, and bullshit anymore. You're going to do what the fuck I tell you to do. And sometimes you have to have like that come to Jesus moment. Because if you don't stand up for yourself, to yourself, then this asshole between our ears will run the show and ruin all your opportunities, essentially ruin your life. And so many people live there. They live in the ego. They live in fear, self-preservation. And then eventually that fear and self-preservation becomes selfishness, right? And so then people become the worst version of themselves. And it's like, well, if I can't get my needs met in a genuine, authentic way, then I'll get my needs met in a disempowering way. I'll cheat. I'll lie. I'll be controlling. I'll be aggressive. I'll be a narcissist. I'll be a manipulator, right? And so all the people out there in the world who are doing sketchy shit, manipulative shit, lying, cheating, all the disempowering things, and I'm not judging them, by the way, because I've done things. I've been on that side of the fence before. I know what it's like to live in those shoes. I'm not judging, but I'm just simply saying that that's how we get there. Is you allow this fucker to rule and dominate your life. And so there needs to be an awareness of that. Because the longer that we allow this, then the overthinking to occur, then we're just going to spiral. And then eventually we fall into potentially the worst outcomes. So this conflict and this overthinking are definitely tied to your past experiences, but your current problem. I'll say that again. It's tied to your past experiences, but it's tied to your current problem. Because as long as you're in this energy, this overthinking, this conflict energy, then you're cock blocking yourself from the things that you want. So this illumination and this captain energy here are what are going to free you. Illumination is you becoming aware of the patterns within you that have been causing the problems. And then the captain energy is about us being the leader of our own lives. Like we are the captain of our own life. We're the driver. Like it's not anybody else, it's us. Who's in charge? That's essentially what this card means, is who is in charge. Do we believe that something else is in charge? Do we feel like we're in charge? Who is in charge here? Who is the one running the show? Who's in control, right? So for you, this energy is about you learning to be in control and not letting this be in control. Because the longer you stay in this overthinking energy, the more, or the longer you're essentially going to continue to experience the very things that you're not wanting to experience. And you're going to continue to not get the things that you desire, or you're going to attract the things that are not desirable, right? Whatever those things are. Now, we have the calling and we have the unknown here. And so the call is about your destiny. It's about you not focusing on the things in your life that are stealing and robbing you of your peace. It's you turning inward and saying, hey, there's something else. There's something more important than even the things right now that you think that you want. Because right now, the things that you think that you want are actually tied to fear. And so the divine is like, you're actually attracted to toxic things right now. The divine's like, you're attracted to toxic things. So if the divine, let's say you were somebody healthy was to come into your life right now, you know, the person of your dreams was to walk up in front of you right now. And I mean the real person of your dreams was to walk right in front of you right now. You wouldn't find them attractive. You wouldn't be interested in them because they're just not your flavor of toxic. Because your nervous system has been trained to look for toxic things. And there's a psychological, and this isn't just bullshit, right? This is psychological truth. We all have what's called the reticular activating system, the RAS. And RAS is basically looking for things that we have deemed are important based on, essentially, our energetic blueprint, our traumatic blueprint, lots of other things, which I can't get into because it'll turn into a 3-hour fucking seminar. But the call is essentially the divine asking you to reprioritize something, because right now your desire is, you're confused by your desire. You have a desire for love that is pure, but the motive behind your desire right now is what's kind of cock blocking you, because you're trying to find love in something outside of yourself. And because your blueprint for what love looks like is tied to conflict, you're just going to attract more of that into your life, because that's right now what you're attracted to. You're attracted to a certain energy type, and that energy type is just going to keep hurting you. And obviously, the more that you get hurt, because you're attracted to things that hurt you, then it's going to, you can see where this is going. Eventually, it's going to have, an extremely negative effect, because essentially your nervous system and your mind is just continually getting more and more feedback. Like, oh, see, I'm getting hurt. I'm getting hurt. I'm getting hurt. I'm getting hurt. And so your ego is just going, great. This is why I need to protect you, need to protect you, need to protect you, need to protect you from this thing called love. And so eventually you'll just give up on love, and love is bullshit. Even if you didn't intend to give up on love, your ego will be like, hey, look, we've collected enough evidence at this point to basically determine that love is bullshit and love isn't real and love is just going to hurt you. The concept of love as we know it can only do one thing, and that's hurt us. And eventually your nervous system will get on board and go, yep, that's true. That's all we've experienced. Because what you experience is what's real to you. And after having that experience again and again and again and again, eventually you're just going to believe it. And so then you're not going to believe in love anymore. And so who you become at that point, God only knows. And maybe you'll become, narcissistic. Maybe you become selfish. Maybe you become a cheater, a liar, a manipulator. Who knows? That's how other people become that, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying with 100% certainty that this is what's going to happen to you. I'm just saying that this is the path to get there, right? So the divine is saying, let's not do that. This calling energy is like, let's not do that. Let's not allow the ego to sabotage us any longer. Let's not let the ego run the show any longer. Let's not continue in the toxic pattern of attracting conflict into our lives, which is going to continue to hurt us. And the more that we get hurt, then the less that we're going to actually believe in love. And with the unknown energy here, the unknown card here is, it's going to feel very scary. It's going to feel very, very scary to trust in a new process because you've never done it before. You're used to this. You're not used to something you've never done before. And so anytime that that we have to step out into the unknown of anything we've never done before, there's always a level of uncertainty here. Okay. So this is essentially I'm going to look and see if I'm still going to answer your question here about and I'll see if the cards will tell me if somebody's going to come towards you or not. But, this is the most important message for you, because whether somebody's coming to you or not doesn't really matter, because as long as the pattern remains within you, it doesn't matter who comes towards you, because you're just probably going to get the same result. But do with that what you will. So is anybody coming towards Izzy? Past person, new person? Anybody coming towards Izzy? Okay, well, we do have the Empress here. We have the Seven of Cups. We have the Empress. We do have the Ace of Pentacles. So, yes, you do have opportunities available to you. The answer is yes. Multiple, actually. Yeah. You have the Ace of Cups and you have the Ace of Pentacles. So the answer to your question is yes. Do you have... it could be a past person. I just got backed up on everything I said, by the way. You have the Devil right there. That's literally... There's that toxic energy, is what I said, right? You're just going to keep attracting the conflict. Well, there it is, right there in your reading. The Devil. So do you have somebody coming towards you? It could be a past person. It may not be a past person. I'm seeing the Seven of Cups. You have potentially multiple options. You have the Empress. That's Taurus, Libra. Could be a Taurus, could be a Libra, could be a Capricorn with the Devil. Doesn't have to be. We have the Ace of Pentacles. That's a new energy. We have the Ace of Cups. That's a new energy. And then underneath the Devil, we have the Two of Pentacles, which is a decision, a choice. So essentially, the divine is saying, you're at Baskin Robbins, man. You get to choose whatever, 31 flavors of toxic. Which toxic do you want? Do you want toxic chocolate? Do you want toxic vanilla? Do you want toxic sherbet? Do you want toxic peanut butter and almond joy? Do you want toxic cookies and cream? Like what flavor of toxic you want? 31 flavors. Pick your toxic, whichever one you want. So to answer your question, yes, you do have options coming towards you. I do feel that they're new. I don't feel it's a past person. I do feel that these are new opportunities, but this is the problem. They're not really the best options. They're toxic. Why are they toxic? Because of everything I said up there. So I hope that makes sense to you. I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but again, I'm just here to tell the truth, because if we take responsibility for our lives and we address the things going on inside of us, then you won't attract this. You don't have to go through more of this, right? And so it would be better for you to know, hey, at least I know that this is what's coming towards me. At least I know what I'm getting, versus, being in denial and being blind and not knowing that's what I'm getting, and then having to go through more of the same kind of shit, if that makes sense. So is there a time frame? No, there's not really a time frame, but I'm going to say within the next 90 days. Intuitively, I'm going to say within the next 90 days. So between now and maybe the beginning of April, something like that. But anyways, I hope that that was helpful. So for those of you that are just hopping on, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please like and subscribe, all the things. Also, who is here? Who is left? Because I don't have a whole lot longer that I can be on. No marathons for me tonight. I actually have to function tomorrow. So who is here? I see Christina. I see Lolly. Who is here? If you are here and you would like a reading, please let me know. Tori is still here. Tori, you've been here for a while. Okay, let's do that then. All right, so Tori has been here. Curious to see who's coming towards me in love. Okay. Jean, did I skip you? I hope I didn't skip you, Jean. I just assumed that Tori was next. Okay, Tori, you do have love coming towards you. We got the Page of Cups here. So yeah, you're going to get an offer. I'm going to say within the next, take it with a grain of salt, for the love of God, take it with a grain of salt. I do not predict time. I'm not a fucking psychic. But I'm going to say within the next 30 to 45 days. So within the next 3 or 4 weeks, potentially. I don't like this. The Empress in reverse is showing me that you've got some self-esteem issues going on with you, low confidence, low self-esteem. You do have this King of Cups coming towards you, though. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces energy, potentially. We do have Taurus and Libra here with the Empress in reverse. But tell me about this King of Cups. What do we need to know about this King of Cups? Oh boy. Okay, well, the plot thickens. Let's we about to go all Jerry Springer here. All right, I can read this two ways. So this, I don't know if this is a new person or if this is a past person. I can't tell. I feel like it's a new person. Now, I have a problem. And the problem that I'm having with this, let me try to get these cards on screen here. The problem that I'm having, and all these cards these ones that I'm showing you came off the bottom of the deck. The problem that I'm having is I see this Queen of Swords and I see this Queen of Cups and I see this Two of Wands and I see this Five of Swords. And I see the Judgment in reverse. So if this is a past person, then there was somebody else involved. There's two people. There's one guy and there's two feminine energies here. Take it for what it's worth here. If it's a new person, then I could read it two ways. If this is a new person, this is either you cock blocking yourself because you're in this Queen of Swords bitch mode and you need to be in this Queen of Cups mode. So in other words, this new energy could come to you and you might be in the Five of Swords energy because of the Empress being in reverse and the Judgment card being in reverse, meaning in the past, you made poor relationship decisions. You chose people in your past that weren't good for you. And now you're going to project your poor decision making in the past onto somebody that could potentially be good for you in the future. So this guy shows up and he's actually a good dude, but you start to punish him as if he were one of the people in your past because you don't want to get hurt again. And so you're very defensive. You're like, basically, you're punishing him for the crimes that were committed by past people, essentially. I'm not saying you're doing this logically, by the way. Like you're not aware of this pattern, but I'm pointing it out to you. You don't like when he shows up, you're not intending to punish him for the crimes committed by past people. It's just an unconscious pattern, but nevertheless, it's there. That's one way I could read it. Now, the second possibility is this new person comes in and he's got somebody that he's still attached to, that he hasn't let go of with the Judgment card in reverse. It's going to be one or the other. I don't know. We have the Knight of Pentacles here, which is essentially the divine saying, yeah, you got somebody coming in, but you're going to need to take it really, 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 really slow. So you do have love coming towards you, whoever this guy is. I think it's a new person. We have the Fool. That's new energy. It doesn't have to be, but I'm going to say 70% confident that it's a new person. But I don't like this. I don't like the Empress in reverse. I don't like Judgment in reverse. I don't like the two different feminine energies. I don't like the Two of Wands, and I don't like that Five of Swords. So it's going to be one of the scenarios that I shared with you. I'm not sure which of the scenarios it is, but it's going to be one of them. Okay. It's going to be one of them. So just take that as it resonates, take it for what it's worth to you. You definitely have somebody coming towards you, but you're going to have to be careful if, just be careful to not project your past stuff onto that person if it actually ends up being, a good guy. Now, if and when this person does show up, then you could come back at that point and, you could check on their energy at that point. So if you're sensing something, or you just want to know, then it's like, well, okay, this person has come into my life. So, is there anything that I need to know? Like, are they being sketchy? Are they lying? Are they manipulative? Or what's the deal at that point? So hopefully that makes sense to you. Jean. All empty. My glass is empty. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Virgo for Jean. Gee. All right. Well, Page of Swords in reverse, Page of Pentacles in reverse, Seven of Wands. That's not the best start. We have the Lovers. Knight of Pentacles. Well, there he is, the Virgo. The almighty Virgo himself. Yo, the devil at the bottom. There you are, the Leo. 10 of Cups. Death, 7 of Cups. 5 of Wands, sorry. 2 of Pentacles. And then the Mistress. The Mistress. Decisions, superficial. Not now. Love. Yeah, we knew that. Family at the bottom. Unknown. Prisoner. All right, let me get this, let me take a look at this really quick too. So this card is about like fantasies in the future, basically. It's distant horizons. What do we need to know here? I'm not really picking up anything profound right now. Everything that's coming out feels very, very superficial, very surface level. I'm guessing that's him. We have the mature man. We have wealthy man in reverse. Yeah. That's all that divorce stuff, losing money, worried about assets. Jesus Christ. Main man, like every card that has a man in this deck has come out. And all the reversals here. Poverty. Everything in this reading right now is surrounding like this money. It's money in marriage. It's all like community, his environment, and there's the marriage and the family. Toil and labor. I guess there's his mistress with the main female. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing coming out right now. It's like specific to a child. Obviously, that doesn't negate that there couldn't be something. Because obviously I can't force the cards to tell me something that they're not going to tell me, right? I have to accept whatever it is they come out. I'm just here to be the interpreter. So, yeah, there's nothing here that's standing out like saying, okay, there's a kid specifically. But everything that I've got right now, the main energy of everything that's on here is It's about loss. It's about money. Losing money, divorce, losing money, confusion, and basically being a victim. These two cards, the Page of Swords in reverse, the Page of Pentacles in reverse, being in victim mode here. Doesn't know what decision to make. And his primary concern right now is on the wrong thing. And I don't know where he's at in his thinking, but, you know, obviously this Seven of Wands is like his energy, the energy of the whole situation. This isn't even one energy. The Seven of Wands is the energy of the whole thing. Like his whole situation is summarized by that one card right there. The Lovers actually, even though we have this love card underneath, this card is separate than this love card. The Lovers is all about making a decision and a choice here. I mean, yes, in one sense, it's tied to the marriage and the family and all that, but this really has to do with where his thinking is right now, where his moral compass is basically right now. And essentially, right now, everything is tied to this energy and the poverty energy. He like that's where his whole consume is right now. He's completely focused on pentacles, money, loss, and he's trying to figure out what to do, basically. And so that's why the Wealthy Man card is in reverse here. We have the poverty energy. Yeah, there's like the divine really isn't saying much. I'm not gonna be honest with you, Gene. I'm like I can't lie. But this not now and this pause is like the divine is just like, it's like there's no spiritual message that I can give this. It's like it's such an unspiritual thing that the divine is just like, I don't have anything to say about this. It is what it is. I mean, it's just somebody going through a divorce, going through a shit show situation. There's, you know, they're focused on their money, they're focused on their loss, they're focused on the turmoil and the shit show of it. And, you know, there's just not, I can't even make anything up. Like literally, like it's easy. It's either energy's there, the message is there, or it's not. Like I can't even make something up. Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, give me something. And there's like nothing. It's like crickets. The divine is like, I got nothing to say here. And it's interesting because it's like that. I keep looking at this not now, and it's almost like I'm being locked out is the way I feel. It's like, you know, the cards themselves are self-explanatory, but there's no deeper message here. But this whole thing is very, very, very superficial. It's all very superficial. Like, it's just like a continuation, and it's slow. The Knight of Pentacles, it's slow. It's like a continuation of the same shit. It's just the next day. Same shit, different day. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything about a kid this time. But I don't know. I know that it came out last time. I don't remember everything, obviously. I mean, I do remember, you know, I do remember that it came out multiple times. And I do know that on one specific occasion, the actual child card came out when I was like, I feel a child in this reading. I do remember that. I sensed it. And then the card eventually came out and backed me up on it. So I don't know. I don't know what that was about. It showed up in the energy before, but the divine doesn't want to talk about it. It's not here now. And so, essentially not much has changed with the pause, the Knight of Pentacles, these two energies, and the other things. It's essentially saying not a whole lot has really changed since the last time. So there's not much to update, unfortunately. There's just not much to update. Well, I use the oracle cards to to ensure that I'm in the ballpark, because tarot has so many different meanings attached to each one of these cards. There's about a bajillion ways that you can interpret it, even intuitively interpret them. So when I have a reference point, because I don't use spreads, and maybe that's part of my problem, but to me it's annoying, but I use these as reference points to, basically help me know if I'm intuitively on point with where I feel I'm guided with the energies. And if I'm not, then I'm not. But that's why I don't want to risk it, because when I use these, and so I'm using 3 different decks here to see what's congruent, right? What's the same? What's not the same? Because if I have three different decks telling me something or not telling me something, then it's very clear. Because if the message is consistent, then there'll be consistencies no matter what decks that I use. So, and there's some degree of that here, but I don't feel like honestly, Gene, I feel like the divine is saying, like, the divine is like saying it's not your circus, it's not your monkey. It's not your monkey, not your circus, not your circus, not your monkey, however it's saying. So it's like the divine is essentially basically wanting you to stop focusing on this man. I'm just going to be, and I love you, but I have to be as honest with you as I am with anybody. And the divine is like, you focusing on this person who's not even out of a situation, they're not even free of the situation they're in, is not benefiting you. And wanting to know what's going on with them is not benefiting you. It's like this person is going to be, tied up in this until they're not tied up in it. And until it's done and it's all said and done and it's all over and they're completely free, no strings attached anymore, you're really not going to know anything. And so any reading that you get on this man in the meantime is going to be completely subject to change, because this person's free will's involved. And as long as his free will's involved, then, we could check on this, every day or every hour, and the reading could potentially be different to some extent, because he's making different decisions in real time. And as the other people that he's connected to are making free will decisions, that's going to impact and affect him as well. So there's all these moving pieces of free will that are going on here. And at any given time, we're just taking a snapshot at that exact moment of what's happening. And this happens to me all the time when I do offline readings for myself. In 1 minute, I get one outcome. I go back and I pull on something a couple hours later, and it's something totally different. Because I'm pulling on something in real time. And that's just the way that energy works. It's just constantly in flux. But right now, I feel that the divine is just like this. This is the main energy that sticks out to me more than anything. It's just being locked out. It's like the divine is like, look, I don't know. The most gentle way that I know to say it is like the divine doesn't really want to talk about it anymore. That's the only way. I'm just being dead serious, dead honestly. The energy is the divine just like, I don't really have a lot to say. And I'm not getting those messages. So I'm like over here like, what do you want me to tell her? What do you want me to tell her? I'm the messenger. And the divine's like, I don't have anything else to say about it. What you see is what you get. And it's not. So I can't force a message to come through, because that's not really what I'm good at. Like, if I'm just going to be real, and maybe I'm telling on myself, but I'm not good at being your typical tarot reader. And that's why in the past, when I had my first channel got wiped out, because I was trying to be a typical tarot reader. I was trying to just, predict outcomes and do all that stuff. And the divine's like, that's not what you do. You're not here to be a spy and a detective and go into all that stuff. I mean, every once in a while, it'll come through and I'll do that, or I'll do a little bit of it. But what I'm really here to do, what I'm really good at, is I'm here to help people, empower people, like what's in their highest good. And then when I subject myself to that and allowing the divine to speak through me to give, like, hey, I'm here to channel what's in your highest good, because that's the non-negotiable the divine has with me and with people. And so if I try to subvert that, then I suck. And it's like, I can feel it. I can literally feel the energy come off of me. And then I'm over here like, okay, well, I guess let me get my book out with the typical book meanings and put the cards out. I'm like, well, this card means this and this card means that. And then I'm like doing what anybody could do. It's not really intuitive because that energy is not present with me anymore. And right now it's like, I would say it's like 15%. And it's because of this card. I'm being locked out. The divine's like, this is all I'm going to say about it. Because the divine doesn't want you focused on this anymore. Not right now. That doesn't mean maybe later or whenever this person is done with whatever's going on, but the divine doesn't want you focused on it. And that's really why this influence card is in reverse here. It's basically saying there's a negative influence here. Like you're being pulled, your energy is attached to something that has really nothing to do with you right now. Because, this guy, he's going to be in it until he's not in it, but it's slow. It's very slow going right now with this Knight of Pentacles here and the pause card. So, I don't think anything is going to change in the near future with whatever's going on. And I understand, like, I know your question was more about double checking on if there was a kid or whatever that was about, but it's not here. So, I can't, I'm not going to lie about that and say that it is here. It's not here. So I'm not getting it here right now. So I don't know what that means compared to the last reading you got, but it's not here right now. But I'm also not getting anything else more intuitively about it. So don't hate me. Don't hate me. I'm just the messenger. Don't hate me. Sunshine, flowers, and blue skies. Like, no, Eddie never starts his lives at the same time. Eddie just shows up whenever the fuck he shows up. If my life was consistent enough, if my schedule was consistent enough to where I knew I could make a schedule and emphatically promise that I could be live at a certain time, I would do it. Is my Virgo ass is a perfectionist. And I have, one of my values is follow through. And so I never want to commit to something if I know that I can't follow through. And so if I'm not unsure in my ability to follow through, then I don't want to put that expectation out there, if that makes sense. You're welcome, Gene. And I apologize. I really do, my friend. It's kind of awkward for me, to be honest with you, because, it's like when the energy is there and it's firing, it's like, then I have that confidence. I'm like, oh my God, it's like, I don't have to think. I get to just let go and let the messages flow through me. It's completely intuitive and there's no effort required. But when that energy is not here, it's like fish out of the water. And I'm like, it's like a panic. It's a panicking feeling because I'm like, I'm not going to bullshit. I'm not going to lie. I'm not just going to make something up. So it becomes it's like, I don't know, like standing public speaking for the first time. You stand up, and then it's like you prepare all this stuff, and then the minute you stand out in front of everybody and the lights come on and everyone's staring at you, it's like your mind goes blank and you don't even remember what you're talking about. You're just like, oh shit. So, yeah, it's a very it's an uncomfortable thing when the divine aborts. I'm like, no, come back, come back, come back. Don't leave me. The divine's like, no, I'm going over here. Like, no, come back. And that's just where I have to be, I just have to be more confident in being honest and saying, hey, look, if I don't have something, I can't pretend that I do. But I appreciate you understanding. So, Christina's here. So Christina, you can ask your question. We have like Lolly. I forget who was here. Okay, Christina, then Lolly, and then Darby, and then Sunshine. I'll get you guys. I'll knock you guys out, and then I'll probably have to hit the hay. So I'll do you guys really quick. And then unfortunately, I've got to get sleep. Okay, just Christina and Lolly. I say, so Christina, you can ask your question, and then Lolly, you can ask your question after her. Does Lee still want my presence? Okay, I think I know what you're asking me. Oh, shit. Well, Christina, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I'm seeing, I don't like this. Justice in reverse means that there was something unfair or something dishonest here. Five of Cups is regret. So somebody did something that they regret. Oh boy, we got the Five of Swords. So I don't know. I know you guys got into a fight. I don't know. Obviously there's a loss here. I think you guys have a pattern here. Yeah. So I'm going to go 50-50 with the world here. There's definitely a pattern here. A lot of pentacles, man. A lot of pentacles and a lot of ego. So this is what I'm getting so far, and it's really, I mean, with the Five of Swords here, I mean, this is the tell-all on the course with Justice in reverse here. I don't know what I mean, obviously there was some type of conflict here, and there could have been something about traveling or moving. I don't know. With these two cards, that's interesting. But what I'm really seeing here is there seems to be almost like but Three of Swords, heartbreak. The best way I know to explain it, Christina, is the predominant energy that I'm getting is you guys are doing what I call level 1 or level 2 love in relationships. So what do I mean by that? So first, I'll describe to you what that is. So there's 4 levels of love. Okay. Level 1 love is pure selfish love. So it's like, you're only thinking about yourself. You're only thinking about your needs and your needs only. You don't care about other people's needs. You're just there to get yours, right? That's essentially, in a nutshell, level 1. Level 2 love is when we negotiate, or what we call trading or whoring. I only give to you if you give back to me. So it's like a contract. I only give when I know that I'm going to get something in return, right? Level 3 love is essentially unconditional love. You love, you're just going to give love no matter what. Level 4 love is supernatural love. Level 4 love is when you can love even people who hurt you, so to speak. Like, for example, when, in the Bible, when they were crucifying Jesus and Jesus forgave the people that were killing him. That's just an example, right? So when you can love and forgive those who are even doing you harm, hurting you, killing you, that's a supernatural level of love. So what I'm getting out of this is like a level 1, level 2. It's like I'm getting like you're both essentially keeping tabs on what the other person did and didn't do, right? You're keeping score. It's like, well, I did this. It's like, yeah, but you did that. Well, I did this for you. Like, well, but I did that for you. And so there's a pettiness involved, essentially, is what I'm getting here. And the whole relationship has been unfair. Your perception of the relationship is Lee isn't fair to you, and his perception of the relationship is she's not fair to me. And you both are taking up your stance with this 9 of Pentacles and this 5 of Swords. So this is you feeling like you deserve to be treated a certain way in the 9 of Pentacles, but it's also representing their energy. He feels he deserved to be treated a certain way. But with the 5 of Swords here, you're both focused on you. So you're not in the relationship to give, you're in the relationship to get. And I just have to keep it real on my channel. And that's how this relationship is. And that's where all the conflict is. That's why the justice in reverse here. And there's a lot of loss and regret here, because there is actually feelings and emotions, because the 5 of Cups wouldn't be here if there wasn't anything to lose. If there's nothing to lose, this card wouldn't be here, right? And so now it's interestingly enough, the 8 of Pentacles is here, which is kind of like, deep down inside, I think you both wish or hope that you could work through this, but it's just no matter how hard you try, you guys end up in this 5 of Swords conflict. And because of the 6 of Pentacles is here again, that's keeping tabs. It's who's giving what and how much are you giving, and are you meeting my needs, and my needs aren't getting met? Are you hearing me? Are you understanding? It's all this keeping score, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. And then we have the 6 of Cups here, which is about, the past. It's like, instead of letting go of the past or working through the past thing, it's like you have an inventory of ammo. And so it's like, oh yeah, but I'm keeping track of all the shit that you did to me and all the stuff, the ways that you've hurt me. And so then when you get into a fight, it's like you pull out your bag of ammo, all the things that they did, and now there's your darts. It's like, well, but you did this, and 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 you did this. And then he pulls out his little bag and he goes, yeah, but you did this, and you did this, and you did this, and you did this. Right? So, you do have a connection with this person. It's implied here with the Lovers, but with the Chariot energy being here, it's you're at a fork in the road with this person. It's like neither one of you is in control, basically. Like you're not. There's a need for self-control, is what this is essentially saying. I think you have your backs turned to each other right now with the 3 of Wands here. And the Two of Pentacles is, it's 50-50. I'll be honest with you. You've been hurt and they've been hurt with the Three of Swords. So you both hurt each other. You both care about each other, but I don't think that the amount of love that you have, the love that you have for each other, is enough to endure more of this. So it's 50-50. And I said that way up here with the World card, 50-50. 50% chance that you might go another round. So if you're in separation from this person, 50-50 chance they'll come back. 50-50 chance that, you know, you guys might be able to get along. But with this, with the Five of Swords and the Three of Swords, Justice in reverse, and the Five of Cups being here, I'm going to say that, you know, if you keep doing this, it's doomed to fail. Your relationship with this person is doomed to fail if you keep doing this. Both of you, not just you. I mean, you know, it takes two to tango. No matter how thin you slice it, you know, there's always two sides. So he's responsible for his part of the relationship. You're responsible for your part in the relationship. But the way that I see it, I think you both have been looking out for yourselves. Because, you know, so much damage has been done in this relationship that you're both in self-preservation. So I'm going to say 50-50 chance, basically. 50-50 chance. 50-50 chance that you might hear from him if he's not talking to you. And if he does come back around, I don't know. I don't see a lasting, there's nothing here showing me like a lasting future with this person. Because, and again, I don't see this to be insensitive and I don't see this to be an asshole, but I have to tell the truth. You've both been selfish. You've been selfish and he's been selfish. And you can't be selfish and have a loving relationship, because love is not about getting. Love is about giving. And you both have been looking for the other person to give. That's your primary focus. What can I get from them? And I'm not saying that you're consciously aware of this, by the way, but you are now. So 50-50 chance that this is going to, and I just have to be honest with you. I'm not here to bullshit you. 50-50 chance, if you're not talking, 50-50 chance you'll hear from them. And if you do hear from them, 50-50 chance that something could evolve or grow. I don't see it. It really depends on this. How hard are you willing to change? How much work and effort are you willing to put into changing yourself? Instead of focusing on him and what he's doing and what he's not doing, what he's giving and what he's not giving, you need to take responsibility for yourself. Focus on yourself, your own personal growth, your own personal development. Take your power back. And then if you can do that, then, you know, the chances of this having, you know, the chances of it being a more positive outcome will increase. And then if he does the same thing, which you can't control if he does or he doesn't, but if he also focuses on himself instead of focusing on you to give and give and give, then it even has a better chance to succeed. So essentially you're both just doing this thing called relationships backwards. Relationships aren't about what you get. It's about what you go to give. That's what this is about. And that's why this relationship up to this point has failed. Because you guys were both there to get something from the other person instead of being there to give. And that's why it's always felt unfair with justice in reverse. So I have to tell the truth. Don't shoot the messenger, but 50-50 chance across the board on that. Okay. Lolly. Yeah. I mean, you guys definitely, you need to work on yourselves first before you try to come back. Because if you come back and you haven't worked on yourselves, it's just going to go right back into chaos. That I can tell you for sure. Lolly, you may ask your question. What's ahead that I don't see? Many things. Okay. What does Lolly not see coming, please? Wait. What does Lolly not see coming? All right. Well, you have decisions or choices coming up ahead for you about something. We have family here, so I don't know if it's in regards to like your immediate family or the choice about so something to do with the family, whatever that means for you. I guess we'll find out. We'll try to find out. Okay, starting something, building something. So this could be, maybe like having to make a decision about starting a family potentially. All right, so we have release here. So maybe, and season. So there's definitely something, there's a change here. There's something you're supposed to let go of because of a decision. Yeah, you have a decision to make about letting go of something so something new can come towards you here. At the bottom of the deck, we have paradigm. So yeah, so the divine has been trying to guide you towards something you've wanted for a long time here, but you're still holding on to something here. And we have paradigms. And so there's a limiting belief that you have, or there's the scarcity mentality. There's something that you have, a mindset, basically, for lack of better words, a belief, a value system, a mindset. There's something that's cock blocking you. That's what this is. This card here, the paradigms card, is the cock block. And what is it cock blocking you from? Your fulfillment. What is the divine trying to do? The divine is trying to get you to your fulfillment, which is basically taking you through this process. The transition process is essentially like an awakening type of thing to get to the light. And the light is essentially where the fulfillment is. And the reason that you have this limiting belief is because it's tied to something that happened to you, which is this trauma. And underneath that, you have favored, which is essentially just a card of healing. It's the same energy as the star card in tarot. So there's something that you haven't let go of. It's tied to past, it's tied to trauma, and that could show up in a lot of different ways here. And the divine wants to take you into a new chapter, a new season of your life. I know this card, you can't see it at all, but it says seasons down here. And so you've been spinning your wheels when it comes to, I think, like whatever this means for you, whatever fulfillment means for you, whether it's a relationship, a marriage, family, whatever that is. You've been after this for a long time, but I feel like it's evaded you, or it's come to you in forms that you thought, it's like, well, and I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that this is what it is for you, but let's say, for example, you had a relationship or past relationships. And so you thought, as anyone would, you fall in love with somebody and you're like, well, maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the person that I'll be with. And then you get disappointed and it doesn't end up being the person. And then you fall in love with the next person. And you're, well, maybe they're the one. And then they don't end up being the person, right? And so, you go through a course or a period of having these disappointments and these negative experiences, and it, you basically, you rack up more trauma, and that affects your mindset. And so there's something that's happened to you that you haven't let go of yet. And the divine wants to help you in releasing whatever that thing is so that you can move towards this fulfillment here. But you have a decision to make about it, right? Because sometimes we can want one thing and still want another thing. Sometimes it's not black and white because we're humans and it's complex. Sometimes we want something new, but sometimes we want the past thing too. Right? I've been guilty of that. That's happened to me before. It's like, there's a part of me that's attached to the past thing, and there's a part of me that's like, fuck the past thing. I want something new. I'm sick of the past thing. But if I was honest with myself, I'm still attached to the past thing. And only until I'm ready to fully release the past thing would I ever be free to move into the new thing. I'm not saying that's what's going on with you. I'm just giving an example of, just trying to relate it to the energy. It could be similar to you, though. It's possible. What else do we need to know about this? Yeah. You've had betrayal in the past. The Seven of Swords in reverse. You've been hurt in the past. You've been betrayed in the past. Now, I don't know if it's by this person. I don't know what your sign is. This is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces energy here. You don't have to be that, but it could have been somebody around you. It could be you, or it could have been somebody else around you. If it's not, then it's essentially just saying, like, it's a card of healing. Like, you healing from the things that have been done to you so that you can get back into your loving, nurturing energy. Basically, opening your heart again, learning how to open your heart again is what this card is implying. Healing so that you can have an open heart. And you cannot make this shit up. As literally, as I just said, healing so you can open your heart. The star card, the major arcana for healing, just came out, which is also Aquarius energy. Okay, we have decisions again. So we have decisions one time. Now we have decisions here again a second time. But there's also an element of fantasy attached to this, right? Falling in love with the fantasy of people. Since when people show up, we often have a tendency to project fantasy onto them, and then we fall in love with the fantasy, and we can't see the person for who they really are. And then when the fantasy wears off, we're left with who the person really is. And then we're like, oh my God, who are you? Like, what do you mean, who am I? I'm the me that's been here the whole fucking time. You're like, no, that's not, you haven't been this the whole time. It's like, yeah, I have. And it's like, oh shit, they have been that person the whole time, right? It's just the fantasy was the illusion of who we thought they were, right? So there's two energies attached to that. One is tied to, again, having to make a decision, but then there's also basically an energy of, like, maybe one of the patterns of your past. I don't know for sure, but I sense one of the patterns that maybe from your past that you've had is falling in love with the fantasy, not who the person really was. And that's what got you hurt. And then, so there it is with the lovers card. So you want love, you've desired love, but I feel, again, this is a confirmation with that as well. It's like you fall in love with the fantasy, but it's also saying this, what this card is also saying, besides that energy, this card is also saying it's time for you to connect to the divine within you. It's time to put yourself first. And there's the Ace of Swords. This is the card of truth. In order for you to get the clarity that you're seeking with the confusion, because the Seven of Cups is a card of confusion as well, for you to gain clarity around the things that are confusing you right now, You have to stop looking outside of yourself for those answers, and you need to connect to the divine within you. And you have to learn how to prioritize you first. And I don't feel like you put yourself first. I feel like you've been looking to find fulfillment in other people, which is just a common pattern that most people have. So I'm not here to judge. I've been guilty of this. It's just a very common pattern, right? But the answer, the truth that will set you free, so to speak, that the divine wants you to hear is you need to learn to love yourself first. And I know that sounds cheesy and generic, but it's the truth. You need to put yourself first. And you need to learn how to love yourself and stop looking for love in other people. Stop looking for fulfillment outside of yourself. You have to learn to give yourself that fulfillment first. And then you will attract something equal to that fulfillment instead of attracting these fantasies and these other things that have hurt you, right? And there it is. The Empress underneath the truth card is you. You believing in yourself, your self-worth, your confidence, you actually believing that you're lovable and that you're worthy of love, that you deserve love, and you don't have to settle for crumbs, and you don't have to settle for fantasies, and you don't have to settle for bullshit. That's the divine saying, hey, you need to love yourself. Become the Empress. Because right now, you're in the Eight of Swords. Because you've been through a lot of shit. And anybody who's been through a lot of shit has a hard time believing that anything could ever go right. We adopt a pessimistic view of love and relationships when we've been hurt again and again and again and again and again. It's hard to have faith. It's hard to believe that we'll ever have it when we've gone through so much pain and turmoil and loss and trauma. And so we end up here. We feel there is no good outcome, right? It's self-imposed. It's a self-imposed prison of bullshit because our ego gets involved and we believe whatever our ego does to try to protect us. Because our ego doesn't give two fucks whether we're happy or not. Your ego doesn't give two shits whether you're happy. All your ego cares about is, are you safe? And as long as I can keep you safe, then that's all that matters. You can be miserable for the rest of your fucking life and your ego doesn't care. It's like, hey, you might be miserable, but at least you're safe. You can thank me later. And it's like, well, I don't want to be miserable the rest of my life. Right? But when we give our power away and we let the ego run the show, that's what we end up. We end up here. We end up believing that nothing is ever going to get better. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. It's always going to be a shit show. People are always going to hurt us. It's never going to go our way. It's never going to work out. We're never going to be happy. And that's why it's a self-imposed prison. And the reality is, this is the reality. The reality is each one of the swords, and there's 8 of them, each one of those swords is a truth. And we can't see it because she's blindfolded. Each one of these swords is a truth, a counter, a rebuttal to every negative statement. The ego says, you'll always be hurt. The sword of truth says, that's not true. Your ego says, I'll always be fucked over. The next sword of truth says, that's not true. The ego comes back to you again and says, I'll always be cheated on. I'll never be good enough. I'll blah, 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 blah. Every time the ego gives you a lie and gives you some bullshit, one of these swords is here to say, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. So every sword depicted on this card is a sword of truth. But when we let the ego run the show, we're blindfolded. We can't see the truth, even though we're surrounded by it. This woman is surrounded by the truth, and she can't see it. That's why she's stuck. And so the way out of the lies and the bullshit and the fantasy and that 8 of Swords is the truth, because the truth always sets us free. So, we can't fix something that we're not aware of. That's half the battle. We have to become aware of this is what's actually going on. And then once we're aware of it, the only other thing left to do is to make a decision about how we want to proceed forward with the information and the revelation of the knowledge that we've been given. It's like, now that I know about the thing, I can do something about it if I choose. And it is a choice. Hence this. This is a choice. It's a self-imposed prison. It's not forced prison. It's not somebody else holding us prisoner. It's self-imposed. And so Just like we chose to put ourselves in this prison, we can choose to release ourselves from the prison. It's a choice. And that's what this is. This card, the release card, is saying it's up to you to free yourself from your own self-imposed prison, which is tied to the beliefs, the values, and all the things that the mindset that you have, basically, because swords are mental, that are keeping you held captive. And I'm not saying that it's for no reason. It's for many reasons. You've been hurt, you've been lied to, you've been betrayed, and there's trauma. And that's just the common the cause and effect of people who get hurt. But if we allow our pain and our trauma to define who we are, and we allow our pain to shape our character, we're fucked. Because eventually, one, we're going to be miserable, but two, eventually we're going to become like the very things that hurt us. It's uncanny. If we allow our traumas to shape our character, we are fucked. You're never going to be happy. You're never going to get the things you desire. And eventually, we'll become so miserable, we'll stop caring and we'll become numb. And when we're numb, we're not connected to our heart. When we're not connected to our heart, there's no part of us that's even connected to the divine anymore. It's not that the divine isn't here. It's just that we've chosen with our free will to cut off the connection to the divine. And that's when people become narcissists. They become cheaters. They become liars. They betray themselves and they betray others. That's the path to becoming that. And I'm not saying that that's where you're at, by the way. I'm saying that eventually, if we don't heal, just like hurt people, well, healed people heal people. And so we have a responsibility no matter what happens to us. We can't control what happens to us, but we can always control who we become as a result of what happens to us. And so the divine is asking you to take back your power and take control of your life so that you can end this cycle that you've been in, because you have fulfillment coming, right? Fulfillment is right underneath you dealing with this Eight of Swords pattern. Whatever this issue is, this pattern is. When you address this pattern and you go within and you confront this and you own it and you deal with it, regardless of how it got there, regardless of whether, you had control over it or you didn't have control, it doesn't matter. But when you deal with it, your fulfillment is waiting. So, and I feel that it's tied to a family. It's tied to really the building card here is just a metaphor for whatever the things are that you want. I do think family and relationships is one of them, but there's other things too. There's other things that you want. And the reason that this building card is silhouette is because it's invisible. It's saying it's waiting for you. It's in the invisible realm, waiting to be created in the tangible realm. Right? So it's your unmet desires that are waiting to become a reality when you work through this to get to that, if that makes sense. And the divine is here to help you through that process, because the divine always wants what's in our highest good. And you being healed and freed from the Eight of Swords is definitely in your highest good. So, hopefully that makes sense for you. And so don't be afraid. This is one more thing for you, Lolly. Emotions and feelings can be scary when you've had a lot of trauma. And this is why people end up in what we call the avoidant attachment style, is because when you've had so much of this, so much hurt, pain, and trauma, when you allow yourself to feel, you're allowing that trauma to come up. And we don't like to feel and experience negative feelings and emotions. But here's the problem. We have to feel to heal. Just like, I was drinking wine tonight. And right now, I have to go to the bathroom. It's not terrible, but, it's there. I've been holding it. And, it's mildly uncomfortable. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 is nothing. 10 is like, oh my God, my bladder's going to explode. I'm at like a 5. It's not intolerable. But if I just sat here and sat here and sat here and sat here, eventually it's like going to get worse and worse and worse and worse, right? And so that's what happens with people. It's like we hold in our feelings and our emotions because we're so afraid to let this feeling come to pass through us. But it's healthy. Just like when you drink, you're going to have to pee. Just like when you eat, you're going to have to poop. And it's healthy. It's like we have to allow the body to detox. We take in, we allow the body to filter out the things that aren't needed, and then the body relieves itself of what's no longer needed. And so this release energy here that's on the table here is about allowing yourself, no matter how scary or how hard it is, to allow yourself to feel, because that's how you're going to heal it. These two cards here, the Star is the healing process, and the Queen of Cups is what you're healing into. You're meant to become this Queen of Cups. This is what's going to open your heart chakra. And I know it can be scary to allow that to happen because, it's uncomfortable. But the results, the consequences rather, of not doing it are far, far, far worse. Far worse. So, whatever that looks like for you, and maybe that's, having to cry it out, and having to just let waves of intense emotions just pass through you, or whatever that looks like. I don't know what it will look like for you, but whatever it looks like for you, don't suppress it, don't ignore it, and, don't run from the feelings and emotions that are wanting to come out of you, because it's part of your healing, okay? That was just an additional message for you. You have to feel to heal. And if you don't, then, this isn't a logical process. It's a feeling process. It's allowing the trauma to come out of your body through feelings and emotions, if that makes sense. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you so much. Okay, sunshine, something or another. Sunshine, something or another. I peed 3 times while you've been streaming. Now that's a paradoxical statement, Gene. You've been peeing 3 times while I've been streaming. What if we peed at the same time? That's like somebody's OnlyFans foot fetish. Sunshine, something or another. Are you still here? Sunshine flowers. Sunshine flowers, if you're still here, you will be my last. It's 2:30 in the morning. I have to function tomorrow. And I'm losing my voice. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're writing your question. Got to let you write your question. I'm sorry. While you write your question, Gene, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for being here. Go get some sleep. Thank you as always. I owe you. I appreciate you. Activity has been inappropriately quiet. Activity has been inappropriately quiet while I receive some answers regarding the undefined. Well, we're very cryptic and very cryptic and cryptic over here. Hmm. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. What's this about? Me more. Well, what I can tell you so far is you are caught up in a really bad situation. You got yourself involved in something not so good. Not so good, not so good, not so good. To put it very lightly. Oh, man. This is... Well, tell me more. I'm trying to figure out how much I need to know. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Would like answers or communication regarding the less tangible. Okay, yeah. Again with the again with the cryptic language here. Oh boy, hold on. Jesus, I have to take. I'm gonna have to really focus for this one. Okay. Okay, so you're involved in a shit show. First of all, we're just gonna. That's the first. Whatever this is a shit show, and it's not a pretty one. There is a whole. I mean, this is like damn near like a fucking Watergate conspiracy. Like, I mean, it's. I mean, take your best conspiracy, aliens, political scandals. Like, this is like up there. The magnitude of whatever's going on here is like, this is like high level deception, toxic shit. And unfortunately, somebody rolled the dice. Let me just put it to you this way. It was brought upon oneself because somebody rolled the dice here. They played a game. And it was a game they shouldn't have been playing because, you know, it's as the saying goes, fuck around and find out. Well, that's exactly what happened. Somebody chose to fuck around with somebody that they thought was a certain type of person, when the truth is they were not that person at all. We got the thief and we have deception here. And so they got involved in something. They got manipulated. They got taken advantage of. But there's definitely, and what's crazy about the whole situation is somehow, despite the fact that they've been lied to and deceived, this person still has feelings for the manipulator. Because there's something about, it's like a trauma bond. We have the trauma card here. So there's a trauma bond between the deceiver, the deceptor, and I'm assuming you. We have the Lover's card here. It's something to do with money and work. We have change, we have gift, we have occupation here. But then we have message of concern and we have despair here. And we have the wealthy man. And obviously the wealthy man is whoever this fucker is over here. Pardon my French. But I'm going to say it because that's the energy. I mean, anybody that actively and willfully manipulates somebody and they know that they're manipulating, because that's what this person is, by the way. This person, this isn't like an accident. Like, you know, you're in a relationship with somebody and, you know, you piss each other off and you say things you don't mean in the heat of the moment and you hurt each other's feelings. And it was like, it wasn't your intention. It's just that, you know, a conflict escalates and you say hurtful things in the heat of the moment that you don't really mean it in the heat of the moment. It just turned into an argument. And then unfortunately people say hurtful shit when it gets too far. It's not something like that, where it's like deep down you love this person, you didn't mean to hurt their feelings. That's not what this person is. This person only gives a fuck about one thing, themselves. Not only that, they're actually intentionally manipulating. And they're gaslighting. And so essentially, somehow this person has convinced who I assume to be you. And if it's not you, then I don't know why it would be showing up in your reading, but I assume whoever this person is convinced you that this is all about love. And I feel that the connection you have to this person, at least from your perspective, is that this was about love. It was never about love. This person is a lying, gaslighting, narcissist. And I use this, and I don't use that term, by the way. I am not one of the people that goes around, somebody hurt my feelings, they're a narcissist. Like, you know, a narcissist is like a literal diagnosable thing. It's not just something we get our feelings hurt and we can just go label people narcissists because they hurt our feelings. But this person intuitively is like legitimately like, and I don't use this term lightly either, this person is evil. This is an evil person. Anybody who willfully and intentionally would seek to deceive and hurt somebody for their own gain and their own benefit, while stringing them along and making them believe like, you know, oh no, I care about you, I love you, I have your best interests at heart. And the whole time they're ripping you off, they're robbing you blind, they're fucking you over. That's evil, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. So we have contract here. So there's something to do with money. There's something to do with occupation. Obviously, I don't know if this person's stealing money. I don't know if I don't know what this deal is. There's something to do with occupation, money, and theft. Some type of, I mean, it could be even illegal. We have message of concern here, and we have despair. Intuitively, I feel that this message of concern obviously has to do with the fact that whatever this situation is now, you know, the consequence of whatever this person has done is now affecting the situation, and now you're having to basically live with the consequence of like, oh my God, this person fucked me over. And it's like, well, now it's too late, because now it's like maybe, you know, it's having a legal effect. There's something happening here. Like it's gone beyond just this person is fucking me over. And yeah, that, as if that weren't bad enough, but there's something else here, because we have this despair. And this isn't like mild despair. This is like, maybe I'm going to go bankrupt. Maybe I'm going to have to go to jail. Maybe I'm under legal pressure. Maybe I've just lost a shit ton of money. Where am I going to get it back? Maybe my house is going to fork. I don't know. But whatever this is, this despair energy is attached to, is whatever this person did. And so essentially, they're the ones who fucked you over, but you're the one who has to pay the bill, so to speak. So it's like, it's almost kind of an injustice, but it's also a lesson. But there's a contract here, which is saying that there's some type of legal, it's not just like, you know, it's not like something you can just like, hey, I don't know. I'm going to make up an example. It's not like you have somebody over to your house and, you know, they went into your purse or your wallet and they stole $100. And you're like, well, fuck, I'm out $100. It sucks. That's not what this is. There's a contract here. There's something potentially legally binding that's making this situation, I mean, it's bad. Whatever this is, it's bad. And that's why the stuck card is here, because now it's like, because of this contract, it's not just something you can just get yourself out of, essentially. It's like you're legit stuck. You're contractually stuck. And the reason that this happened is because of some past trauma. And so there's an illusion here. There was a vulnerability. And so this person played on a vulnerability that you had. This person recognized that you were vulnerable. And they're like, oh, you're an easy target. Because you're vulnerable, I can weasel my way in. I know what to say, I know what to do, because I've done this before. I'm quite skillful at this, actually. So you're not the only person they've done this to before. Now, whether or not they've done it exactly the same way, I don't know. But you're not the first victim of this person, okay? Or whoever this is about. If it's not you, it's someone attached to you, but I feel like it's you. Since, you know, hence all the cryptic messages here. So they saw the vulnerability and they took advantage of the vulnerability. And this is how they did it. How did this person achieve this? How did this person pull one over on you? Well, nothing is as inviting as good old love here. Maybe they romanced you. Maybe they loved you. But, you know, and I see that here with the validation and the excitement. So this person, you know, They were so fun. They were so exciting. They were so passionate and all this, that, and the other, and enthralling. And they validated me. They told me everything that I needed to hear, everything I wanted to hear to make me feel special and needed and lovable and valued. They fed right into the trauma. Everything, they deceived me. Told me all the things that I needed to hear. They presented themselves as this wonderful, loving, caring human being. And they came with this, gifts. Hey, look, I'm a wealthy man. I feel like this person, they could work in finances, potentially. They don't have to. So maybe this person, maybe they're a business owner, maybe they're a financial advisor, maybe they work in finances, or I don't know, maybe they're just, somebody who has a lot of, resources because, they've ripped a lot of people off. And so, I feel like this person had something to offer you that potentially, again, could have been tied to jobs or occupation or money or contracts or investments or something. There's something here in regards to money. And I felt like this person was offering something, providing something, and that was the other way in. So this might have been the start of it, actually. When you met this person, they offered you something. And then what seemed like a gift eventually started to feel like love. Like, oh my God, this person just cares so much about me and, offering me this, and they have their shit together and they're so, they're all the things. But they weren't all the things. And so conflict is here. Obviously, I feel like now that this is out of the hat, I feel like you're aware of this, by the way. And the success is here is like, part of all this other stuff, basically, like, this person appeared successful, or maybe they claimed that they would make you more successful, or you would gain some more, you were going to benefit, however they gaslit, like, you're going to be so much better off and this and that, and whatever they told you. And so you believe like, oh my God, like this is really too good to be true. Get success out of it. I'm getting validated. They're fun. They're enthralling. They're exciting. There's all the bullshit. Well, now we have the conflict here, because now I think that it's been exposed, and I'm going to show you why in just a second. It's like, now that's why we're here with this message of concern and despair. And the change card is here because it's like, well, shit, now I got to get out of this mess. But this person is like, you ain't getting out. You're not getting out easy, because I'm not just going to let you out easy, because narcissists, they don't do that. Once they got you, they got you. And you don't just get to walk away. And I don't think you could walk away even if you wanted to, because you're fucked because of this contract. And until this whole thing's done, it's kind of like they kind of have you by the balls. And so, your whole, everything else, pause and delays, all this other stuff is basically, it's like, well, shit, I've got myself into a mess here, and nothing else can move forward until I deal with this and I get unstuck from it. And the reason the manifestation card is here is because, again, like I said a moment ago, and again, this isn't me to sound insensitive or an asshole, but you brought this on. It's something you did to yourself, basically, whether you realize it or not. And there's a lesson in all of this. It's not in a card, but it's implied here. So let's look underneath it. So we go underneath the deception card. We have a soul contract. And then underneath the soul contract, we have past. So this is somebody that you, again, with the lovers, this love card here, and the soul contract card here, this was the illusion. This is the lie that you believed. You believed that this person was like a soulmate or a twin flame or whatever you believe. You believe that this person who did an outstanding job of tricking you, you believe that this person was somebody that they weren't. You thought that this was like your forever person. Like, oh my God, this person is my person. And they had you believing that. But they're not. And so The past here is tied to the trauma here. So basically, it's just essentially saying that because the divine is not just, the way that the divine works is the divine is not so much concerned about the happenings in our lives, because it's not the superficial understanding of what's going on, because you already know what's going on or not. Now, how on point I am with the details and specifics of it aren't even, they don't matter, because it's besides the point. What is the point is understanding, okay, how did I get into this mess? And essentially what's going to happen as a result of me being in the mess? Who am I going to become? Because you can only control you. You can't control this manipulative person, and you may not even be able to control the outcome at this point. I don't see that being here. I see stuck, and I see contract, and I see message of concern, and I see despair. And change is the implication of, yeah, you want to change this, but I don't think you have the power and ability to. I think this person has all the power because they're the ones who hold the contract over your head. And somehow they've manipulated it because, again, if they gaslighted and you were just blindly trusting their guidance, then you fucked yourself because, of course, you trusted this person. You thought they were somebody that they weren't. And they led you to believe that, oh, you can trust me. And you're like, well, I'm going to trust you then. Why wouldn't I? I love you. He's like, yeah, I love you too. You can trust me. Great. And meanwhile, he's fucking you over the whole time, right? That's what I see here. And so the vulnerability, because we have to understand so this never happens again. We have to be able to look and go, okay, how did I get myself into this? Well, the vulnerability was because of something in your past. And, I don't know, it could be the way you were raised. It could be, a mother wound, a father wound. It could be a past relationship wound. It's something. There's something from your past that's tied to this trauma is where you were vulnerable. And this person recognized the vulnerability in you, and they saw that you're an easy target, and you probably overly trusted this person. And because you overly trusted them, and because they were such a great manipulator, you saw none of this until now. So, yeah, it's bad. I'm going a few more underneath at the bottom here. I'm just looking to see what else. So, right, basically, if I keep pulling off the bottom of the deck here, you got not now, and this is usually saying that you can't think about anything else right now. Whatever the situation is that you're going through is consuming you. How do I know that? Because overthinking is here. It's all you can think about. It's literally consuming you. The despair is here. The message of concern is here. It's like this situation now that you're, and I don't know how much of this you're aware of. Maybe you're aware of none of it. Maybe this is the first you're hearing. I don't think that's true. Hence the very cryptic messages that you were sharing. And typically when people are being very, very cryptic, it's because they know there's some shit that they could get in trouble for, and so they don't want it to come out. They don't want it to be aired. So obviously, I do feel intuitively that you are aware that you're in deep. Like you're probably more than not, you're aware of how bad this situation is for you. And so essentially it's all you can think about because of the severity of it. And I don't know what the severity of it is, but like I said earlier, I mean, it could be great financial loss. It could be bankruptcy. It could be owing. Whatever it is though, I sense intuitively it's tied to business or money. It's one or the other. Maybe both. I don't know. But intuitively, that's what I sense. We have the divine feminine underneath that, which is essentially just saying that your intuition was telling you all along. I don't think that you were listening to your intuition about it, but your intuition was there. It was telling you, basically, that, hey, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. But, then we have overthinking. So this is where you're at now. This is like 9 of Swords energy. Despair over here. Same thing. Look, can't even make this shit up. They're both literally doing the same thing. It's like consumed. You're probably not eating. You're probably not sleeping. You're not functioning well. You're in sheer survival mode at this point. Passion. So you had a trauma bond with this person. I'm sure that the trauma bond sex, at least in the beginning, was probably mind-blowing. There was, this person, they knew all the things. So this person, they knew how to wine you, dine you, say all the right things, speak the right things. And I think, unfortunately, part of the deception and all of this, the self-deception part of it, not just the deception from this person, the self-deception was the trauma bond. And so basically, the reason why you weren't hearing and listening to your intuition was because your intuition was being drowned out by the addiction that you had to this person. It was a trauma bond. And so, you were addicted to this person, essentially. And even at times where there was conflict, because I feel like before the manipulation really came out hardcore with this person, you were already starting to see it. Like the more the time went on with this person, it was like, the more you started to see it was like you started to see that. Even if you weren't consciously aware of it, like logically, you started to notice. And there was conflict, and you started butting heads with this person more and more and more. But at the same time, it was fueling the passion. And so now it was like, it just became literally toxic. But yet there was something enthralling about the fact that it was still toxic. Can't make it up. Chaos. So now, not only is there conflict, now you're addicted to the trauma bond and you're addicted to the chaos because there's some element of passion in there. And so, and that's, again, tied to the traumatic wound that you have. So there's some part of you that gets off on essentially being fucked over because at least there's a passionate element to it. And I can't exactly identify with it, but I can sense it in your energy. Like there's something about abuse, violence, rejection, and people treating you basically like shit that your nervous system has related to love and passion. And so I know this sounds really twisted and really sick, but there's something about when people treat you like shit, at least in a certain dynamic, it actually kind of turns you on. And you may not be consciously aware of it, but there's a taboo element attached to it. And it makes it obsessive. It makes it addictive. And it makes it hard to let go of. And so there's something, again, with the chaos and the conflict and the trauma and all that shit that's tied to your past, things you've gone through in the past that made this feel very intoxicating. And so it made it that much easier for this person to manipulate you and take you for granted, because essentially you had no defenses. There was no defense to this. In fact, it was the other way. It was like you were addicted to them. So they barely had to lift a finger. It's like you were doing all the heavy lifting for them. All they had to do was just be there. It's like, my God, this is really fucking easy. This is super easy. Like I don't have to do shit. They're doing all the work for me. They just rob you blind, rip you off, take advantage of you. It's like almost like a game. Like, how far can I go with this? And I feel like this person tested you. That's where the conflict came in. It's like, how far can I go with this? Can I do this to them? Okay, yeah, I can do that. Can I do that to them? Yeah, I can get away with that. Can I do this too? Yeah, fuck, I can get away with that. Jesus, how much can I do? And they just kept going and going and going. It's like in their mind, it's like a game. And they're just like, how far can I go until this person finally is like, wait, hold on. Something ain't right here. And your intuition's been trying to scream at you the whole time saying there's something that's not right here. But then the passion, the excitement, and the fun all swirls back around. And just the minute that your intuition, the divine inside of you, has a moment to speak truth to you, to warn you that, hey, you're being fucked over really, really, really bad. It was like it evaporated because sucked right back into the deception, the lies, the passion, and the trauma bond. Now, the good news on all of this, if I can say that, because this is and I'm just I'm scratching the surface of whatever this is, by the way. anything that comes out of my mouth in regards to this situation is not as like compared to probably what it really is barely even scratching the surface of the reality of the situation. And I can feel it. I can feel it in the energy. Like this is a major, major shit show. Like a potentially lose everything shit show and have to learn the hard way. Unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong about that. This is one of the times as a reader, I hope that I'm fucking wrong, but the energy is there. I feel that energy in here. And actually, I mean, I feel, a little bit emotional for you because, I can sense the despair. I can sense your energy. And it's just like, man, this sucks. It sucks. Like it just sucks. I don't know what else to say about that. Last card is Ascension now. The silver lining in all of this, if I can say it, is that what I see is two paths. I see two paths. Neither, I'm going to be honest with you, neither one is going to be easy, but one is more painful than the other. I don't know that whatever the outcome or the consequence is here is avoidable. I hope that I'm wrong, but I have to be honest with you. Whatever the consequence is that's going to happen as a result of this, whatever this message of concern and despair is, that is the major concern here. I don't know that outcome is avoidable. It might not be. That's the bad news. So we'll start there. The bad news is that this may just have to play out the way it plays out. And whatever the outcome is, if it is bankruptcy, if it is losing a bunch of money, if it is losing a business, if it's whatever it is, that might just actually be what happens. Because I don't see anything here that's telling me that's avoidable. In fact, if I'm being completely honest, I feel more the other way. I feel like I'm not going to tell you it's inevitable, but I'm going to say 80% sure within the energy I'm sensing that it's probably going to happen. Whatever you're hoping isn't going to happen is probably going to happen. And I hope that I'm wrong about that. So that's the bad news. Now, this Ascension card, the silver lining is one way or the other, regardless of whether you get the best case scenario or whether you get the worst case scenario, there's an opportunity here for you to learn and never, ever, 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 ever have to go through this ever again. And this is, and I say this with all seriousness, because this is a very serious situation. This is your spiritual wake-up call. This is your wake-up call. And the divine, and I feel this like it's very rare that I feel a seriousness like this come over me. So it's not me, I'm just the messenger. But the divine, it's a very loving but stern energy. Where the divine is saying, it's time to wake up. If you don't ever want something like this to happen to you again, you have to take your spiritual calling and the spiritual wake-up call serious. And there's a set of values, a set of choices, a set of beliefs, and a way that you've been in your life that has caused this. Part of it, not all of it. You're not responsible for the manipulation. You're not responsible what this fucker did to you, whoever this person is. That you're not responsible for. But what you do have to take responsibility for is the fact that you put yourself in a situation and you allow this to occur and happen. And there's awareness. Because as time went on and on and on and on and on and on, it was like you kept playing with fire and you kept getting burned, and those were the warnings, and you ignored the warnings, you ignored the red flags, but you wanted to go back for more, and you wanted to go back for more, and you wanted to go back for more. And so the divine was trying the whole time to assist you. The divine was waving the flag, was trying to reroute you, was trying to speak to you, was trying to send help. The divine was doing everything that it could do to try to warn you to stop. Stop. Don't proceed. Stop. And for whatever reason, you couldn't. I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to tell the truth. And so now it is where it is. So this ascension is a decision, and it's not a decision just about this situation. It's a for the rest of your life decision. There's a you that the divine is asking you to become once and for all. And if you are willing to become that person, then you get access to the divine assistance that you've had access to all along. It's just you can't be the person you used to be and yet expect the divine to have your back, because the divine has two non-negotiables with every single one of us. The first one is the divine will not violate your free will. And the second one is the divine will never give you something that's not in our highest good. And so here, there was free will decisions being made about things that you wanted. And it's unfortunate that the object of your obsession here in this situation happened to be the devil. Almost quite literally. Like this, whoever this energy, this male energy is, this person is evil. I'm just going to tell you, they're evil. They're the manipulative kind of evil, right? It's unfortunate. Those people are out there. And, unfortunately, you found your way to one of them. And so, if you want certainty that this will never, ever happen to you again, you have a very, very serious decision that you have to make. And it's a lifelong decision. It's saying, I have to change. I have to change. I have to hang up my old way of living, being, thinking, believing. I have to heal from my past wounds and basically have to divorce my old life as I've known it. All of it. Like there's no part of that version of me that can exist any longer, ever again. And if you say yes to the you that you were supposed to become and meant to become all along, then the divine is here to assist you and help you. And even if this situation is worst case scenario, it at least will be, buffered, for a lack of better words, by the divine, because at least the divine can help you miraculously climb out of any hole. Right? And so whatever the outcome is, even if it's worst case scenario, at least you'll know that you have the divine helping you get through it in a way to where if you just go at it alone, then it might just be the worst case scenario, and then you don't have that. You don't have that divine help. You don't have that divine assistance. And divine assistance quite literally means access to miracles, miraculous help, miraculous answers, a miraculous turn of events, miraculous turnarounds, miraculous change, miraculous forgiveness. Who knows? Who knows? But it's it's well within the realm of miracles. Now, the other benefit to this is obviously, for one, you're not going to ever have to go through this ever again in your life. Not that I think that you'll want to, at least based on what I'm sensing. I don't think you're going to want to go through this again. But there's also something more here for you, because there's a life and a call that you've been avoiding, and I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. You're a spiritual person. And I'm not just saying that because you're hearing a tarot reading. Deep down inside, you're a spiritual person. Deep down inside, you're a very loving, caring person. But it's almost like you've been defined by your trauma without realizing that you've been defined by your trauma. Like this whatever this is, this trauma card is essentially been the thing that's kind of, for lack of better words, it's the thing that's been fucking you for the majority of your life. And so lots of things in your life that you've attracted into your life, whether you were consciously aware of it or not, most of the time or not, have been because of something that happened to you far back in your past. And this can be healed. I mean, obviously it's going to have to be healed if you want to attract other things into your life that aren't just going to be more reoccurrences of trauma, and especially toxic shit like this. Yeah, this is a do or die. The Ascension. It's almost like the best analogy I can give is almost like when you have a near-death experience. And it's like, you took things for granted in your life, or, you just, you leave by the seat of your pants, you did what you wanted to do, whatever. And then you have this near-death experience. And then it's like a wake-up call. You're like, oh my God, I could have died. My kids could have been without a parent. This could have happened and that could have happened. It's like you see your life flash before you, and in that moment, it's kind of like it pulls you out of the bullshit, and you can actually see for a brief moment, you get access to divine truth, and you're like, oh man, I get it now. And then you get to come back into your body, and then you have a decision to make. It's like, okay, do I really want to keep living that way? Or do I want to allow this truth that I'm faced with to set me free and get on my path and get aligned to my divine mission, which is where your true fulfillment is. You never have to go through this shit again. The love, the money, the relationship, the career, the family, whatever it is that you want, you'll have, and it'll be healthy, and it won't abuse you. It won't perpetuate toxicity. It won't lie to you. It won't cheat on you. It won't steal from you. It won't blow up your whole fucking life, essentially. And so, and I've said this, my brain's like melting now, but I'll just make mention of it one last time. But I have a video on my channel. It's called The Universal Year, Part 1 and Part 2. It's the most important video I'll upload between now and like June or July. And essentially, I'll just give you the quick summary of it. But I talk about that this year, because we're in a 9 universal year, and it's not just like any other 9 universal year. This year is going to affect people in one of two ways. 2025 is going to be either the best year of people's lives, like the best year. Like 30, 40, 50 years from now, they're going to look back and go, 2025 was the year that all changed. The best year of my life. For other people, 2025 is going to be one of the worst years of their lives ever. So 20, 30, 40, 50 years, you're going to look back and go, man, 2025 was the fucking worst year of my entire life. And so for you, this energy applies, because that's essentially what's here with this ascension. It's essentially the divine is saying, choose your path. Like, again, the situation and circumstance may not be avoidable, may not be, you may not be able to change the outcome at this point, but you have a choice about how you're going to move forward as a result of this situation. And who knows, choosing the right path, having the divine on your side, if the worst case scenario happens in this situation, whatever that looks like, at least you'll have the assistance from the divine, which I'd rather have the assistance of the divine than not have it and have to go through whatever this is. Because whatever this is, I'm just going to say that I don't envy you or whoever's involved in this, because this is bad. It is bad. And I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but the outcome is bad. Um, so I can't give you any more details from the lack of details that you gave me in terms of the cryptic message, but essentially that's what I'm seeing here in all of this. So I feel like just based on what you were able to share, I feel like your main question was about this. Whatever it is that was concerning you, and whatever this is, the despair. So the way that I take it, your question was really about what's the outcome going to be? Because I might be telling you things you already know. You might already know all of this stuff. You know, regardless of how much of it I got accurate and right or not. I mean, obviously you're aware of it to some extent. So the question about the outcome is, I don't think it's good. And that's not me. If it was good, I would tell you. I wouldn't blow smoke up your ass. But I don't. There's no energy here on the table that I'm getting that there's going to be a positive or great outcome here. Now, is it going to be the worst case outcome? I can't say that either, but it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad enough. Whatever outcome is in this, it's going to be bad enough. Regardless if it's the worst case scenario, whatever that might be for you, or whether it's just bad. Either way, it's going to suck. And I have to be honest with you, because I have to prepare you for that. I have to at least prepare you for the possibility that it's going to be bad and it's going to suck. And I don't think there's going to be a whole lot that you can really do about it based on what I see here. I hope that I'm wrong. I really fucking hope that I'm wrong. I hope that this whole reading is wrong. I hope that everything that I've said on this table is completely inaccurate. This is one of the rare times as a reader when I get readings like this, I always fucking hope that I'm wrong. I hope all this is complete bullshit, because I wouldn't wish this on anybody. Not even at the expense of my reputation of being out here doing this. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. But I have to be real, I have to be honest, and I have to tell the truth and at least speak what I've divinely guided and sense and feel here. But this is a mess. Yeah, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not permitted to read for you. I mean, it could be. It could be future. I don't know. But there's, there's something going on now. But like I said, I hope that it's not. I hope that I'm completely wrong about all of that. I hope I'm completely wrong about all of it. And if I am, that's okay. I'm human. I'm subject to error. I mean, my intention was to be out of here like an hour and a half ago. My brain's melted. So, maybe it's me. So. And if it's not you, I don't know. Maybe I'm picking up on an energy attached to you. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just wrong. But nevertheless, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you asking the question. And I'm sorry if that wasn't helpful. All right. So everybody, unfortunately, I do have to sleep tonight. I have to be able to function. I stayed almost 2 hours over It's almost 3:30. I'm losing my voice. But please subscribe, subscribe, hit the bell notification, and when I go live again, you guys can hop on. I do apologize, but I do have to get some sleep. But I hope that you guys all have an amazing day, evening, beginning of your week. And I will catch you guys all on the flip side. Love and light, my friends.